I had first.
Yes, I just want to make sure
Okay.
for the next one.
So we're going to read these in a succession that basically we're going to take the third place winner, the second place winner, and then the first place winner will follow that. So in the first grade category, and I should have mentioned that Camille was from Camino Polytech. So congratulations to Polytech as well. So in first grade, the third place winner is Sina Shanks, and she's from Camino Polytech. Sina. Very good. So can you show us which one is your map? This one here? It says the Hawaiian Islands. Have you been to the Hawaiian Islands? But you want to go someday, huh? But it's a great place, I'll tell you. So yeah, you just have to keep talking to mom and dad about taking you to the Hawaiian Islands. So yeah, gorgeous map. So, and you've identified each one of the islands. Do you remember how many islands there are roughly? Can you count them? 6 major islands. There's also some minor islands, but I hope you get a chance to go to the Hawaiian Islands soon. It's a gorgeous place to visit. The tropical environment is just great. And there's a lot of sea life there you don't find in California. So very unique. So very good. And again, thank you and congratulations on your third place award. Thank you. Okay, moving on to second place, Casey Thomas from Sutter's Mill. Are you here, Casey? All right. Welcome, Casey. And can you show us which one is your map? This one right here is Casey. So I see Sutter's Mill School, playground. So this is really your schoolyard, right? The library, the MP room, all those things. So what inspired you to draw the Sutter Mill School site?
Well, I don't really know, but
You were just inspired, right?
yeah, yeah, basically.
It just came from you, just naturally, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, it looks like a great school. I see the nurses here, garden, office area, trees. So what a beautiful map you put together. So again, congratulations on the second place award, and that's with Sutter's Mill. Thank you. Moving on to first place, Lila Zupo. Is Lila here? Okay, they're not here. She's also from Sutter's Mill. And so I'm going to guess that this one is Lila's, which looked like it's Sutter's Mill Elementary School as well. So a nice layout of the school grounds, very similar to the one that Casey did. But we want to congratulate Lila in first place award in the first grade category. So Lila, thank you. All right, so moving on to second grade. This is where it gets exciting, right, as we go up in the years. Third place award winner, Ruby Fortin from Sutter's Mill. Ruby, are you here? Welcome, and can you show us your map? Very nice. So what is in the map here? What have you got?
I have my house.
Yep.
I have my key and my playground and my garage and my grass, my trampoline, my
Trampoline looks like a lot of fun. It is.
It is, yeah.
And the grass areas and stuff. Just a wonderful job. You did a great job. And again, you're the third place winner. So congratulations. Second place again is Sutter's Mill. Boy, this is a run for Sutter's Mill. Rolu Copper. Rolu, are you here? Hola. Welcome. Can you help me pronounce your first name?
Rala.
Rala. Thank you. All right, very good. So can you show us which map is yours?
That's so cute.
Where are you here? All right, the one on the top here. So what inspired you to draw this picture, this map?
I don't know. I really don't.
It just hit you, right?
Yeah.
You just felt motivated to
Yeah,
draw?
yeah.
And so what have you got in here? Is this the house?
That is Airbnb place.
Airbnb, okay. We're getting a little tourism in with this. All right. And what is this?
That's my main house, and then the one on the next to it is the granny flat,
Okay.
where we're remaking it. It smelled terrible in there because the walls and a bunch of other stuff.
But you fixed it up, right?
Yeah, we're fixing it.
Okay, all right. Well, excellent. Well, again, congratulations on being the second place winner. That is fantastic. So take your pride back to Sutter's Mill. Thank you. Here's an award for you. And finally, drum roll, the first place winner for the second grade, Grant Seekington, again from Sutter's Mill. Welcome, Grant, and show us which map you put together. I think I can almost guess. This map right here. All right, so what were the motivating factors that caused you to put that map together?
I really like to draw, and I wanted to enter this competition.
Very good. Well, you did an outstanding job because you won first place, right? It doesn't get any better than that. That's the blue ribbon, I believe, right? That's okay. So the blue ribbon. So thank you again, Grant, and congratulations on your wonderful achievement. So with that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, let's hand this over to Supervisor Turnbull,
All right.
and we'll have him do third and fourth grades.
Thank you, everyone, for being here today. What an honor. It really is. Hey, Brian, you got a lot of people that you could hire in your office right now to draw these maps. You know that, don't you? All right, let's go to third grade. Skylar Hamilton, you want to come up, please? You want to show me your map? Oh, wow. Wow. Can you explain a little bit on this? Okay. So the animal shelters all throughout the different area of the county? Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. So this is El Dorado County, correct? All right. And these are all the different areas and stuff. What an awesome map. Very good. Very good job. She is our third place winner. So our second place winner is Landon Hauser. Is he here? Oh, he is. Come on up. All right. Can you show me your map? Okay. Can you explain this for me? Oh, you had a couple mistakes? Okay. So this is El Dorado County, right? Okay. Can you show me what this is about? Oh, okay. That's Placer County up there. Okay. And this is Amador County down here. So basically this map was just for, you just drew about El Dorado County? Any Pacifics? Not really? Okay. All right. But you got Lake Tahoe here and you got Sly Park Lake, all that in Folsom down here. That's awesome. Very, very good. Awesome. And you got Kirkwood over here and all Fairplay, Grizzly Flats. You know, Grizzly Flats was impacted by the fire, right? You didn't know that? Yeah. Devastating fire that went through there. Anyway, very, very good. Very good map. Congratulations. He is our second place winner. So first place winner is Grant Seckington.
Oh, Tyler, go to third grade.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Third grade. Kylie Segal. Is that how you pronounce the last name? Okay, you want me to show me your map? This one? Oh, trails in Coloma. So these are all the trails and stuff? And then you got it north, south, east, and west. That's cool. And then you got Sierra Rising. Can you explain that a little bit? What inspired you for this map? Here.
Our family, we go on trails a lot, and our house is like right up the road, and that's like I just wanted to do the trails that we go on a lot.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. There's a lot of hiking trails in there. So do you hike that one trail that's down here at the bottom all the way to the top?
Well, There's mostly the biggest one is the Marshall
Yes, the
Gold
Marshall, yeah.
Discovery. And you can go like all around in the green area.
Oh, that's awesome. Very good job. She is our winner, first place winner. Thank you very much.
George, we should also mention this is another suite by Sutter's Mill, all three. First, second, and third. So
Okay, moving on to fourth grade. So is our third place winner is Lexi Cortez. Is that how you pronounce it? Cortez. Anybody here? Is she here? Oh, come on up. Okay. Want to show me your map? This one? Wow. Look at that. Can you tell us a little bit about your map?
I don't know. We have some ocean on it.
Uh-huh.
We also have the Nevada thing.
Okay. So how, the different colors, can you describe those?
The different color. Wait.
The green versus down here, which is the orange and then the
Oh.
purple?
We just did that for fun.
Oh, you did it for
Yeah.
fun? Awesome. No, it's very, very neat. Beautiful map. Can you, any more you want to talk about? No? Okay, all right. Congratulations. Rachel Lockwood is our second place winner from Camino Polytech. Okay, you want to show me your map? Okay, so it's California too. Can you explain a little bit on your map?
It's about dinosaur museums in California.
Oh, wow. Wow, I see that. That's awesome. So have you been to any of these places?
Yeah.
You have?
Uh-huh.
Oh, cool. Which ones? All of them?
Not all of them, just one of them. The I don't remember.
You don't
Which-
remember?
One.
It's number one. Is that the one you were?
No, I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember?
One.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. What a neat map though. So what inspired you to talk about dinosaurs?
I like dinosaurs.
You like dinosaurs?
Yeah.
I know. My grandson loves them too. No, this is very, very unique. Very beautiful. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, Jacob Neal is our first place winner. Oh, and you are also a superstar winner, but also, you know what? I guess so, because Gold Trail is my old, I used to go there long time ago. Come on up here. You can show me your map. That's your map? Okay, can you explain a little bit? It's California too.
It is California's top 10 attractions.
Oh, wow. Wow, very nice. So can you, this is the General Sherman tree?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And Golden Gate Bridge. Let's see. Oh, and this is the tunnel going through Yosemite National Park and Lake Tahoe and the Redwoods. Okay. And Big Sur. And Venice Beach. And Disneyland. And where the whales are. Yes.
Yes.
Can you explain any more?
Um,
What inspired you to do this?
I've always wanted to go to all of these places.
Oh, you have? Have you done any of them at all?
I went to Yosemite,
Uh-huh.
Golden Gate Bridge,
Right.
and Redwood National Park. Oh,
Oh,
and Lake
wow.
Tahoe.
Oh, you've gone to Lake Tahoe too. Good.
Mhm.
Awesome. That's where Sue's from. Lake Tahoe. Yeah, she loves it up there. Trust me.
Okay.
Very, very good. Congratulations. First place. So I'm going to give this back to the Madam Chair.
Here you go, Lori.
Thank you. All right, so we'll have District 3 Supervisor Wendy Thomas do 5th and 6th grade.
That would be my pleasure entirely. Thank you, George and John. All right. So we are moving on to 5th grade. First of all, I just have to say, this is always a favorite event for the Board of Supervisors. All of you have worked so incredibly hard, and we are blown away by the diversity and the beauty and the execution of these maps. I mean, they're truly beautiful. I also love the creativity of we have maps from animal shelters and attractions and schools and Airbnbs and granny flats. I mean, that's the diversity of these is just really inspiring. I love the creativity. So with that, it is my extreme pleasure. Oops. Let me put on my glasses so I can see. I hate that. To welcome, we're in 5th grade now, to welcome up here Ben Shakulnik of Blue Oak School. So Ben, where are you? Welcome and congratulations, Ben. All right, show me your map. This bird one up here. The bird, okay, it's the birds of the United States. That's amazing. So turn toward the audience here and tell us a little bit about your map.
Well, I decided to do birds because I really enjoy birds, and I got lots of help from my friend Judy. And it was really fun making this. Thank you for having me here.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Ben. And how did Judy help you with the map? What is her expertise?
Well, she provided some of the supplies I needed. Nice. And she made like this sticker paper so I could draw the birds on and put them onto the map.
That's fantastic. Good friends are worth their weight in gold. And I also love how you've have each state that is a representative of the outline put together. And that's quite unique. And that represents a lot of work. Love your choice of colors. It's just really well done, Ben. Congratulations. And in 2nd place for 5th grade, I'd love to welcome up to the stage Juliet Hyatt from Sierra Ridge. Juliet. Congratulations, Juliet. Good morning. So please show me your map. Oh my goodness, that is gorgeous. Beautifully done. And can you tell us a little bit about it?
So I wanted to do the state animals because I really love animals and I've wanted to be a vet since I was like 5. And so I chose to do animals because of that.
That is absolutely beautiful. Yeah. I wish you could all see this map because the animals are so beautifully drawn, from aardvarks to grizzly bears to white-tailed deer. My goodness. I mean,
there are a lot of white-tailed deer.
Are there? I did not know that. My goodness. How did you represent and draw the animals so beautifully? Did you trace them? Did you draw them from scratch? How'd you do that?
So I just looked up how to draw each animal, and then when the picture showed up, I just kind of drew from memory.
I'll tell you, that is absolutely beautiful and beautifully done. Wow. I wish you could all see this up close. That's amazing. Congratulations, Juliet. A pleasure to have you here today. Well done. I'll tell you, these are really inspiring. And in 1st place for 5th grade, we have Bonnie Klyer from Gold Trail School. Bonnie, come on down. Good morning. Congratulations, Bonnie. All right, lead the way. This is gorgeous. All right, so please tell us about your map.
I just really like caves and I like going underground, so I just thought of caverns.
That is awesome. Those going underground in caverns terrifies me. So I am totally impressed with this. So this is the top 10 United States most magical caverns. How cool is that? So what did you learn in the process about the caverns of the United States?
Well, like some of them, like that one, it's like it's like this like America one. So then they put LED lights in the stalactites, and a lot of them are just like underground, with like underground lakes in them. So I just thought that was really interesting.
That is interesting. Have you visited any of these?
No.
Which one's on your top bucket list to visit?
Probably the ape cave.
What is an ape cave?
It's in Washington, and it has a lake in it, and it's hidden underground.
That sounds totally cool. I hope you get there one day. I'm sure you will. This is beautiful. Congratulations on your first place win. Let's give it up for all the fifth grade winners. Congratulations. All right, now we're moving on to sixth grade, and it is my pleasure to welcome up here Isla Turner from Gold Trail. Isla, come on down. I think we're going over here, aren't we? All right, we're moving over here now. Congratulations, Isla. Welcome. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors. All right, which one is your map? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Favorite superheroes. So tell us a little bit about what this represents and how you came to honor superheroes in your map.
Well, like at school we were debating against like who was the best superhero. So I was like, well, I should just make a map, and Spider-Man because there's two of them. So I was like, yeah.
So how did you get which superhero identified with the different continents?
Well, I mainly did like a lot of research, and I looked up like which most superhero movies were most watched in each like thing, and then I like did that. So
Well, now that's a really creative metric. I wouldn't have thought of that. Did you draw these by hand?
yeah.
Wow, they're beautifully done. Favorite superheroes map. Very cool. Congratulations. And now for sixth grade, the second place winner, Maya Henderson from Gold Trail School. Come on down, Maya. Good morning and welcome. Congratulations. All right, which one is your map? Weird food from Germany. Now that sounds fun. Okay, please tell us about the weird food you found.
So I think the weirdest one that I probably found is Huck. I don't really know how to say it, but Huck Peter. So it's like it's spiced pork made to look like a porcupine, and the pork is raw. They just eat it raw.
No, that's gross.
Yeah. And then I think the most appetizing one is this one, fruit soup for the winter. It's served hot.
Well, that sounds kind of tasty. Now, how did you come to do weird food from Germany, and how did you select what was the weird food? How did you make that determination?
I kind of just like looked it up, and there's a website, and it showed a lot. It showed like drinks and stuff, but I think these ones were the weirdest.
Well, that is a very creative.
Mustard-filled donuts.
Mustard-filled donuts. That's interesting. We had donuts this morning. I don't think any of them had mustard in them. Very cool. Well, beautifully done. Congratulations. Last question. Have you ever been to Germany? No. Do you want to go?
Maybe.
Maybe you have some weird food and some normal food. Yes. Well, congratulations. Is this on? No. Is this on now? No? How about now?
Is it dying?
Is it die? Can we use it? There we go. All right, good. All right.
Okay.
Last, once again, a Gold Trail sweep. Please welcome Ava Henderson. Sounds like we have some sisters here. It's all in the family here. Congratulations. All right, which one is your map?
This one.
And tell us about it.
I really like drawing animals, so I decided to put it on my map.
So, what is your title?
Weirdest animals in Asia.
Wow. So we have a theme going here. I like it. So how did you determine what was a weird animal?
I looked it up, and I saw I had websites, and I just got it off of those and drew them.
And are all of these drawn by hand?
Yeah.
I wish you could see this compass here. It is just intricate and just beautiful work. Well, congratulations on your first place win in Gold Trail School. Pleasure to have you here. So, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you. Those were awesome.
All right. So we're going to move on and we'll have District 5 Supervisor Sue Novosel do 7th and 8th grade.
Thank you, God. This is always such a fun event because I was on the school board in Lake Tahoe for 12 years and I love schools. And thank you all. And thank you especially to all the administrators for all the work you do to make sure these kids get the right education. And this is just an awesome way to award them. So thank you so much for today. So with that, my pleasure today is to introduce the 7th grade. 3rd place goes to Asia Plesa. Is Asia here? Oh, she's not here. She is from Camino Polytech and she had 3rd place, which was, I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay. So we're going to move on to the 2nd place 7th grade winner. And that is Priya Abbott. I don't think she's here either. Okay.
I just wanted to announce she's a superstar winner as well. So.
Okay. Yay. Good for her. Thank you.
Wait, but before we move on, could we understand what the superstar is?
Right.
They've won 4 more times.
Oh, wow. Very cool. Thank you for that.
That's great. Oh, so Asia's was, it doesn't say here.
Is her name on it?
Or Priya's.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
The
top one. That
Very
says
nice.
colorful critters of the continents. Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Beautiful job she did. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move on to the 1st place for 7th grade, and that is Lottie Boucher. Is Lottie here? Hi. Boucher. Hi, Lottie. Congratulations. Okay, can you show us? And you can take that and you can tell us about your.
Here is my map,
Wow.
and it's Europe's animal idioms. And I chose to do animals because I love animals, and I chose to do Europe because a lot of my family is from Europe. My mom is from Hungary, and my dad is from France. And I visit often, and I speak a little bit of both languages. And the Hungarian one is Örül, mint a majom a farkának, which translates to be happy as a monkey for its tail. And that means just to be grateful and happy for something. And the French one is poser un lapin, which is to set down a rabbit. And that means to stand someone up.
Oh, no.
And thank you for choosing my map. I had a lot of fun making it.
It was, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
I don't know about
Yeah.
others, but I was sitting back here for a long time looking at these. Do you have a favorite?
Well, I like this poodle. I like drawing that one.
What is the idiom for that?
I think it's
He who lies down with dogs gets up with fleas. I do like that one.
Yeah, I do like that one too.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That's great. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the 8th grade. 8th grade, 3rd place. I don't think she's here. She's from Rolling Hills Middle School. Is Sophia Isabel Gatlin? She's not here. Okay. And I believe these are, okay, so 8th grade's over here. We will talk about that in a minute. We're going to go on to the 2nd place. That is goes to Camino Polytech student Teddy Smith. Teddy here? Teddy, congratulations. Which one is yours? And tell us a little about it.
It's right there.
Okay, tell us a little about it. That's the fishing spots?
Yep. So fishing is my favorite sport, and I have done a fishing map for the past 4 years. So I thought I'd do something local this time, and here we are.
Okay, so what's your favorite fishing spot?
Probably the mystery location.
Have you caught fish there before?
Oh yeah.
You're not going to say where?
Yeah, it's classified.
That's a fisherman. Congratulations. Great job. That is spoken like a true fisherman. All right. So 8th grade first place goes to Kaylee Stanton from Camino Polytech. Congratulations, Kaylee. Thank you. And which one's yours?
That one's mine right there.
You want to explain a little about it?
So I guess the whole reason why I did my map, which is called What Each State is Famous For, is because I remember a while back, I don't remember exactly when, I went on a trip, not across every 50 states, but pretty much like a whole up to Niagara Falls. And while I was doing that, basically me and my family went to each state and we also learned a bit about it. Like, for example, South Dakota, which is known for Mount Rushmore and also the Crazy Horse Monument in the Black Hills. New Mexico is known for the infamous Billy the Kid. And so all these different things, I'm just like, all right, well, if I know what the states that I've been to is famous for, what are each other states famous for? And I'm also a history nerd, so I guess that's the other reason why I chose that. So yeah.
Wow. I love your legend here because it
Thank
kind of
you.
explains all of them. And I thought that was really fascinating. If you get a chance, you got to come up and look at this legend. Like,
Yep.
10 minutes on this. This is really interesting. You did a
Thank
great
you.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. All right. So am I going to go on to the next one or what are we doing? Okay, there you go, Lori.
So I'm Lori Parlin, the District 4 County Supervisor and Chair of the Board this year, and I'm going to wrap up the entries. So we have one 9th grade entry. So if Ariana Takur would come up. And Ariana is an Oak Ridge High School student. Did you want to take the microphone and tell about your map?
Sure. My map is about the bizarre borders of the world. I kind of, looked around at maps and saw where do the borders not add up? And there's actually some pretty interesting spots. There's a part in right above Minnesota where the border actually goes through the lake, splitting a whole island in half. So the residents of the island, but it's just something cool that I thought would be fun to share.
Very fun. It's nice to have bizarre things when you're out searching, I'm guessing on the internet.
Yeah.
Awesome fun. Yeah. Very good. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. And then for 10th grade, we had one entry. So will Shelby Mason from Clarksville Charter School come up? Very nice. Beautiful. It's on a canvas and everything. You want to take the mic and tell us about it and why you chose it?
Well, I chose to do historical landmarks of Greece, and I've always wanted to go to Greece. And I know there's actually some quite popular ones, but I also wanted to put on the map some not as well-known ones.
Oh, very good. Are these some of the places you might want to go someday?
Yeah.
Of course. I want to go to Greece someday too, so tell me when you're going. So very good. Well, congratulations and thank you. Okay, before we go, there were no 11th or 12th grade entries this year, but before we go to the open category, I have a note here just to mention that Setter's Middle School, which is in my district, by the way, had the most maps and participants this year. So congratulations to Setter's Middle School.
And accept the awards for that. I mean, teachers.
Nice.
Our principal does.
Oh, yay, yay.
I just want to say thank you to the board and to Sage for always putting this on. And I have 3 teachers from Sutter's Mill in the room, Mrs. Zorn, Mrs. Stiegel, and Mrs. Lulla. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to the open category. So in third place, we have Sophia Varga from Louisiana Schnell.
Where are those now?
Oh, they're open there. Oh, sorry. I'm like, where am I going? I didn't get that notice. So Sophia, what grade are you? Fourth grade. Okay, tell which one's yours? Oh, very good. You want to tell? Oh, Mountains of California. Do you want to tell us about some of this? Why you chose the mountains?
Because I like to hike through mountains.
You like to hike through mountains? Have you been on any great hikes this year? Not yet? Not yet. The weather's beautiful. We're going to get out for some hikes, aren't we? Very good. All right. Congratulations, Sophia. Thank you so much. And then in second place in the open category, we have Melanie Hellam from Buckeye Elementary. And which map is yours, Melanie? Oh, very good. Over here, Wings of Fire. Map of, oh, help me with that. What is it? Pariah. Can you explain why you chose to do this map?
I really like felting, and I also really like the book Wings of Fire.
Oh my gosh. Did you hear that? She loves it's felting. So we're going to take a break after this is done so everybody can kind of come see the maps really quick and you can come and see all the neat things we've been looking at all morning. But it's absolutely beautiful. I can see why you got second place in the open category. And what grade are you? Fourth grade. Very good. All right. Thank you. Congratulations. And then in first place in the open category, we have Kana Patel from Louisiana Schnell. So Kana, I'm guessing this is your map here, yes? And it's the California Drought Map. Do you want to tell us why you chose, it's very timely, but I'm going to let you explain why you chose this map.
I chose this map because recently there's been a lot of droughts throughout California. And I thought, why not make a map out of it?
Very timely and something we're all very aware of this year. So thank you. And what grade are you?
I'm in fourth.
Also fourth grade. Very good. All right. Congratulations and thank you.
Name's gonna be on the new plaque for the open category. So.
Oh, okay. So Kana's name?
Yeah.
Because you won first place in the open category, Kana, your name's going to be on the plaque. Very good. So, I think what we want to do is we do have one, maybe some people want to make open public comment on this item. And then what we'll do is we'll break for, we're going to get all the map participants up on the dais, do you think? On the dais together with the Board of Supervisors for a group photo. And then we're going to take a small break so that folks can come and look. And then we'll ask you to go on your way and we'll conduct the rest of our business. So that's our plan.
Although they can stay for our business if they want to. You're going to love it.
Yeah, I would suggest you go on your way. So do we have public comment, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Norma Santiago. Please unmute yourself. I'll go on to the next. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. Confessed to a small amount of bias after 20 years in public education. But wow, what an absolutely wonderful event Thanks to the county for hosting it. Thanks for Sage and all the adults that were behind the scene, and especially the creative kids. This is the kind of energy I would always say in 20 years of education, we should be smiling and skipping every day because we have the best job in the world working with the future. So thanks again. Very appreciated. Bye.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
I want to acknowledge the fact that COVID has in the past stopped us from having this great event. I'm sure the kids have enjoyed it and the award winners. Obviously, beautiful maps. As a member of SAGE, Surveyors, Architects, Geologists, and Engineers, I've been involved in at least observing what we've been doing over the last, 20 years or 30 years. It's been a long haul, and every Board of Supervisors has always enjoyed it. Maybe as not much as this group, but the supervisors have always enjoyed having the kids come up and speak with them. It gives them an opportunity to understand what the positive side of government is. So, and then one more comment. Phil Mossbacher is not with us anymore, but I want you to know he was very important to all of us, and Phil loved the map contest, as you all know. So thank you very much for today.
Great, thank you, Chris. All right, with that, I think that concludes the board item. What we'll do is we'll take a couple minutes to get everybody arranged here on the dais together for a group photo. I'm thinking maybe if we just have, let's push our chairs back against the wall so they're out of the way. And then we'll just kind of have the kindergarten first, second. We'll kind of go like that in a bit of an order. We'll try to have some order. So we'll go like that. We'll get everybody up. Come on up. Wrangled children a long time.
Please make sure you turn your mics on.
Got it.
Oh, we're broadcasting. Okay. So let's see, where are we? We are, oh, very good. Okay, so consent items pulled from the calendar. Item 27 was pulled by me. So if Kim, if you could read that one into the record.
Of course. Item 27 is from the Department of Transportation recommending the following as related to the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1B project capital improvement program. One, approve and authorize the chair to sign cooperative agreement between the California Department of Transportation and the County of El Dorado, defining roles, responsibilities, and funding contributions of each agency related to plans and specifications and estimate right-of-way and construction phases of the project. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to authorize the chair to execute and confirm the cooperative agreement.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. This is essentially a cooperative agreement with Caltrans in order to receive what they call it shop money, additional funding for this project to the tune of approximately $1 million. The reason why this board item came on so quickly is because they are currently in the process of approving shop money allocations to various municipalities. And if we did not get in within their, I think it was May 5th or 4th timeline, we would potentially jeopardize receiving that funding. So that's what we're here today. If you have any other questions for me or my staff, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
Yay. So thank you for, I pulled the item because some concerns were raised. I've been asking all along about two things on this project, and one of them is the environmental issues with these parcels that the county is purchasing. I've been wanting to make sure the county is not purchasing contaminated parcels. And so I've been assured every time that we have an item to purchase a parcel, I've been assured that no, the cleanup has happened. But when we look at some of the documentation, it sounds like some of the remediation is going to happen as we construct the project.
Yes.
Which is a little concerning to me because that's not what I've been led to believe all this time. And I think my bigger concern is that, and thank you for the documentation you provided to answer the questions. But we all know how it goes when you get into, let's say, a project at your house, right? It always ends up costing far more than you estimated, when you were going into it, because you always find more stuff. So how can we be guaranteed that we are only going to be incurring, I think you put in here, we're planning on spending $1 million to remediate the soil contamination for this project. How can we be guaranteed we're not going to find more when we get there? And if we do, what do we do about funding for it? Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I will give you a general overview of how we're going to be remediating that contaminated soil. I will have my Deputy Director, Matt Smeltzer, go into further detail. But in an overview, what we're doing is we are removing the contaminated soil from underneath where the parkway footprint is going to be standing on. So that soil wouldn't get remediated if not for the parkway coming in and actually removing it. Now, part of it is going to be utilized. It's actually a construction material. We are going to be utilizing part of it as our sub base to the parkway itself. Whatever other remnants of the contaminated soil that we are not going to be using, then we are going to be shipping it away to a plant, which they are going to be using it for a multitude of aspects, whether it's either agricultural or construction as well. So that is the environmental plan that we are actually getting approved through the State of California Water Quality Board. Currently at this stage is we are getting them their approval to have it 100% in compliance with their standards for our footprint within our parkway. Now, any other parcels that have contamination, that is private property. That is up to their responsibility to have remediated. Matt, is there any other aspects that I might have missed in relation to that reply?
No. And you were correct. Yes, we acquired several properties. Some of them that we acquired were below levels that needed any mitigation. The remaining property that does have some lime under the soil is known as the Lindemann parcel, which is given to the county through an IOD at no cost. That was IOD was agreed to, I think, approximately 10 years ago. And the water board has asked us to, as part for the remediation plan, to remove that under the parkway. And we've calculated the volume through over 100 log attest borings in this area from both our consultant and even some of the private properties such as the Murph and Lindemann, that we've gathered all the information in GeoTracker that the water board uses. It's all public information, all the log attest borings, and that's how we've analyzed and calculated the volume that they want removed.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Matt. And then the other thing that I've asked along the way, and since I've been on the board, this question's come up, and I think that we had it fairly settled that the funding for the Diamond Springs Parkway specifically would be coming out of the MCNFP.
Yes.
And but I did notice, and I chose not to say anything at that time, and maybe I should have, when we had the eminent domain item a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
The funding mechanism talked about projected MCNFP, which kind of made me concerned that we don't actually have the funding for the project in order. And maybe we do, but it's not clear. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be, this agreement that we're signing with Caltrans says that we have the funding.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure that we actually do, and that we're not going to be taking it from elsewhere just to make this agreement happen, when the board's been very clear that the MCNFP should pay for itself, because it's taking our sales tax dollars out of this area to pay for this roadway. So is that accurate with what we're doing today?
This question did come up approximately, I believe, about a year ago or a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And yes, we did have a discussion. There might have been a workshop where we discussed, in particular, one funding mechanism, which was the tribe money that was being utilized on this project. We removed that funding off of this project, and what we've decided is that we were going to be having either some kind of bond or some kind of repayment from some other mechanism, whether it was going to be general fund or the facility capital that would borrow or lend that money, and then MCNFP pay it along the way.
Okay.
So currently MCNFP is still collecting almost approximately $1 million every year.
Good.
So yes, this funding mechanism would be able to pay back whatever additional money that was subtracted when we removed off the tribe funding off of this project.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that I understood it. And I just so appreciate you providing this clarification, because this project has been going on through several boards.
Yes.
And it's easy to lose track of information and understandings.
Yep.
And then Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot here in a good way, I think. I so have appreciated, since at least I've been on the board, that you've kept let's say the Mount Murphy Road bridge project up to date, and the Mosquito Bridge, these huge projects. And I wasn't able to find, at least in my quick look, where the Diamond Springs Parkway webpage has been updated. And so maybe if you could update that. I don't know if you're the right person, but I know that I talked to you about the other bridge projects and the big transportation projects. If there were one location on the county's website where the public could find all this information, so that we don't, especially me, I don't have to remember what we talked about before, and it's all right there. Like, this memo would be excellent. This is very clarifying. It does help the public, I think, and
Sure.
it eliminates the need for these questions kind of thing. Although it doesn't hurt to revisit items to make sure we're all on the same page. So thank you for that. I so appreciate it. And I do, Matt, I point people to those bridge project web pages all the time. So keep up that great work. It's excellent. And I like having that for the public. With that,
Thank you. We try to keep the people informed.
Yes,
And be transparent.
absolutely.
And we'll add some more, thanks for your comments, and we'll add some more updates to our Diamond Springs project.
Okay, very good. I don't know if these buttons were on from before. District 2, did you have questions?
Yeah, I had a question.
Okay. The buttons got pushed a lot when we had the students up here, so I didn't know what was left over.
Yeah. Raphael, you and I have walked that area and stuff like that. And I got a picture of this and I wanted to show you this and you could use this. Can you explain that? Is that where because it's the lower part of the storage unit that's going to be there and that's where it needs to be mitigated? Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, that is.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that is one of the locations.
Okay.
So as Matt said, this isn't just one spot location. We did over 100 borings to accurately map where the lime was underneath the ground. Over 100 borings to make sure that okay, here's the highest concentration. And as we went out, we saw less concentration. So we knew exactly where the geographical 3D area of the lime is underneath the ground. And so then we know where that is at, where our parkway footprint is going to be, and where the impacts are for that parkway and what we have to remove as part of it. Like I said, and Matt had mentioned, the Lindemann project, that contaminated soil wouldn't be coming out if not for the parkway.
Yeah, one of the things, the situations is you're aware of concrete culverts in that particular area too, right? That are kind of buried in the ground. Also goes underneath the walking trail over to the other side. And it's actually buried is what it is.
We found it when we did the concrete borings,
Okay.
most definitely. Yes.
Good.
All right, with that, any other board questions? We're good? Okay, public comment, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I appreciate, can you hear me on this?
Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't seem, it's not awesome today, but it's on.
Okay. Anyway, Sue Taylor. So I've been following this for over a decade or more, and I've been to the one public event that we had to actually share this with the public, that the public made the announcement, and the county likes to say this was well publicized, and the public's been aware. Well, they've never been really a part of this project. And so my concern again, there's hundreds of pages to go through on remediation, and now I found a document, now I can't find it again, but it's basically the county's remediation plan, and they're only focusing on the roadway, and they're only focusing on lime waste. And anybody that knows that area, there are heavy oils, heavy metals, lead, asbestos, DDT, chlorinated solvents, hydrocarbons, lead. These were all reported in the environmental reports for this project. And if you go through all of this, these are all the mitigation requirements for the parkway. And if you listen to Raphael, he only mentioned the lime waste. They're only tracking the lime waste, which is not what we think is causing so much of the issues with contamination. So the funding, it says around $30 million. You mentioned we're going to pay that with a bond or borrow it from the general plan. That was very vague too, if you just noticed. And if you know, a section in Measure E says you cannot put a bond or any transportation bond on the county without the vote of the people that is impacting. So I think the funding needs to be a lot better clarified. So far, you've never put a bond on that area. It's just been using $1 million a year is going to take 30 years to pay for this road. So, and then you still, again, you have these requirements from the environmental report that I assumed, through this process, this was always promised that these are the mitigation things that were going to happen to clean up those sites that are going to be gone through. They're talking about a lot of these very toxic chemicals getting opened up during this course of development. So, my bigger thing is I don't like the way this whole project's been processed. It's like behind doors, that there's no, the latest comments that were put on were like 2016, but the community needs a master plan in that area. They're realizing they're getting inundated. The traffic is congested. This is growth inducing, this project. And it was developed for a retail center. Was it even the right development? Was it the right project for capacity and getting people out of that area? There's going to be 3 signals on this thing. Again, it's for a retail center that was going to create more required capacity.
Thank you, Sue.
I think it's sad that the industrial.
Sue,
we lost that
we're done. I
industrial
know. Your 3 minutes are up.
And I should have asked for Save Our County 5 minutes.
We're not
for the
doing that anymore
research.
either. So thank you.
Does anybody want to ask me a question before I leave the pulpit?
No.
You have the right to do that. Great.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning, board. I always come across like I know everything. And I don't, but I do have a lot of experience. And as Matt and Raphael know, I'm always trying to make things better. Also Sue. Remediation was done on the railroad tracks. There was bulker oil found. It was remediated. There was contamination where the grease for the brakes in the box, where those spots were, that was remediated, all with the purchase of the corridor, the SPTC. So if that's a concern because of this area, it was remediated, and those documents, I believe, are in the records. Matt, 100 borings, Sue brings up a point of just exactly what kind of results would we get back from those borings, and whether or not there was more than just lime contamination that was looked at. So that's a question. And then also the purpose of this project. I've heard others say, including Sue, that it's growth inducing. And it may be, but also I believe we got some funding for diverting traffic out of Main Street, Diamond Springs. And that was very important because of the traffic congestion and the speeds that go on Main Street, Diamond Springs. This diverts a majority of the traffic, and I was wondering if you might comment on that. Those are my thoughts. I believe that the board ought to approve this agreement with Caltrans. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
Raphael, did you want to kind of respond to any of the questions you heard?
Sure, actually, and you brought up a good point, and Sue brings up a good point. And along with my staff, I think we are going to have a frequently asked questions regarding Diamond Springs Parkway, because some of these questions do come up a lot. Where's the funding coming from? Who's paying for this? How much contamination is there? What's the amounts? What else is underneath the ground? Similar to the memo that I just provided you, I think we're just going to, I'm going to add to what Sue just did and add that to it.
Great idea.
But in terms of other contaminants, she is right. There are some other remnant contaminants that are going to be there. We have a specialized consultant, ESA, that is going to be an environmental inspector during the entire project. So that basically, if anything else is found that's other than a remnant contaminant, that we're going to address it and see how we are going to properly mitigate that, other than the typical pure lime that we're expecting to find. So anything that is going to be then shipped out to a plant for remediation, removed and shipped out to a plant for remediation. In terms of the bonds, Sue is correct. if we were to go to any kind of bonds, we'd have to get a vote of the borders, a vote of the public.
Yes.
But what we anticipate would probably be a more likely scenario would be to have a repayment through the MCNFP program, through maybe some other financial mechanisms, such as either a general fund or the capital aspect of it, or something else that we can find that we can. But also, she mentioned the 30 years to repay phase two. All that was removed off of phase two was approximately $5 million of tribe funds. So really, that's all we're about short, is approximately more or less $5 million. So really, it would be about 5 years that we would have to repay if MCNFP continues at the current rate that it's going at right now, which is approximately $1 million per year. And then lastly, in terms of the growth factor of it, we currently have a traffic problem in the Diamond Springs area. Pleasant Valley currently is, well, right now it's operating, I would say, anywhere between level of service D to E. But in 2019, it was operating at level of service F. The traffic volumes that was on that 2-lane road was approximately 19,000 vehicles on Pleasant Valley in Diamond Springs. And as most of you know, under there we have a lot of shopping, retail. There's 2 pedestrian accesses that basically are hazards to our pedestrians, and actually it's a detriment to downtown Diamond Springs, because people don't want to shop there because of the congestion, not to mention the emergency access in and out of that area. So what we would be doing is we'd be actually removing the vehicular volume that is currently existingly unacceptable on Pleasant Valley, and moving it up to actually Diamond Springs Parkway. And because of Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 2 being part of the general plan, it was already anticipated as part of the environmental analysis for the Walmart, for the Safeway, and for the El Dorado County Sheriff Department building that we currently have. They all had anticipated volumes to be picking up, and without this project, and because it's a part of our general plan circulation, without this project, it would actually be a detriment to the area, because volumes are only going to get up even if no other development came into the area, traffic would still increase. So volumes still would get worse, and we'd actually have a worse congestion issue than we have right now. So if you have any other further questions, and the ones that I just mentioned right now, like I said, I'm going to create a frequently asked questions. We're going to put it up on our website, and hopefully that should help with a little bit better communication and transparency in terms of transportations getting that information out to the public.
Absolutely. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, well, one of the questions, you're going to work with Youngdahl. Youngdahl was the environmental agency that did a lot of the consulting work on that Lindemann property. And then also the State Water Agency, because I remember when they did some test and monitoring holes, they pulled down, I think about 35 feet. They pulled a pH level of 14. So I'm just curious about that. Are you going to be working with them?
So and Matt, I think I'm going to hand this one over to you, because I think the environmental consultant that we are using is ESA, although I'm not sure. Youngdahl is another very qualified environmental engineering company. But Matt, what environmental company are we using for the inspection of this project? Matt, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we have used Youngdahl some on the project for geotechnical work. We've also used Crawford Geotechnical, and yes, a special remediation consultant that you mentioned too. The project too has had a lot of experience working with the water board on these types of projects in the past.
And we are working very closely with the Water Quality Board. We wouldn't be doing this any other way without their 100% approval on the project.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good. With that, I just want to say thank you for, I pulled it last minute, not realizing I couldn't find easy. I thought I had answers in my pocket and I didn't. So I thought, you know what? I'm just going to pull it so we have an opportunity.
There we go.
I appreciate that you're going to beef up the webpage so people can easily find this information. That is just so helpful to the public. And then if they find any concerns, there's an email specifically for this project I saw. I'm guessing Matt's going to get those emails, but transparency is just so important. And it's, like I said, especially on these projects that just go through so many boards, it's been going on for so long that it's really hard to keep all the facts straight in our head. So with that, I will move to approve this item.
I will second.
And then I'm still not used to everybody being here. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you again to DOT, Raphael, and your staff for that clarification. Okay, we will move on to item 41, Supervisor Novosel. Yeah, we'll let Kim read it.
Item 41 comes from Supervisor Novosel recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation declaring May through October 2022 as the Lake Tahoe Wildlife Awareness Campaign. Wildfire, sorry.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah, this comes to us every year, and I have to say this is the first time unique that it's May through October. You noticed.
Yes.
Sadly, our fire season is not a season anymore. It's year round. And, we know all the effects, obviously, because of Caldor and Angora and King and all these other fires we've had. We know it's gotten very close to our homes, and we need to understand as residents and tourists alike, when we visit areas in the forest, that we have to be careful. And a lot of that has to do with education. So this is about education. This is in collaboration with the Tahoe Resources Center up there. And they've always asked us to do this as a May. But again, this is a lot longer seasons. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation that we can discuss that. So whereas wildfire significantly impacts Lake Tahoe's environment, economic and social well-being, and whereas residents must prepare to survive wildfire by ensuring proper management of vegetation surrounding the home and appropriate home construction and maintenance to resist ignition. And whereas residents need to work together to prepare their homes and neighborhoods to survive wildfire and commit to being fire adapted. And whereas residents can save precious time in an evacuation by preparing a go bag and family evacuation plans ahead of time. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that El Dorado County Board of Supervisors declare the period of May through October 2022 as the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign. And this year's banner theme is Tahoe Wildfire Ready. So with that, again, I'll open it up to discussion, but very, very important. Again, this is a part of the Fire Adapted Communities program that has been established up in Lake Tahoe, and along with the Tahoe Fuels and Fire team, their group of all the fire chiefs throughout the basin get together and have these discussions and try to get this education not just to our residents but to our tourists also. Very important.
Yes.
Very good.
Very
Thank you
good,
for
Sue.
bringing this item.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And with that, do we want to go to public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from our boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. Getting to move up into the fire area for my wife to be closer to her relatives. Having trouble getting insurance. And was quite taken aback as we were allowed to see the actual burn scar area. So I think this effort is extremely important and commendable. I will share that even though I expected to deal with floods more up here than the fire I grew up with in San Diego County, that unfortunately I lost friends that had all these trainings because they simply didn't get their go bag and go. They always had a few more things to do. And I think part of learning to live with wildfire is remembering it's wild and it can go from pretty slow to pretty fast killing speeds that even overwhelm professionals. And drilling that into people, I think, is just critical. So thank you for this effort. And it's a sorrow going forward, but it is the reality that we live with. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, and I do want to add that thank you for bringing this awareness campaign, because quite honestly, I've been to 2 different community events in the last couple of weeks. El Dorado County, we have the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface, and our communities need to be vigilant and hyper aware of what's going on around them. So awareness is key. So thank you for that. And there's going to be a lot of messaging going out, I think, in the next few months, reminding people also to sign up for our Code Red. I reminded Shelley, it's like time to remind folks, get on that Code Red. We have new residents in the county. So there's a lot going on. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and as
Appreciate
long
it.
as the insurance that Leo was talking about, I've met a couple times with the insurance commissioner, Lara, and, working on it is it's been difficult because the insurance companies, now, a lot of them won't insure you unless you are in a fire safe adapted community, which is difficult at best. And, as we all know, vegetation grows back the next year. So keeping it all at bay, that's part of our responsibility as private homeowners and landowners is and public landowners. Conservancy just received some money to go out and redo their lots again. So they're working on that yearly, trying to make sure they keep up on it. It's not an easy process, but it's so critically important. We all know that our just it was George and we've all explained is, we're just timber dry. And this year, without the snow that we'd have very little snowpack up there right now. And it's going to be another really dry year. So whatever we can do to educate, not just ourselves, but help our visitors. If you see a vacation home, if you're around a vacation home, you make sure they understand there's responsibilities there too on keeping those areas, but let them know, if there's a fire and there's a vacation home, knock on that door, make sure they get out too, because they may not know how to do that.
That's a very good point.
It's, there's some issues there. So again, this education is critical. And so with that, I'd like to,
Supervisor Hydal.
Yeah, I would just like to add my personal appreciation to our fire agencies and also our fire safe councils. They're very active in putting out the notification on vegetation management, the vegetable space. That supports our county ordinance. It also supports the state regulations. So even though it's a difficult thing for a lot of homeowners to take on, we all need to do our best we can to try to provide that defensible space for all the properties in the immediate areas, because without that, you cannot stop a fire. So it takes action in addition to just messaging to make these things happen. So I'm very appreciative for the efforts of those two, the fire agencies and the fire safe council. So thank you.
Very good.
Very good.
Is that it? We're
with that,
good.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the proclamation.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
All right. With that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Very good. So we have another closed session item that I think we can take care of now. Then we'll go to lunch and come back at 1 p.m. for open forum. All right. Thank you.
Please remember to turn your mics on.
Done?
Okay, got my Zoom all going on here. It's 1 o'clock. We're back from lunch and from closed session items. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to item number 44, on a 3-2 vote, Supervisors Parlin and Turnbull dissenting, the board voted to execute an agreement with Don Simone, whereby the board accepts Mr. Simone's voluntary resignation as the county's Health and Human Services Agency Director, effective at the close of business today, and whereby Mr. Simone waives all claims against the county in exchange for the equivalent of 9 months severance pay, plus any other payouts to which he's entitled. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you for that. Guys, we're not doing that. Mandy, stop. No. So with that, we're going to move on to open
I'm sorry.
forum.
Sir, Parliament, was there any action taken on item 43?
Oh,
Nothing to report out.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Kim. So we're going to move on to open forum at 1 p.m. So if you're here to speak to the homeless item, which is item number 42, please do not make a comment during open forum. Open forum is for items that are not on the agenda. Okay. Also, I'm going to remind everyone to please be respectful of others and not be disruptive. That's why we have it on our board protocols. We don't encourage applause or cheering or jeering at other folks. We want everyone to feel welcome here. Okay. All right. With that, we're going to do open forum.
Now to give public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Ruth Michelson, District 4. I just have some general comments to make and then something specific. I just, in general, wanted to talk about things on the agenda that I was hoping that in the future, when you're putting together something like a plan that would have construction detail, I missed consent, so I have to keep these general. That you would have a map or a diagram that goes along with them. The list of items is not enough for, I think, the record for people to understand the improvements that would be made. So I think a more complete package for an item would be helpful. Sorry, I have to be so, oblique on this. The other thing I wanted to mention was, when you have an item on the agenda that doesn't have to go and have the competitive bid and someone says it's because of the unique nature of the services provided or that vendor that they provide something unique, I think there should be a document about what makes it unique. I mean, they're saying they don't have to go to bid. Well, why is it unique? Nothing is specified there. And the last thing I wanted to mention was, when you're giving $1.5 million to someone and you have a big RFP, but you don't say anything about that person receiving the $1.5 million, I'd like to have some information about the background of that service provider. The last thing I want to say has nothing to do with these general agenda items, but has to do with your security here at this location. I understand you don't have any surveillance tape for the lobby area, and I think that you should. I did feel personally attacked when one of your commissioners came up to me and put their finger in my face and said I was the worst person ever and a liar. You know, the worst person ever, that's subjective. I'm fine with that. People can think I'm the worst person ever. I'm happy with myself. Being told I'm a liar, that kind of hurt because I really feel that I'm a truthful person. And I didn't like their finger in my face. And I should feel comfortable here in this building. And this is one of your commissioners. I happen to be sitting next to another one of your commissioners who witnessed this. So please, could you have better surveillance in the lobby so that when I voice my concerns, you can validate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Good morning, can you hear me? Good, because I couldn't hear, the only person I have heard so far, and I'm not hard of hearing, was Lori, Supervisor Parlin. I could not hear you, Supervisor Livingston. Maybe you're too far away, but, and I could not hear the lady who was just commenting. So maybe either test the mics as we proceed or everybody lean in unless you have a nice projective voice like Supervisor Parlin. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is.
Fuzzy.
Good afternoon, board members. Ed Knapp, retired county employee, currently chair of the El Dorado County Law Library Board of Trustees, which even though it says El Dorado County in its name, isn't part of the county. And I'm here basically to announce that we have decided after 100 years of existence to open on Saturdays for the convenience of our patrons. The law library exists so that people who get sucked into the legal system who can't afford a lawyer have a place where they can go and try to figure out what's happening to them. I thought we should open on Saturday because that poor person would have to take a day off from work to come down and come to the library. So it's an extra 20% we're open. I figure Saturday should become our most busy day if properly advertised so people know it. Hence, that's why I'm here. So I'll keep you posted of how that works. Even though we're a separate public entity, the county by state law is required to provide us a reasonable accommodation. And we get our operating budget. It's a couple of bucks off every civil filing fee. The way it works is if you're broke and you can't afford a lawyer and it's a criminal case, the government gives you a public defender or an equivalent to represent you. There is no similar thing in civil law for a lot of good reasons. But we get our operating budget from the civil filing fees, and you provide us a reasonable accommodation. And I'm trying to bring the law library into the modern world. People don't look up the law in books so much as they do on computers. And I want to modify the place that we're in. 550 Main Street, nice building, a block from the courthouse, so it's very handy. And what we could use is a little more space. So I'm talking with Dawn about that. It shouldn't be very expensive. And I want to get just the right kind of space so that we can have people who can have small rooms. We'll put a computer and Zoom in there because in addition to being able to meet their lawyer and talk about the law you can't talk in a library, so it's kind of still. And I think if we do that, then the same people who can't afford a lawyer can appear in court via Zoom. There's a lot of people in El Dorado County who don't have access to the internet and can't appear by Zoom. That same room that would be handy for library patrons would be handy for people who can get there an hour early, look up the eviction defense manual, and then appear in their case from the law library via Zoom. And if you're in
Thank you, Ed. I do have a clarifying question though for Ed while he's here. Has this information been shared with our PIO? Is that something that would be appropriate since it's related to the county but not?
Mr. Knapp and I met last night a little after 5 o'clock. He gave me a copy of that. It will be shared with our PIO later.
Perfect. So we can share from there.
Yeah. So
I
anything
appreciate
you
that.
can think to do to help us share that information, and I'm going to take an ad out in the paper and do that kind of stuff. So
perfect.
If people don't know about it, it doesn't do any good. Then it looks like a failure, and I don't want a ruined experiment. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if people know, it should work.
I also have a clarifying question, Ed. What kind of assistance will they be able to receive in the law library? Is there going to be somebody on staff that can help them navigate through and find the things they're looking for?
Excellent question, Supervisor Hydall. Here's how it works. The court clerks like the library, because when somebody gets served with papers and goes down to the court and asks the clerk, what do I do? They point to a sign that says, by law, we can't give legal advice.
Right.
And that person says, where do I go? And they go, oh, go to the law library. When they come to the law library, we point to our sign that says we're prohibited by law from giving legal advice. Here's a bunch of books that you can look in and try to figure it out on your own.
Okay.
What we used to have is a program run by the Legal Services of Northern California, where they got a grant from the state bar and they got 6 superior courts, El Dorado, Placer, and surrounding counties. And they paid for one lawyer full-time to ride the circuit and would spend 2 or 3 days a week in our law library, able to answer questions, because they're not prohibited by law from answering the questions. It was a terrific program. It rumbled on just fine for decades. And then the guy at Lisnick that applied for the state bar decided to retire and announced he hadn't, after the due date to apply for the grant, he announced he hadn't applied for it and he's retiring. So the whole program just fell apart. The Superior Court has, by state law, a budget item to provide legal advice. So they have a full-time, Michael Friel, a full-time family law facilitator just for family law cases. And they have a paralegal, the position's currently vacant, that hopefully will fill in and be at our law library a couple days a week to help those people navigate their way through the books that we provide. It's all providing people who can't afford a lawyer with legal advice, and that's what we're trying to do. We're currently without any human being to answer the question, so.
Very
Understand.
good.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
clarification.
Anyone else for open forum? Items not on the agenda here in the room.
Good afternoon, and I ditto the law library. I have a story about that, but I don't have time to tell you today. I was not able to be here last week, but I watched the meeting and I was surprised to see that I was the subject of comments by Commissioner Grimaldi and others, including a proud boy named Sean Diddy, who called me out by name and appeared to threaten both me and you. Calling a proud boy to be a character witness about your membership in a group with proud boys and other extremists seems a little bit odd to me. But neither he nor Linda told you that he's publicly confirmed that he was recently visited by the FBI, apparently due to a conflict with a Yolo County School Board member. Grimaldi accused me by name of defamation of character and slander. She said to you, Joe Connolly did all of this and he has done it to his ex-wife and it's documented in court orders. She also said Joe Connolly's been seen driving by my house and stopping at my driveways, so now technically he's stalking me. It was really remarkable to me to watch an appointed commissioner tell you a blatant lie by accusing me of a crime while standing here on county property using county resources to do so. This is my informal notice that I'm going to file a formal complaint about her accusations to you. And I'm going to ask you to appoint an independent investigator such as the district attorney because you and I are witnesses to those remarks. I'm going to ask that she be deposed so her claims are substantiated on the record and that you and I are all interviewed as witnesses. My statement will affirm to you that I don't know where Grimaldi lives, nor do I care, and I have no reason to go there, wherever that is. I'm going to ask that evidence be taken as necessary to document the involvement of others in making or supporting her claims. In the meantime, please inform her about the application of Code of Civil Procedure, Section 425.16. She claims her rights have been infringed because I had the temerity to factually document issues in the public interest. You should tell her that my divorce from nearly 20 years ago is not a matter of the public interest and why. You should tell her that a year ago, the Superior Court told Commissioners Cockrell and Smith that the claims that I'm an abusive person were hearsay when the court upheld my right to public comment under that statute. You should also appoint an independent investigator to review the public conspiracy that continues to smear me. Grimaldi is now the 4th commissioner to do so, following Cockrell, Smith, and Poimeru, and she's at least the 5th public person to make those same claims. Supervisor Parlin should recuse herself from these matters because she has not disclosed making her own hearsay accusations about me in the same court records. I don't believe she's disclosed that she's friends with my ex-wife either. So I'm asking Supervisor Parlin to answer today whether she's disclosed those facts, and I'm asking the county council to meet with me to review them. And I think that would be in keeping with your standards of good governance and transparency. As far as the law library, I used it to win an appeal where the state tried to overturn a state judgment. They spent $257,000.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And for the record, I am friends with Diane Connolly. We've been friends for decades. I think the public's pretty aware of that.
Can you redo the time? Hi, Sue Taylor. So I kind of got cut off on my last item, and I just want to clarify. It's not working.
It's not very loud today.
I lost about 20 seconds on my last one. So can I check and there's a push button? Does that help?
I've been messing with the settings. I think IT is going to come over to see.
It's not great.
That doesn't make any. We're closer.
Is it that microphone?
I don't think it's
or-
even working.
That's better.
There
It
you go.
is.
Is that
If you're
better?
on top of it.
Okay, hold the mic.
Yeah.
Can I start over now? Okay. The item that I brought up about the Missouri Flat bypass. I've never said that I'm against the project. I may have one time, but I'm for a better project. And that's why I keep bringing this up. And I also want to mention that I had a long discussion with Raphael on DOT. There were some things that he had confused in his discussion with you.
Hold
And
on, hold on, time, stop the timer, please. County Council, we've already discussed this item and we actually.
I'm talking about process.
Deliberated on it and.
I'm
what-
talking
what
about
do I do with
process,
this
not the item. I'm
What are
talking
your
about the
thoughts?
process.
Just a minute, Sue, please. I'm getting clarification from County Council.
Process is what I'm talking about.
So this is an opportunity to comment on items that aren't otherwise on the agenda. The courts have upheld restricting comment to agendized items to the time at which those items have been called. So I think I would hope that you could encourage the speaker to speak as to not specifically as to an item that's already been considered by this board and instead only more generally, I think would be appropriate.
Can you do that?
That's what I was trying to do is talk generally.
You weren't.
Generally about the development in Diamond Springs and El Dorado. The community's upset. They want a better plan. I've even talked to people that have worked for DOT in the county that also would like, they're looking back at this and saying, we need a better strategic plan for the Diamond Springs, El Dorado area. I talked to Raphael. There was some misinformation that was giving, and I've asked that some of that gets clarified and there's a better process. When I speak and do, and it's almost like there's a adversarial attitude, and somebody else could come up here and speak for ever, and no, because you were interested in that item. You should be interested in the community of Diamond Springs, El Dorado. I've been an advocate for them for decades, and there are some heavy concerns. Nobody's saying no development, but it's like there was a course over 30 years ago, somebody directed a course for that area, and the county is still moving on that course, even though a lot of the things that we're going to develop are not going to come to fruition. And I'm asking, when I bring these things forward, that there can be a dialogue between the communities, the public, and that this board isn't so adversarial for public information. And I do ask that there's a way. It's really frustrating when I bring you facts straight out of your own agenda, and then it's undermined by those that come up and speak after me. And then I can clarify it to that person, but I have no right to clarify it to you. And you should know that there was an obligation that was made by the county that the board doesn't even know about. And so there's got to be some way to rectify that. And the way that this is working is not. So thanks. And I'll give you the extra minute back.
Thank you, Sue. Let's do that.
Thanks, Kim.
Testing, testing.
Much better.
Try that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Kim.
I don't know, that was, no, it's plugged in. We'll try it. So we're still in open forum. These are items not on the agenda. We're not on the homeless item yet, just for clarification, because people are walking in late. So open forum, anyone else in the room? Because we're going to move on to Zoom and we're not coming back.
Can you hear me? Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. My purpose today is to address the unresponsiveness of DOT and Lori Parlin to public health and safety concerns about Mount Murphy Road, which was a solid surface until DOT began annually destroying the hard pavement by grading and applying raw dirt and gravel. Bain Road is the lower boundary of my property. Air quality engineers estimated that the Bain Road paving project took 274 pounds per year of particulate matter out of the air. After our meeting in 2011 with DOT Director Jim Ware and Marshall Gold Discovery Park Superintendent Jeremy McReynolds, we walked Mount Murphy. They walked Mount Murphy with me so they could personally see that the original, what the original paved surface was like. We have also met with former directors Tom Celio and Don Spear about the atrocious conditions of this major thoroughfare between Coloma and Garden Valley. This is the segment of the road right here that was torn up. I want you to hear, this is a hard surface. It's a hard surface. Point made, Lori. And this is a small segment, a sample of the raw dirt and particulate matter that DOT was digging up out of the ditches and applying to the formerly hard surface of Mount Murphy Road in front of my home. If you can see, I don't know if the public can actually see this, but it's very, very fine particulate matter. It's like talcum powder. This is what is entering our homes and our lungs, and it is unhealthy. This has been addressed to not only to you, Lori, and to former Supervisor Mike Rinaldi and Ron Briggs, but to all of the former DOT directors. The county has 2 decades worth of correspondence and evidence, yet they continue to ignore these concerns and destroy the road surface using taxpayer funds. The Mount Murphy Road Bridge replacement goes hand in hand with the repairs made to the road surface. Adding insult to injury, Rafael Martinez has either ignored or lied to residents. Same for you, Lori. In so doing, you have denied residents remedy to their grievances. Madam Clerk, you will be receiving substantial documents substantiating later, which I intend to be entered into the public record. But the question I expect to be answered here today is, when are you, Lori, and DOT going to address public safety concerns? And I don't mean during next month's Mount Murphy Road Bridge meeting.
Don't be disruptive to others.
I'm not being disrupted. You are the dictator here. And again, the issues right here, the Brown Act shows that we have First Amendment rights. You're disrupting our meeting, Melody. County Council, you need to be making sure that Lori
turn off the microphone, please.
Constitutional oath, and I'm asking that this be entered into the public record.
Okay.
Sorry, Lori, you're the one who's breaking the law, not me.
Please don't disrupt our meeting. We have a lot of people here today that want to speak.
Disrupting anything, Lori, you are.
Go sit down, please. Thank you. Does anybody else want to use their 3 minutes of open forum time? Not the homeless issue. Okay, we're going to move to Zoom. We're not coming back to the room. Jonathan, hurry up. Come on, let's go. We got a lot of people waiting. Thank you. Not the homeless issue. That's coming up.
I want to talk about dogs.
No, you.
I think dogs are wonderful, wonderful creatures. I think that dogs are really created by God to teach us how to love I don't have a dog currently, but I know many of you probably have a dog. And I don't think anybody here believes that it's proper to leave a dog out in the snow. Now, I'm really proud of our county because we have a $2 million plus budget every year for animal control and animal care. In fact, this month is Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week. I looked at the statutes about leaving a dog out in the rain or inclement weather, and it can actually be prosecuted that it's ungodly, but it's inhumane to leave a dog out, for example, in the rain like last night. Or when we had I think it was a 50-year snow in our county, and some people still would leave dogs out in the rain. Now, there's a cat trying to adopt me at my back door, and I'm more of a cat person. You probably can tell that. But there's people here that love cats and dogs, but can I get an amen? It's wrong.
Jonathan, no, you're
Dogs-
speaking to the
Okay,
board.
out in the rain or the snow. And so I'm glad for the First Amendment that I can talk about dogs. But if somebody left a dog out in the rain last night or last week, I think that you all would rise up against it and say to the county supervisors, do something immediately about whoever is leaving dogs out in the rain. Can I get an amen? And so I just want to talk about dogs. I want you to think about dogs and cats, because it is totally wrong to leave an animal out in the rain. No man is an island, a piece of the continent, a part of the shore. But if a clod be washed away, even the continent is the less. Therefore, when you hear the bell toll, never ask for whom it tolls. It tolls for thee. God
Thank you,
bless
Jonathan. Okay, that was our last open forum comment in the room. We're going to move on to the Zoom open forum comments.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, first in line, first in time. This is Ken Greenwood calling from South Lake Tahoe, but I'm calling from the mysterious Triple Junction out there along Sly Park Road. Anyway, I have to agree with some of Ruth's comments from earlier with respect to the when we farm things out, a little more detail on who we're farming them out to and why. I know that was a big issue with the unions years ago. They've lost their power and stuff like that, and this is kind of an example thereof. And also the law library, dittos for sure. Good to hear your voice, Ed. Anyway, the real reason I'm calling today is to remind you that today, 200 and some odd years ago in 1775, the British came to seize our guns. They were met by resistance at the Lexington Green. And the first shots of the Revolutionary War were fired. It's not about guns, it's about control. And we need to remember this day. In fact, we should have a proclamation, but we know how hard that is to get done. But anyway, we should have a proclamation for today. I think I'll work on it next year with Supervisor Thomas. But anyway, last year around this time, actually in May, early May, I managed to go to Lexington Green. And I managed to stand on the North Bridge. And I imagined the bravery and the terrific thing that the colonists were confronted with. They were They went out on a limb. I mean, way out on a limb. They were committing treason to the king. And hey, it worked out, thankfully, with help from the French. But anyway, the bottom line is your freedoms or our freedoms are precious. We must maintain them. We must support them. We must fight this kind of control of government at all times. And also, I would like to add that my client up on Mormon Immigrant Trail, turns out he's in District 2, so we'll be talking to Supervisor Trimbo's office. Anyway, they did, in fact, take all of his, they destroyed the archaeological thing, and it was not inventoried, and that's got to stop because it's absurd.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I'm still learning your protocols, so I'm just going to speak in general about item 17 and send you specifics in writing. Other boards allow the public to comment on consent items, requesting you to move them.
Leo, you actually spoke to this morning when we were adopting the consent agenda. So either speak to something else, but not this. You already spoke to this item.
I spoke to moving it, not to the content, but that's all I wanted to say.
Thank
about
you.
that item.
Thank you.
So, but you're welcome. In terms of, I didn't mean to disrespect. I was just sharing my perspective. Think everybody might be getting a bit on edge, and I like the dog part. I have adopted a dog, a big dog, for like the second time in my life, and just watching dogs figure it out and then become so playful, I think can teach us something, that conflict does not have to remain adversarial. I also really like what I saw with the children and the happiness. And there is this saying that everything you needed to learn, you learned in kindergarten. And part of that was conflict resolution and getting along. I certainly do not experience this Board of Supervisors, compared to many, many boards over my 70 years, as adversarial. I experience you as a listening and thoughtful board, and I again express my appreciation for how you extend that and try to help all of us citizens follow what I call good citizenship in response to your good governance. I was saddened to hear that Don Simone is leaving us. I hope he is not a casualty, as we are losing so many public servants because of the last 2 years of very uncivil and adversarial public involvement. Things are getting better. I look forward to them, hopefully. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Wendy West.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Wendy West. I am speaking concerning the proposal before you.
Wendy, are you talking about the homeless shelter? We haven't got to that item yet.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. We're trying.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, very good. So with that, we're going to close up open forum. I don't recall any specific questions that need to be responded to. So with that, we're going to move on to our 1:30 item. Not too bad. Item number 42.
Item 42 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation regarding potential shorter and longer term sites for congregate navigation centers with an emergency shelter component. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for a homeless shelter crisis declaration. 3, direct the staff to pursue at least 2 shorter term project sites. And 4, direct staff to pursue 2 longer term project sites.
Good afternoon, Board. Daniel Dalmonte, Health and Human Services.
We're going to need that microphone closer to Daniel. I don't know. We're having some problems. I'm so sorry.
Gotcha.
Can you?
I'll try to project my voice
Yell.
as loudly as I can.
Just yell.
Is there anything we can do to lift it up
Yeah.
even? I don't know.
We're just having a tough time with it.
Please.
Yeah, but we want everybody to hear. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
this is
folks
important.
listening. So thank you for working with us on that.
I have the worst. My tone just doesn't project well, but I'll do my best.
Would you like me to do this for you? I really, I'm like,
Yeah, you take the presentation, Lori. That's a good idea.
wouldn't that be hilarious?
So as you're aware, I'm here as a follow-up from the board's November 9th direction for HHSA to explore navigation center options. Next slide, please, Kim.
I think I'm gonna see if we can maybe raise the podium a little bit to see if. Oh.
Oh, wow.
Fancy.
Hey.
No, about that.
Wow.
There you go.
We got some high tech.
There you go.
Good. This is good. So today we'll be bringing back information pertaining to the board's November 9th direction to explore congregate navigation center or pallet community sites, options and programs. We'll be discussing Assembly Bill 2553 and how the enactment of a shelter crisis declaration can help the county to establish a temporary emergency bed project prior to fall 2022 that can be used to target encampments to reduce concerns regarding fire danger. We'll also be presenting a list of options for both shorter and longer term program sites and details for consideration. Next slide, please. So this slide simply recaps the board's direction from November. HHSA was asked to work with Eldorado Opportunity Knox to assess potential sites for a congregate navigation center. As I've said a few times, it should be run by a professional service provider, i.e. they have experience with complying with federal and state regulations, and to return to the board by February with recommendations on funding sources, purchase versus lease options and program details, and concurrently to finalize the homeless strategic plan with EDOK. As your board's aware, on December 7th, the board directed that the deadline be moved out to May of 2022. And so that follow-up item is being brought to you today. Next slide, please. So the assumptions that staff made in this process were that we would bring back a list of available sites for consideration. We assume the use of federal and state grants for all associated costs, and therefore no general fund costs or local dollars being used for this effort. We therefore assumed compliance with funding requirements and applicable laws to reduce liability and audit issues to ensure effectiveness of programs. So for example, we reviewed a number of state assembly bills as well as court rulings from Martin v. Boise to ensure that we have a program option being presented that's first legal, and second, that we can localize to meet community concerns in El Dorado County. The options consider fire danger and a path to legally open a temporary navigation center program quickly prior to fall of 2022. As the county and city of Placerville jointly applied for and were awarded approximately $2.25 million from CDBG funds for a brick and mortar navigation center, we worked with county facilities and the county's realtor to consider properties for acquisition for a longer term project so as to not return the $2.25 million back to the state. While many details have been gathered as estimates for this presentation, board direction on specific properties will provide a deeper level of understanding related to tenant improvement costs and installations at each site. We also took into account comments from individual supervisors who throughout a number of recent board items referenced specific communities that were able to establish projects quickly. And lastly, I want to be clear specific to the assumption of not using local dollars. Only enough grant funding exists currently to pay for one project to operate, so strictly one project. Grant funding doesn't exist to operate more than one project at a time. So staff's recommendation reflects options to scale a project quickly to address fire danger by fall. That could operate for a 1 to 3 year timeframe on a shorter term basis. And once a longer term site's acquired, tenant improvements are done and it's ready to operate, that shorter term project would close and the longer term could open, if that makes sense. This slide reflects the timeline and tasks that HHSA undertook following receiving the board's direction, which included an RFP for qualified providers in the month of January, site visits and site analyses, budget and program analysis, 4 individual updates and presentations to Eldorado Opportunity Knox, where feedback was solicited, and more. I'm not going to read through all of these. It's a lot of words on the slide, but I do want to send a big thank you to peer departments who supported this effort, who provided feedback regarding facilities, zoning, all the context necessary to meet the board's deadline. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, there have been comments made from some individual board members during the homeless strategic plan item. Supervisor Turnbull made reference to Santa Barbara and Chico as communities that were able to move quickly and get projects going. Supervisor Novosel referenced at a board meeting in the recent few months, Santa Rosa and Sonoma County and their project that they were able to scale quickly in response to a roughly 200-person encampment off of a trail in Santa Rosa. So these communities and many more across the state have been able to accomplish a quick project after declaring a local shelter crisis, which allowed them to cut through the red tape, focus on projects in a matter of months compared to the same project for a roughly similar cost that would take 12 to 18 months. In 2019, the state required that communities with a point in time count of over 1,000 individuals would need to declare a shelter crisis in order to accept the grant funding. At that time, El Dorado County did not count 1,000 folks, so we did not have to make that declaration at that time. Thereafter, in 2020, Assembly Bill 2553 was signed into law, and this Assembly Bill added more specifics to how communities could declare a shelter crisis, targeting the specific need based upon local shelter bed capacity. So no longer was there a 1,000 point in time count requirement. It's simply based on there's a lack of beds to accommodate an estimated number of persons. The bill authorizes counties or cities to declare a shelter crisis if the governing body makes a specified finding related to there not being enough shelter beds locally when compared to the number of unsheltered residents. The purpose is simply to cut through red tape, to expedite addressing the lack of available beds that for the same cost would otherwise take many, many more months to establish. 2553 in essence gives counties and cities more local control in that way to select a publicly owned or leased site that these projects could be scaled. The bill helps communities to comply with the Martin v. Boise ruling, which was a 2018 decision by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit in response to a 2009 lawsuit by 6 homeless residents against the city of Boise, Idaho, and the city's enforcement of no camping ordinances. The ruling held that jurisdictions cannot enforce anti-camping ordinances on public property if they do not have enough homeless shelter beds available for their homeless population. The decision was based on the 8th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. In essence, a shelter crisis declaration would allow the county to develop a navigation center as a tool that can be utilized to most effectively and compassionately exit individuals from homelessness. At the same time, the navigation center would allow law enforcement to have tools to address unsheltered homelessness, both from a destination standpoint, to have a place where folks can go and there's a bed available, but also from the perspective of being able to legally enforce no camping ordinances on public property if residents experiencing homelessness do not accept the available beds and services. Should after the legal threshold of days, outreach be provided and homeless residents do not take advantage of the beds and programs available to them, persons who are offered appropriate available shelter space but refuse to go can still be cited per Martin v. Boise. For more specifics, a lot of context can be found in the city of Chico settlement, which Chico was sued for enforcing no camping ordinances without available beds. In essence, in the Chico settlement, what you see is the court prescribed a 7-day window of time that the city would have to ensure outreach was conducted to an encampment. So they'd have to go out for a 7-day time frame, a clock starts. They engage with them, they let them know that there's a place available to them, there's beds available, there's services, please take advantage of this. We're unable to allow camping in this area. After that 7-day time frame, if those individuals don't take advantage of that program, now law enforcement can provide a 72-hour citation notice to that encampment to let them know that they'll be removing that encampment. Please take advantage of this opportunity. If those individuals continue to not take advantage of those beds being made available to them, now the law enforcement can cite or arrest depending on the ordinance that applies to that specific area where that encampment resides. So in essence, having these beds allows for sort of a clock to tick, and no longer would on a public property residents be sort of forced to have an encampment there indefinitely, while also we're providing the compassionate proven program that gets folks effectively out of homelessness. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, these are the legal requirements And communities are tasked with developing a response to unsheltered homelessness within this framework because it's not simply safe or healthy for anybody to live unsheltered. Making available adequate, accessible, and supportive shelter beds and housing of all types is the solution to getting people off the streets. EDOK's programs exiting 1,350 people from homelessness over the last 4 years are evidence to that. People may sleep and live in encampment settings alone or as a collective for many reasons, including a sense of community and safety. So relocating encampments as a whole helps to keep their unit intact and maintain that support network. Community member or business concerns about encampments within their neighborhoods, including those related to health, sanitation, and safety, are a big concern. And at the same time, the need to also create opportunities for residents to not be forced to remain homeless, but allow a path out of their situation is also a concern. This effort can really provide a balanced approach to the interests of unsheltered residents, as well as interests of other community residents, supporting both pathways out of homelessness, as well as affording law enforcement with the necessary bed resources to legally enforce no camping on public property per Martin v. Boise. Next slide, please. Oh, we're good. So this slide shows example.
We go back there.
So this slide shows examples of findings that communities use to declare the shelter crisis. I won't read through all of them, but I'll speak to, you see Santa Barbara's up there. They identified 531 shelter beds available for an estimated 739 unsheltered homeless residents. So that gap in beds allowed them to, that met the finding requirements for declaring the shelter crisis. Specific to El Dorado County, as of March 2022, there are 520 active homeless persons being tracked and served on the by name list as captured through the Homeless Management Information System. So keep in mind that these folks are individuals that have gone through the COC's coordinated entry intake that are seeking assistance. 307 persons, or nearly 60%, face unsheltered homelessness currently. So meaning that they're not living in a place meant for human habitation. So they're either sleeping in a park, in a vehicle, in an abandoned building, etc. Also keep in mind that the universe of persons within the Homeless Management Information System aren't the universe of all homeless persons in the county. Not every homeless resident is currently interfacing with the COC. So we know with certainty these 307 persons are unsheltered and currently engaging and seeking assistance. And we know that not every individual is engaging with the COC at this time. So given that, we also know that as tracked in the Homeless Management Information System, we have 0 year-round shelter beds that are low barrier and accessible to homeless residents. So, and even if it were 50 beds or 100 beds, we still have 307 persons as identified. So that easily constitutes a finding that would allow your board to declare a shelter crisis per AB 2553. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the primary purpose of AB 2553 is simply to cut through government red tape. It allows jurisdictions to facilitate public agencies to quickly develop bed capacity. It allows for use of publicly owned or leased parcels or land to develop the program. Provisions of state and local statutes, regulations, and ordinances are suspended while the declaration's in effect. So for example, requirements that homeless shelters be consistent with the general plan and local land use plans are suspended only during the declaration. So, and it only applies to the project, in this case, one, that is located on publicly owned or leased land. The project on that publicly owned or leased land is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, so CEQA. We would also have an exemption from procurement requirements, allowing the county to enter into and procure contracts through the use of state grant funding that would be needed to respond to the crisis in a streamlined fashion. It's worth noting that HHSA did conduct a request for qualifications for the services component before we had caught wind of 2553 and did an analysis and had council review it. So we did have, those results were posted publicly. And so we did do a request for proposal process for the service provider aspect of this. Next slide, please. So at a minimum, projects must adopt and meet several California building codes. And I want to be clear on this. The adopted building codes would only apply to the specific site that the temporary program is being developed on the publicly owned or leased site. So in other words, it doesn't change the general plan, does not change the housing element, and it does not apply to any other parcel outside of this one project. So I want to be very clear about that. If the board declares a shelter crisis today, and if the board gives direction regarding sites located on county unincorporated land, these required building codes will be brought forward as a board item in roughly May for adoption. We've been in communication with planning and building, and I spoke with the director, Karen Garner, and she's comfortable with that should the board choose that today. If the board elects to explore navigation center sites that reside in the city of Placerville's jurisdiction, county staff would work to support the city to adopt the required building codes should they desire to support the intent to utilize that property. The declaration, the shelter crisis declaration, also provides the county immunity from ordinary negligence claims directly related to the provision of emergency housing in public facilities or land. Unless the project is scaled on a parcel that's zoned as appropriate per the general plan, this project would only operate while the declaration is active. So, for example, if your board chose to have the declaration for 1 to 3 years, that is the only time that that project would operate. And once the declaration would be terminated, that project would no longer be legally allowed to function at that publicly owned land or leased land. Next slide, please. So in short and in summary, in terms of the requirements of AB 2553, as I mentioned, the county simply needs to identify that there's an insufficient number of shelter beds to accommodate local homeless residents. The county would need to identify publicly owned or leased facilities that can be utilized during the shelter crisis declaration to add this temporary project capacity. County staff would track and report to the State Senate Committee on Housing and Community Development annual data on the estimated homeless population and bed capacity that we've added, as well as anything else that's come online through the homeless management information system. And as referenced, the declaration would allow the county to sole source any necessary agreements to get the project online. Primarily, we foresee the need for only one single agreement with an experienced project management firm to procure all necessary products and resources and manage the product's development. Next slide, please. So given all of this, HHSA is recommending that the board declare a homeless shelter crisis today. Messaging from the board regarding projects brought forward has been very clear. The top priorities emphasize the importance of getting a project going as rapidly as possible in order to reduce fire danger concerns from encampments. And given that we just experienced the Caldor fire, that priority is only emphasized further. Based upon staff's analysis of potential sites, product types that are suited for this region, and that could launch, and under the assumption that a shelter crisis declaration is made, HHSA estimates that the county could launch a temporary navigation center program that can be dedicated to encampments in an estimated 12 to 14 week timeframe. In other words, if a sole source agreement can be executed by June 1st with an experienced project management firm that develops these types of compliant projects, a project could be operating by September of this year. Next slide. The temporary project, again, could only operate while the shelter crisis declaration is active. Without this declaration, HHSA estimates it would take about 12 to 18 months to develop a similar project for roughly the same cost. It would require RFPs for all remaining components, contract development time, council review, subsequent board items, and probably the most difficult step and the longest step would be locating an appropriately zoned parcel per the general plan that would accommodate this project type. Before I move to the next section of the presentation, I want to pause there and offer the board an opportunity to ask any questions about AB 2553.
Oh, perfect. Does the board have any questions for Daniel while he's here?
Yeah, I got a question. Daniel, on section 1's 8698, during the shelter crisis, the local and state law requirements for homeless shelters to be consistent with the local land use plans, including the general plan, and shall be suspended. Why would the board want to allow a voter-approved general plan to be suspended? Can you give me an answer on that?
Yeah, so we currently don't have any year-round homeless shelters in the county. And so given that, there would be no impact to any other process. If somebody were intending on developing a homeless shelter site, they would have to go through the normal process based on the zoning, based on those components. 2553 simply applies to the site that we'd be developing on a publicly owned or leased land.
The other thing is I'm going to ask you a question. Where did you get your numbers at? of how many homeless people in El Dorado County?
Yeah, so these individuals came and sought assistance through the COC. So these are our residents experiencing homelessness who contacted our coordinated entry organization and went through the intake to seek housing and services.
Well, one of the things that I have here from the HOT team is they have 36 individuals they accounted for. They got an active encampment, which is 5 in our county. And new to the county is 4, and outgoing contracts is 6. In Tahoe, they had 110 in 2019. It's reduced down since February this year down to 18. Can you tell me why that has been such a decrease, and where did you find the numbers, the increase of the numbers, especially when everything is going down? I don't understand it.
So Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless applied for home key funding, which allowed them to create permanent housing units for a large number of homeless residents. And by housing folks, you significantly reduce the number of residents facing homelessness. So let's put that one to the side for a second. The HOT team typically focuses on folks in encampments. And so these over 500 individuals may not all be in encampments, but what we know is nearly 60% still are unsheltered. And so they meet that requirement. They're sleeping in a place not meant for human habitation, in a vehicle, in a park, wherever it might be. And so those numbers are verified, validated, reported to the state and the federal government, and fully comply with the requirements of meeting a finding.
So one of the things we talked about, you were taking Operation Room Key, which is going to go in away in June. Is it? I think that's what you said to me yesterday. I think we talked about a little bit. Is that true or not true?
We currently have enough grant funding to operate Project Room Key through June.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to say this was a letter from a lot of the guys that work in the fire department in Cameron Park. And I just got to read this because I was really concerned about it. Many times while working in the Cameron Park, Shingle Springs area, I responded to Motel 6 located on Duroc Road. I was a part of a fire engine company. Now, this is just one person, but there's several people that said the same thing. We often responded to Motel 6 for overdoses or altered level of consciousness patients. We found that most of the patients living in squalor. The rooms were full of trash and reeked of urine and feces. Most of the patients were transported to local hospitals. They were talking about most of these people are the same people over and over and over again. And my concern is what have you guys done to help these people? I just don't understand. These guys are telling me that they're seeing these people over and over again, and they're still not getting the help that they need. That's what I'm concerned about.
Gotcha. So I would suggest, so the point in time count, Motel 6, and Project Room Key don't have anything to do with this board item today. However, I'm happy to speak to that. Navigation centers offer fully encompassed services. They offer employment, training, access to housing. It's a managed environment. And so if there are ever issues in encampments, what we know is that those aren't managed environments. And if there are individuals that are residing temporarily in a hotel setting, we know that they may not be in a managed environment, depending on how they're being placed there. So this program really does provide all the necessary supportive services to allow for a managed environment, a managed way to get people out of homelessness, as well as a tool for law enforcement, as I mentioned, to enforce no camping ordinances, as long as those timeframes are upheld. So, will there be some issues at a project like this? Absolutely. But will there be far less issues than would be in an encampment or in an environment that isn't managed? Yes.
Yeah, I'm just curious about that. There's a lot of other issues that I've been doing a lot of research on this. I care. I do care. But there's some, have we ever looked in the social impact bond initiative that has been placed by other states or other cities? Have you ever looked into that? Or basically they're not taking any federal or grant money at all, and it's basically put in by.
So I'm going to hold the phone though. I think we wanted to stop.
Okay.
At
All
first,
right,
we were
that's
just trying to address questions about the emergency declaration first. There's still more presentation.
Okay.
And that'll sit there.
All right.
Just, but do
Okay.
we have any more questions specifically
That's
on the emergency declaration at this time?
Nope.
Okay, so hold that thought.
Okay.
Thank you, Danielle, because I know you have more presentation and it could answer some of those questions. So
Sure. Next slide, please, Kim. So slide 13 here speaks to the process that we took to scan available properties for your consideration today. We worked with county facilities and Turton Commercial Real Estate, the county's realtor, to scan available properties for lease or for sale on the western slope. Turton scanned other properties not for sale, but that could accommodate the number of persons we were seeking based on square footage. They attempted 5 contacts to property owners that did not have their properties listed, and they stopped there based on who responded to them. As we learned of 2553 and received council's review and concurrence, HHSA then worked with county facilities to identify county-owned or leased properties that may be considered under a shelter crisis declaration. It's also worth noting that HHSA reached out to some community partners such as Marshall Medical, as well as Green Valley Church, to inquire if they had underutilized space that they'd be open to supporting this effort. And no feedback was provided that they were unavailable or unable to support. Next slide, please. So here are a list of the properties that made the final cut for your consideration today. Specific to temporary site options, Perks Court property, which is owned by the county's road fund, 300 Forney Road, which is the property adjacent to the jail, 3057 Brew Road, which is HHSA's main offices, and considering the use of a portion of the parking lot there, 1970 and 1940 Broadway, which are the Gold Trail Motor Lodge and Motherlode Motel. And in terms of longer term sites, the same Broadway locations, as well as 471 Puros Road, both of which reside in the city of Placerville. So these next slides will just show aerial shots of the properties. This slide provides an aerial shot of Perks Court, and I mentioned it's a short-term option. And I'm going to go into detail about the pros and cons of each site in a few slides. So we'll just look at images of the slides for now. This slide shows you Forney Road, a short-term option. As you can see, there's about a little over 18,000 square feet of usable space that could accommodate a temporary project to our right of that facility on this slide. This slide shows you 3057 Brew Road, which is where HHSA's main offices are, as I mentioned, as a short-term option. This slide shows you 1970 and 1940 Broadway, which could be considered for a shorter term project alone, or potentially a longer term as well. 1940 is the location on the right. I apologize. It's the smaller yellow square. That site has 21 rooms. The site on the left is 1970, which has 34 rooms available on site. And the little red area is a piece of land that's on the parcel that could be used to scale a temporary congregate facility at that location as well. So there's options. This slide is 471 Puros Road. And again, this would be for a longer term acquisition consideration. It's currently listed for sale. So for this slide, this just reflects those sites that we just looked at. And the one site, 300 Forney Road, that's less viable, whereas the other properties are more viable. And I'll go into detail in these upcoming slides. Next slide, Kim. So for context, for the more viable and the shorter term options, 1970 and 1940 Broadway, with the board's consideration for fire danger, this is easily the fastest site to operate. We'd simply have to negotiate a lease. There's rooms available. They could be occupied with residents, within 60 days, assuming a lease could be negotiated in that time frame. Once a lease is negotiated, again, those rooms could be occupied, and there could also be a temporary structure that could be added on that red sort of area next to 1970 that could add additional capacity for up to 60 persons. The county could negotiate a lease for a short term, or there could be a consideration for a lease to buy option if there was interest in pursuing it as a long-term site. Of course, that would take discussions with the city of Placerville as well to make sure that they're interested and supportive of this direction. It could also support as an exit strategy for Project Roomkey to a degree, because as your board's aware, there's 20 households there right now, and the program serves seniors or folks with pre-existing health conditions. So as the project, we only have enough grant funding currently to get it through June. This could act as a sort of a lateral exit strategy that buys more time and allows them to exit to a housing destination versus exiting back into homelessness. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a few more comments on the last slide. Thank you, Kim. So it's also worth noting that this area of Upper Broadway is widely known as having encampment activity. Something for the board's consideration today is that any location that's ever discussed related to a homeless program, there's always pros and cons. And a pro for this site is that navigation centers are proven to be at their best when they're placed in an area that's attempting to be revitalized, as they're known to decrease visible homelessness in the surrounding area. There can be outreach and engagement campaigns offered directly from that project, regular cleaning on the surrounding streets and areas, and much more depending on the target population for the program. In this case, encampments and fire danger being a priority. This location, if chosen, should be expected to produce visible encampments in that area. Think of it much like treating symptoms of a disease. If you have, a cancer cell and you're seeking to treat that area, that's you're treating symptoms. So I want to be clear that navigation centers don't address root causes of homelessness, but their response to, and they treat those sort of symptoms of those root causes, if that makes sense. Specific to Perks Court, this property is owned by the road fund, so it's county owned, and we could lease that property from the road fund or acquire it through our state grants in order to use it. The location is directly across the street from where the new community health center facility is going. So depending on the timeline for that could offer medical care and services to those folks. It's in proximity to transit, to Walmart and other shopping, and it's a relatively short walk up the bike path to Health and Human Services. In terms of the Brew Road parking lot, that of course is located where HHSA services are. So we would not only have a professional service provider operating, but we'd have all of the services staff located at Brew Road to support it. There's proximity to transit. There's security cameras in existence in the parking lot, and the owners expressed a willingness to discuss a potential lease with the county. Next slide, please. So this slide gives context to the less viable site, which is located right next to the county jail and was the most complicated site for consideration. First, feedback has been consistent that having a project at this site is likely to be threatening or intimidating to residents experiencing homelessness, thereby acting as a barrier to trusting outreach workers and accepting the beds that are available at that site. It should be anticipated that far fewer residents facing homelessness would be willing to go to a site next to a jail when compared to the other recommended sites. This feedback has been consistent when reaching out to cities or county staff across the state in preparation for this item. Additionally, the topic of this site was discussed with a few professional service providers that operate navigation centers. And the feedback was again consistent that this site wouldn't be expected to work. People simply wouldn't go there. That's what they expect. As such, we also received feedback that we'd likely struggle to locate a qualified and experienced provider that'd be willing to operate a project at this location. Professional providers would likely not be willing to operate a site that they wouldn't deem to be successful. In essence, their business reputation is framed upon their success. So they'd be less likely to be willing to go to a site if they don't feel it's going to work. Second, it's anticipated that developing a project with state funding at this location may be challenged, which could result in general fund costs to operate it, potentially. Regardless of the selected sites, in order to avoid the use of general fund, the state would need to authorize the expense first through the grant funding. And both the county and EDOK would then need to approve using the funds to develop a project at that site. And feedback's been consistent around the concerns around that location for some time. Lastly, the site could be challenged by individuals who question if developing a project next to the jail is consistent with the spirit of the Martin v. Boise ruling in 2018. Next slide, please. So this slide gives context to the longer term sites, first with the 1970 and 1940 Broadway sites. Again, these are the fastest sites to operate for a short-term project, and it could potentially operate as a longer-term lease. We do have $2.25 million in CDBG funds, as you're aware, that we went in partnership with the city that could be used for an acquisition, but it should be expected based on the size of the properties that the cost would be far higher than that CDBG grant. So it should be expected that additional state grants would be required to be pursued. In regards to the 471 Puraz Road, again, there could be a consideration for the use of the CDBG funds to acquire the property. It's currently listed at below $2.25 million. So pending further due diligence, that cost could go down more depending on the state of the facility, its walls, its foundation, et cetera. It would require tenant improvements. So ADA accessible restrooms, creating proper space for service provision and congregate sleeping areas. And it should be expected that depending on due diligence, depending on the offer and if it would be accepted, that the tenant improvements would likely cost more than the 2.25 million. So we would likely need to consider going after another grant over the coming few years in order to sort of wrap that project up and make it complete. Next slide, please. So under the assumption that the board declares a shelter crisis, HHSA would recommend establishing a single agreement with G&G Builders, who would subcontract with RPM firm. These two experienced project development teams provide nuts to soup project management and general contracting work for the development of legal and compliant navigation centers. They've contracted with counties and cities across the state to scale compliant program sites, have developed over 20 nav centers over the past 5 years, all in communities that declared a shelter crisis declaration. And so they're privy to the building standards, the legalities, et cetera. The tasks provided by the contractors are referenced at the bottom of this slide. It's important to note that we gathered feedback from both county facilities as well as planning and building to come up with the tasks that would be needed to get this job done as quickly as possible, while also taking work off of their staff's plates should the board give direction today. Our goal was, again, to consider fire danger up by fall, but also not slowing down or derailing any other projects that your boards asked those departments or groups to work on. Also, working with an experienced team who's developed these sites allows us to not reinvent the wheel. It allows us to move more quickly, whereas utilizing county staff, folks would have to educate themselves, learn of the building codes or requirements in order to achieve the outcome, which could take more time. So now we're going to move into a product overview. HHSA staff had conversations with a number of counties and cities, as referenced in regards to their projects. We also had meetings with a number of product companies to understand more of the differences between product options and ultimately which products would be most ideal, considering our budget first, as well as El Dorado's unique geography, the weather, other related factors such as court settlements from communities that were legally challenged, and more. Next slide, Kim. So this slide references a Sprung structure. Sprung Navigation Center is a homeless program that acts as a bridge between life on the streets and permanent housing. These centers allow communities to provide safe accommodations and life services such as bathrooms, showers, laundry, counseling, employment and training, and assistance locating housing. Sprung structures are pre-engineered and column-free building shells that are fire resistant. Next slide, please. Sprung structures provide a clean room-like space that hosts dormitories, administrative buildings, dining halls, ICU wards. Some of you may have even seen these structures at airports. They often use these as temporary hangars as well. It has an all-bolt assembly and aluminum substructure, giving Sprung the ability to be erected fast and constructed on any surface, whether it's a parking lot, a concrete pad, or even on dirt. The structures are engineered for indefinite lifespans as well. The benefits of a Sprung structure are that they're energy efficient. They have low power consumption due to daylight panels, which keeps costs low and utilities low. They utilize maintenance-free materials. They're relocatable. They have a 50-year warranty and very low construction costs. I've even received feedback that in communities where these have been installed, their local fire department attempted to take the membrane that's used and light it on fire. They could not get it to catch. And if there's ever an issue where somebody needs to get into the building for any sort of life-saving measure and the doors are blocked, you simply cut the material and you can walk in and you can easily patch it within a short time frame. So it allows for accessibility as well. This slide shows you an example of Kern County's M Street Navigation Center. We're going to go over a few different examples. They all have different bits and pieces that kind of speak to some of our story in El Dorado and some of the comments that your board has made around the direction for this. So Kern County experienced a 95% increase in its homeless population between 2017 and 2019, far outgrowing its infrastructure. There were an estimated 1,580 individuals experiencing homelessness at that time, and a new facility was needed to house, serve, and heal the growing population. Kern County required Sprung structures to effectively shelter and transition their population out of homelessness. The county declared a homeless shelter crisis and used state grant funding to pay for it, as they needed this project to be operational in 4 months' time. Kern County relied on the contractors that we're recommending we have a sole source agreement with to develop this site to sleep and serve 150 persons. The site reflected the work and coordination of service partners from healthcare, hospitals, behavioral and recovery services, the Housing Authority, employment and training, and their local sheriff's office. The Navigation Center includes laundry, warming kitchen, dining hall, medical room, 4 meeting room offices, shower facilities, and an ADA restroom. Also provided is personal storage for all 150 guests, dog kennels, and a wellness day center that resembles a cafe. After breaking ground in December of 2019, the M Street Nav Center was operational at the beginning of May 2020. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the Fresno Rescue Mission campus. The Fresno Rescue Mission is a faith-based rehabilitation clinic. After 80 years in operation, they were forced to relocate. The job cited modular trailers for kitchen, cafeteria, classroom, and office spaces, but required alternative buildings to house the chapel and sleeping quarters. They chose to utilize sprung structures for this, with the chapel seating over 100 celebrants. The dormitory is compartmentalized by a fully insulated sprung partition wall. Now a barber shop, laundry room, common area, and sleeping quarters comprise the 6,300 square foot space, each in their own designated areas. Once the permanent replacement facility for the Fresno Rescue Mission is complete, the mission will repurpose the dormitory as a gymnasium. So they'll repurpose the sprung structure. So that's another advantage of these is the county these would be acquired. So these could be used, knock on wood, in any future disasters that might arise. These facilities could be used to address that. It could be used to develop other programs. So it doesn't need to be just one purpose. It can really retrofit to meet the county's future needs as well. Next slide. This project is incredible. The city of Reno was tasked with building a 900-bed navigation center with the challenging deadline of being open in 4 months. Due to the timeline and the city of Reno staff's engagement on existing projects, they didn't have the bandwidth to prepare the design development documents typical of traditional projects. So they relied on RPM team to facilitate that project. RPM helped the city to estimate nuts to soup costs during the development phase, simultaneously ensuring the goal that the 46,000 square feet structure would be code compliant from both a structural and architectural perspective. The result was a boomerang shaped structure that straddles the site, creating a barrier to the property line that sort of gives an inclusive campus-like feel. This project is operated by Volunteers of America, and Volunteers of America was the highest scoring respondent to the county's RFQ for navigation center services. So it would be HHSA's intent to recommend that we move forward with a contract with Volunteers of America as well. Next slide, please. So Mod Pods. Mod Pods are a form of a tiny home. They're designed to maximize the usability and living area in small spaces. They also can act as office spaces, which is how we would intend to use them for this project. Mod Pods are some of the few tiny home products that require the least amount of infrastructure improvements. For example, they go together with an Allen wrench, and their base is on an aluminum and insulated platform that has a self-leveling pedestal anchor system. So that eliminates the need for grading. You can put it on a slope and still keep the product level. It's pretty incredible. They run off of a lot of similar RV components, so they can be set up with temporary power. And they also have a snow load. So should there ever be snow that occurs at the site, these have a snow load, which would keep folks safe and healthy in their units or in their office space. Next slide, please. Integrated Modular Solutions, or IMS, offer a recommended product, and that's to convert shipping containers into usable, aesthetically pleasing restroom facilities. They're built and delivered in a fraction of time of traditional bathroom build-outs. They come pre-installed with everything you need for immediate use, including plumbing, electrical, mechanical, and HVAC. They're built to ensure compliance with local codes and ensure that they're completely plug and play. They can connect directly to water and sewer. They can also connect directly to bladders, so they give you flexibility on how you might use those. The cost to lease and service a restroom facility, just to sort of use on a temporary basis, at the end of a 2 to 3 year period would cost roughly the same amount as purchasing these and having the county acquire these assets. So again, purchasing these is the most fiscally responsible. We can retain these assets, and they could be used for a future disaster, for events, for a number of needs. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the grant funding available, with the longer term project on the left, the shorter term project on the right. You can see the county holds about 62% of the funds for this longer term project, where any costs above that would require El Dorado Opportunity Knox to approve utilizing their grant funds for this purpose. The shorter term project, you will note that the COC holds about 70% of the funds and would require approval of the expenses, with the county holding about 30%. You'll note the following, that the top bullets that are not italicized. Oh, if you can go back one, Kim. Thank you. So there's 2 on the left side and 1 on the right side of the slide. Those bullets reflect funding streams that are already allocated or they must be spent on this type of a project. The 2 italicized in the middle, the strategic planning funds for both the county and the COC, those could be used on either project. The bottom highlighted yellow, the Homeless Housing Assistance Program Round 3, we have yet to receive those funds. El Dorado Opportunity Knox, as we've discussed in the past, will be submitting the final homeless strategic plan to the state, and that should be happening over the coming weeks. And once that occurs, the state will then review it and will provide these grant allocations to both the county and the COC once received. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an overview of the, let's see, the shorter term program. Keep in mind that without diving any deeper into due diligence, this estimated range is just that, a best estimate. We haven't gotten board direction on any specific site, so we only dove as deep as we could without putting too many resources into this effort. Each site will have a different cost associated with installing a product, and so those costs will be unique per site. But regardless, we would ensure that it falls within our state grant funding. That's always the goal. As soon as we would have any board direction on specific sites, we would dive deeper into that due diligence and will work to reduce costs where possible on a site-specific basis. The product total for 60-person sprung structure with dining space, flooring, restrooms, the mod pods, 10 dog kennels and cameras and internet would cost approximately $724,000. The grand total, the estimated install will cost about 1.3 to 1.4 million, and is under the assumption that this work is all contracted out and is being conducted by that experienced project management firm. So the grand total to get a temporary project installed and up and running is estimated at about 2.1 to 2.2 million, with the only cost thereafter being associated with operations costs and could be afforded by the state grants on an ongoing basis. Next slide. So this slide provides an overview of the navigation staffing and what comes with that total cost. Assuming that we're contracting with Volunteers of America who would operate the site, there'd be a total of 11 full-time staff serving a 24/7 operation. My understanding is at last week's taxpayers meeting, Sherman Haggerty gave a presentation on the Mather project, which Sherman works for Volunteers of America and at the time was the director of that program there. And so we would really be looking at plugging and playing what works. Having a program that has a path to get out of homelessness, that has a path toward employment, toward income, toward the wraparound services. What we know is that having a shelter program is good, but a shelter program alone simply provides a bed. So it's good and effective to use, proven organizations. And so we're so pleased that Volunteers of America responded and was the highest scoring respondent. Keep in mind as well that while HHSA wouldn't be operating the site, our program services staff would be providing services at that location. So we would have 11 full-time staff operating 24/7, plus HHSA staff providing services, which would offer upwards of 23 to 25 staff at a time, servicing and managing the program and its participants, all with state and all with state dollars, no local dollars being used for this. Additionally, the cost includes a number of the necessary resources such as staff training, program supplies, food and beverage, furniture, utility costs, an insurance policy for the project, on-site security as well, and more. Based on the budget provided by VOA, this is estimated to cost a little more than $1 million annually. In serving 60 beds with full wraparound navigation services, that equates to just under $18,000 per bed per year, or $1,500 per month, per bed per month, which is an incredibly reasonable price and certainly is fiscally responsible. As your board has heard, the cost for folks to be cycling in and out of the ER, our EMS system impacting CSA 7 and 3, while also absorbing those needed ambulance resources. And the cost to the county and the cities regarding other law enforcement emergency services far exceeds the costs per bed per month. Next slide. And here we are, the final slide with the recommendations. First, of course, the recommendation is for the board to accomplish your goals to address fire danger and have a project quickly. We'll need to declare a shelter crisis. There's been comments made about how communities are achieving this. This is how they achieve it. If this is not declared, then we would be looking at a much longer time frame to get a project online. The second recommendation is HHSA recommends the board direct staff to pursue the two longer term sites of Broadway and Pure Oz, and to move forward for negotiation of lease and or purchase. And the third recommendation is to direct staff to pursue at least two shorter term sites and to move forward for negotiation. I want to emphasize that, again, there's only enough grant funding to operate one site. The intent would be that the county would be negotiating with a property owner. And so by selecting two sites, it would allow the board to go into a closed session item at an upcoming meeting where there can be further discussions that positions the county in the strongest negotiating place with those property owners. So I want to be clear, we wouldn't be looking at operating 2 or 4 projects. There's not enough funding. This simply puts the county in the strongest negotiating position, and your board can choose to modify the direction as you see fit. This was 4 board items wrapped up into one.
Yes, it
I'm sure there are
was.
questions. I'm happy to respond.
Sure. I would ask that Supervisor Trumbull now continue your train of thought there. Thank you
Yeah,
for holding
okay.
off on that.
Thank you. The biggest thing is a social impact bond initiative, and it's been very successful in other states and other counties and other cities. And have you guys ever looked into that?
I have not looked into that.
Because here's the thing. Okay. The Social Impact Bond Program is an initiative aimed to measurably improve the lives of people most in need of driving resources towards better, more effective programs. Social impact bonds are a unique type of performance-based contract where private and/or lenders loan funds to accomplish a specific objective and repaid based on whether the program achieves its goals. Social impact program will use funds from lenders to provide housing and supportive case and management service at least 250 plus homeless individuals who frequently use city's emergency services, including police, jail, and courts and emergency rooms. By shifting the focus to preventive service, we can better serve the population while saving taxpayers millions of dollars each year. This program provides the following services: assertive community treatment, supportive housing, linkage to community resources, transportation assistance and referrals, linkages to integrated health services, medical, dental, vision, pharmacy services, benefits, applications, psychiatric services, therapy, individual and group, substance use treatment, nursing assistant, referrals to food resources, legal referrals, and other things. I think personally myself, I would like you look into this, because if this is a great program and they've done it all over cities and counties in different states and had a very good successful rate by saving taxpayers a lot of money, this would be a great thing. That's my personal opinion.
I think any opportunities to leverage funds that develop all of those resources is a fantastic idea. What's exciting is these grant funds would pay for all of those same resources in these programs. And if the board directed, the county to look into other resources to add to that or to replace that, or, that would be at the board's direction. I think what's most exciting is these grants pay for the services that you
Well, the
described.
grant funds are still taxpayers' money. That's what I'm getting at. Aren't they or not? Okay.
Guys, we're not doing public comment right now. Just hold off.
Here's another thing that bugs me. The Senate Committee on Housing and State Assembly Committee on Housing and Community Development. Are we yielding our local authority to state of California? I'm worried about, are we going to have local control, or is all this information is going to be given to the state of California? And I'm worried that if we accept this, are we going to end up later down the road when the funding ends that we have to pull money out of our general fund to just support this? I'm worried about that.
So anything that would be developed with the grant funds wouldn't have to be continued should grant funding run out. So
CEO, do you want to elaborate at all on the bond I know you're a wee bit familiar with it. It's a financing mechanism. It's not about the programs. It's about the financing. It's correct.
It is, and I've met with Sherman Haggerty. I've read his book. It sounds like a very interesting concept that sounds like it has worked in some jurisdictions. It does not meet the timelines the board has asked for. If the board wants staff to explore that, that's something obviously we would do. It would go far beyond HHSA. It would involve my office, the auditor's office, likely the treasurer's office, of how to make that work, and it will take some time. So I think that's a separate discussion from what the board's being asked to consider today.
So just for clarification, it's the program and the services are very similar. We're supporting folks with the programming. What you're bringing is a completely different financing mechanism, and it's relies on private bonds, showing your net savings, paying it back through that net savings, which is, it's an interesting, however, I could see where it could be a bit of a challenge to say that, oh, we're saving this much money, so we're going to repay the bonds. That could be tricky. So I see where you're going with it. Again, I think that we're just trying to get some services quickly. The board's direction has been for going on 6 months now to get something quickly done before fire season. That's been our focus. So just keep that in mind, but it's not something that we have to ignore, but it's a longer term ask. I just want to make that clear to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I have a quick question on that.
Go ahead.
So in terms of the repayment on the bonds and in terms of recouping the savings and then using that as a repayment for bonds. So would that be asking perhaps like our law enforcement partners, the sheriff's offices, the Placerville Police Department to take the savings out of their budget and repay the bonds, as well as perhaps Marshall and Barton Hospital and our healthcare providers? Would it rely on, them recouping the savings and then paying those funds back? Is that correct?
That's my understanding of how it would work.
Okay, just kind of getting clarity on that. Thank you.
Very good. So are you good for the moment?
I'm good for the
I had a
moment.
quick question on
Go
that
ahead.
also. Just how long does it take to get a bond issued? What's the average time?
What's the history?
What's the history behind it?
Well,
So
approved
how long?
bond that you can fund. Well, I look at these things here. I was looking into and reading this stuff. They said within 90 days.
You get a bond within 90 days?
90 days. No way. Well, that's according to what this. So I
Wait,
don't know.
what are you, what are you looking at? What's according to what? I haven't seen that before.
Here, I'll pass it down. It's the
There's another part of it is what it is.
Okay,
but
I haven't
don't
seen
have
any
it.
information. I'm just looking, I'm trying to. find it.
Colorado Homeless Coalition.
Okay.
Donate now kind of stuff. So definitely something we can look into, but I don't think it's going to meet our quick timeframes, but maybe for future and longer term, because we do have a short term and a long term component to our ask today. So, keep that on the table.
Yeah, I would just request that we send any information to staff. Staff can get it out to us. So we,
All right.
I've never heard of it. So that's why I was trying
Yeah.
to figure it out.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so then we're going to move on to Supervisor Thomas.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Today has been a long time in the making. I know this is an issue with intense interest from all sides of our community. It's a complicated issue. We've been dealing with it we've been engaged in this conversation for at least the last 10 years, over 10 years, but 10 years in earnest. And, today marks a turning point. We are at a point of decision today. And just thank you all for being here with us today. I also want to thank our staff. Today represents an inordinate amount of work during some really difficult staffing challenges over the last couple of months. So thank you for all the work in what the board directed last November that has brought us to today. Your work was greatly appreciated. And obviously, our current approach isn't working. Our current approach is relying on the faith community, volunteers who scramble with very limited or no resources to meet the needs of our homeless neighbors. And we need to recognize that is not a sustainable system. And I think we also need to recognize that there will never, ever, ever, ever be a place, a program that has unanimous support. It's just complicated. And so based on that, just thank you everyone for showing up in the spirit of wrapping our heads around this issue to figure out our best way forward. So I do have a few questions, Daniel. Actually, I have a lot of questions, but we'll see which ones I start with. Navigation center. You know, I think it's so easy to think about the traditional shelter, which has proven to have really some pretty severe community impacts in places. Can you explain how a navigation center differs from a traditional shelter model?
Yeah, so the traditional shelter model simply provides a bed to folks. That's its purpose, which is good. It gets people out of the elements. It could have impacts to hospital costs, emergency costs. But what's been found over time is without those navigation services, you essentially have, you're sort of warehousing humans for a long time. You're paying a high cost to not exit them from homelessness. So the navigation center is not time limited. It doesn't have 60 days, 90 days. It's what do you need to get out of your situation? Getting in touch with income is a key component. If it's, SSI or disability, if it's employment, if it's job training, if it's, of course, the basic things, laundry, shower, food, but also getting connected with health and human services, behavioral health, substance use treatment, whatever they need to get out of their situation. So it's all encompassing. It's a managed environment, and it allows them a path forward. That's the goal, is a path out of homelessness. That's what comes with the navigation center.
So how are folks, how do you get entry into a navigation center? I assume it's a 24/7 rather than coming in at 4, you have to leave at 8, so you're, milling about the community. How do you get entry into a navigation center?
Yeah, so you can create different entryways into navigation centers. So specific for the board's direction regarding fire danger, we would recommend a program that focuses on encampment. So that would be only special invite only, if you want to look at it like that. So you're not accessing through an intake through several providers. You're accessing it through outreach, through the homeless outreach team with the sheriff's office, through the Volunteers of America have one of their FTEs that would be dedicated to outreach and engagement. So it'd be really targeting individuals that are residing in a place where they're more likely to need a fire to survive. That would be the priority for this. So there wouldn't be a long line of people waiting outside this program. That isn't how to address the fire danger concerns. That isn't what we would recommend. We wouldn't recommend accessing through just through sort of intakes from many different providers. It's really targeting encampments. It's targeting areas, again, where people might be having fires or might be more prone to have fires. So they would be able to stay there indefinitely, leaving to their appointments, leaving to get what they need. And then once they have their situation in order and a housing destination, now they're transitioning out. So it's really a flow through, but not lines waiting outside or people leaving in the morning, which would come with a traditional shelter. Oftentimes they might close at 7 a.m., for example, and then folks leave. This wouldn't be that. They would be allowed to remain in that project in a managed environment.
Okay. And I know there's been a lot of concern about, and I understand it, about the low barrier model that is needed for Housing First compliant, which gives us the ability to use grant funding to stand up a program rather than rely on general fund dollars. In a navigation center, do we have the ability to enforce rules? Is it a free-for-all? In providing a managed environment, talk about substance abuse issues and all of that are natural concerns?
Yeah, so Volunteers of America operates programs that no controlled substances on site, no use of substances, no alcohol, et cetera. So those are standards that can be put into these programs. Housing First simply implies that if somebody's using, you can't say, you're not allowed to enter this program because you have a substance use problem. If you think about it from that perspective, this gets people with these challenges into a managed environment versus keeping them out of the managed environment, which would have more impacts to themselves as well as businesses, as well as the surrounding community. So this allows a way to get these folks with these challenges into a program that's managed. But yes, you have those rules. You don't want to have people that are a danger to others, a threat to others, et cetera. And so this program would certainly align with the VOA's current policies at their programs where you're not allowed to bring drugs on site, use drugs, that sort of a thing.
And our drug and alcohol addiction programs are part of the wraparound services that are provided?
Yes, yeah.
Navigation Center?
Yep. Linkage to those services is provided there. Our behavioral health division would be involved as well. And so we'd be connecting with those. Yep.
Can I follow up on
Yeah, you bet.
this train of thought?
You bet.
Because this is the question that keeps coming up over and over and over. Encampment cited, come back, your time's up, you guys gotta go. They're brought down to our shelter. The folks are put in, taken in, however they're brought in, right? They don't want to cooperate. They don't want to follow the rules. What happens to them then? Because I think from what I hear statistically, a majority of the folks do want to cooperate. They do want to have a place to go to get those services, but there's going to be a chunk, it's a minority statistically, that don't want to cooperate. So we get them in because we've cited them. They can't be out here in the encampments anymore. What do we do with them then? That's the big question that people keep asking.
So folks who violate rules, and if you communicate with any provider in any county who operates these programs, they would be kicked out of the program essentially. So there would be, just like any program, there would be sort of a grievance process. Something's reported, staff respond, they communicate, and there's a sort of a strike system, if you will. And they wouldn't be allowed to remain in the program if they're violating rules. That's common across these low barrier programs. If somebody's therefore then kicked out, and they're violating other laws, then that's a law enforcement activity. But those rules are in place to maintain order and to not disrupt other folks that are seeking to get out of their situation.
Okay, so I think I get that. And that's been the big question, Daniel, honestly, is that, okay, so they're in, they violate the rules, don't want to be a part of it. So they're kicked out. If they misbehave out in the public, it's a law enforcement issue. And then they get into that system, correct? They're not just out here spitting in the streets because they now have a place to go, but they're refusing. That's the bit that people want to see, is there's a place for them to go, and they're going to either or go home. Honestly, and I know that sounds harsh, but it's a reality. Is that kind of how it will go then?
This definitely balances both sides of the coin. You allow the compassionate, proven program that gets people out. It allows you to have rules that you comply. It also allows you to have all those services in a managed environment. Those rules also allow you to have folks who disrupt, who aren't going to support the direction that the program has, those policies, to allow them to be removed from the program. And as I mentioned, that's common practice. So yes.
Okay,
very good.
All right, thank you. No, good.
Sorry.
No, good
I was like, wait,
questions.
we're right
This
there.
is a dialogue. That's great. All right, let's move to locations right now. All right. And I find myself in an interesting position, and that we need to move forward. The board has made it very clear, as has the city of Placerville, that we are here because we want to address the danger that comes with homeless encampments, and we need to find a better way to address our homeless neighbors. But you talked about how sites were selected on this list. And I think, I know our folks in the city of Placerville, as well as myself, were, I guess, every site is in the city of Placerville, except for one, and that's Perks Court. And so I think we need to talk about that. Can you talk a little bit about explain a little more how sites were selected for this list? Because it seems like the city of Placerville is being asked to once again, bear this issue. So
sure, happy to answer that.
Thank you.
And then if staff from facilities wanted to chime in with anything I miss, you're welcome to, please. So we worked with Turton Commercial Real Estate, the county's realtor. They did a scan on the western slope of properties that had a specific square footage to accommodate the number of persons that we'd be seeking to serve in this project. They looked at commercial and hospitality properties, any of those that were listed. The grant funding we have was the primary factor that limited the available facilities that could be considered. So putting the CDBG money to the side, that's about $2.25 million. We have roughly $3 million in grant funds to acquire a property or get it set up, do tenant improvements, and afford the operations costs associated with the site. So Turton Real Estate informed us that the tenant improvements are estimated conservatively at 5 times the amount at commercial properties when compared to hospitality properties. So the cost per square footage and the tenant improvements is significantly higher. So if we have an acquisition price of $1 million, let's say, and we're looking at 5 times the tenant improvements at that commercial site, all of a sudden we likely use up the $3 million that we have available. We can't operate a site at that point. We would not accomplish the board's direction of having a project operating by fall of this year. So having been limited to the grant funding really framed the universe in which we could look at properties. So that then took most commercial properties out of the picture and sort of moved us toward looking at hospitality properties. So that ended up sort of being the emphasized focus, starting with that main factor. Would you add anything to that?
Yes, hi, Russ Fackrell, County Facilities. So when we started the search, to Daniel's point, we looked at everything on the west slope.
Okay.
I mean, from Pollock all the way down to El Dorado Hills. And keeping in mind what we just stated with hospitality facilities that both would most likely fit our budget constraints. And then from there, we reached out for properties on market and off market. Just blast out the phone calls and the letters and try to, hey, would you be interested in? And got a certain number of responses back. And that really pretty much came down to where our list is today. The other issues that you run into is that we are looking for properties of a certain size. When you look at a hospitality property, it rents on a day-to-day basis. When you look at a commercial property, it may be for sale or it might just be for lease. But if it's for sale, it usually already has tenants in it. And so though you may be looking at a 10,000 square foot facility, it might only have 2,000 square foot available. And so that's where, we had set a parameter of about 7,500 square feet at least that we were trying to obtain.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Wendy.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Let's talk about Broadway for a second. I understand that especially 1970 could be appealing as a non-congregate site. I understand there's a need for that. Congregate sites, not everyone does well in a congregate site, we've learned. I know there's folks in Project Room Key that need to be navigated out. I know a lot of them were from Placerville that were put in Project Room Key. I understand there's a need for respite beds for Marshall Hospital. So when folks are released, they don't just go back to an encampment. There's a place for them to go to get well. And I also understand that, Broadway could be stood up quickly in order to meet this board's very clear direction to address fire danger. I think it's really important for us all to really understand, though, Broadway has been so impacted with homelessness, and we need to understand that. Can you pull up that picture? Thank you. Here's a picture of the encampment on Broadway, and it's just taken from Broadway. And this was taken about a month and a half ago. But it's important to recognize that this is how folks have been living for years. And if we don't do anything, they will continue to live this way. And this is what it looks like from Broadway. This is not acceptable. We will never find a place that everyone agrees on, but I think we can all agree this is not acceptable. And this is how Broadway currently looks. So Daniel, can you tell me, what have navigation centers done for the local surroundings? And let's just talk about Broadway for a minute. If perhaps a congregate or non-congregate site were established at Broadway, what is that likely to do to this?
Yeah, so navigation centers are proven to be the most effective tool to get people off the streets and out of homelessness. They're even more effective when they're placed in an area that has a lot of visible homelessness. If you communicate with Volunteers of America or any other provider that operates navigation centers, they would tell you that if they were placed in an area with high visible homelessness, after the project went in, it was reduced significantly. And that's across the board. So I think if we're talking about sort of this area, the location at Broadway would have the most immediate impact on that surrounding area. Oftentimes these projects come with, as I mentioned, outreach staff that go out and engage and build relationships with folks there. And it allows them to build trust and rapport. It's just like if you're at your house and somebody knocks on your door and it's a salesperson, you might not be willing to listen to what they have to say, but But gosh, if they have some things in common with you, you might be a little more willing to talk to them. And so these staff are very effective and trained and skilled at engaging and building relationships with folks. So it allows them to set some sort of a schedule to do engagement in the surrounding areas. They can set up good neighbor policies that allows them to offer cleaning services, several times a week through folks that are participating in the program, so they can keep sort of trash down, blight down, et cetera. And so those are some of the tools that navigation centers offer. And specific to Broadway, if this site were considered, I strongly believe it would have an immediate visible impact on homelessness over the coming 6 months.
Okay. So you talked about cleaning the area. If there was to be a whatever kind of short-term, and we're only talking right now, short-term project on Upper Broadway, what assistance would be given to the city in order to clean up that site, to help manage those camps and move folks from those encampments into a managed program? Is there money for that kind of transition, I guess, is what I'm talking about?
So the Volunteers of America staff, and I'm assuming the Continuum of Care as well, would support with outreach and engagement, and they would go alongside law enforcement to engage those folks. If it ever were a dangerous sort of feeling, then law enforcement would be present. As they build relationships and it seems maybe less dangerous to them, they might go out themselves. That's sort of the outreach component. For cleaning, they'd often have staff as well as participants in the program have some sort of a schedule to not only clean the site itself, but also the surrounding areas, so they could go out there. In terms of funding to support that, the grant funding, I don't know if it could be allowed to support that. My understanding is it wouldn't necessarily. However, some degree of that would be wrapped up, as I mentioned, in the staffing component. And
that obviously would be, as we move forward, we coordinate those details. We don't want to get in the weeds too much, but I do think it is important that it's not reasonable to assume that if a solution, and most all of these solutions are inside the city limits, it's not reasonable to assume that a solution will be stood up inside the city limits of Placerville that moves perhaps the county's homeless neighbors into the city, and ask that the Placerville community, not have any priority or help in dealing with that area. So I think, as we go forward, I would be looking at what we could do to address that. And we'll talk more about that later. Let's see, a last question. Last question right now is, will there be a shelter component to any long-term navigation center? That wasn't specifically spelled out in the staff report.
Yes. Yeah. The beds would be a component. And as mentioned, that allows to be compliant with Martin v. Boise. And so that is a key to this, having those beds and setting that sort of time frame parameter, as well as the most effective way to get folks out of their situation. Yes.
Okay, great. I don't have any further questions right now. Thank you very much.
Very good. Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, I want to start by thanking Daniel and all the staff for the tremendous amount of work it took to bring this to us, bring it forward in a timely manner like we talked about. This isn't an easier undertaking. It's a very complex situation. Almost everybody's going to have a little different opinion, and in some cases, very horizontally opposed opinions on it. But I want to start by thanking staff. The second thing I want to say is, in my humble opinion, the county entered into an agreement, a partnership with the city of Placerville over a year and a half ago to try to find a solution to the fire danger associated with the homeless encampments that are around Placerville. That doesn't mean it doesn't affect other areas of the county, but Placerville in particular. So I think, like Supervisor Thomas, has come to the conclusion the status quo is not acceptable. We have to do something, and we have to do it near term, or this fire season will come and go like the last one did, without any real action. So I think it's incumbent upon the board to really make, the hard decisions today to try to move this forward. The other area I wanted to talk a little bit about, because Daniel and I had a chance to discuss it in more detail, is the outreach program. If we look at the numbers here from the HMIS statistics, what it says is there were 307 persons facing unsheltered homelessness. We're talking about 60 beds. That's 1/5, that's 20%. But recognizing we've talked about other solutions as well, safe parking areas for people who living out of their car or van or an RV or whatever have the opportunity. You have to get it closer yet? Wow.
Yeah.
This is really, okay. have the opportunity to have a better place to live that's safer, that has access to restrooms, et cetera. So this isn't the only solution we're looking at. We're looking at sheltering, and then longer term, we're looking at housing. But this is the sheltering element part of it. How do we get to this point where we provide at least 60 beds to get us started? That's what we evidently can afford, and move forward with it. But the outreach program has got to be specifically targeted to those people who are homeless that we believe create the highest risk from the fire endangerment perspective and everything else. It's not going to be you come and apply and we'll consider whether or not you're going to be accepted. That outreach program is a very important component of it. So if you could explain a little bit more detail of how you see that actually working through Volunteers of America, through our HOT team, because I think it's important for people to understand this is not going to be the homeless person's choice necessarily. That outreach program will help determine who gets invited to come and participate in specific shelter rooms that have been defined.
Sure. So until we have a very clear board direction, we haven't dove deeper into developing policies for specific programs. So I'll start with that.
Yes.
However, we'd be able to set priorities for who the county or who we are prioritizing for this program. So folks in encampments who are staying on public property, that would have that sort of time frame for engagement, the 7 days minimum and 72-hour citation notice timeframe. We'd be targeting folks that are residing in a place, on public property, residing in a place where they're in a high fire danger area, which is many places in El Dorado County. It'd be folks who are sleeping in a place that they're more prone to need fire to survive. And so, as you mentioned, Supervisor Heidel, through the EDOK strategic plan and using, say, a few safe parking programs for folks in vehicles, you have, a navigation center dedicated for folks in encampments and high fire risk areas. And then, you develop a robust prevention diversion program that keeps folks in their housing, that keeps folks who are on the brink of becoming homeless in their units. You have that collective that creates a massive successful footprint for this county in responding to homelessness. Doesn't solve it, but is a big base of the foundation. So what it would look like, how those policies would work, it'll require really coordinating with the VOA on that and the Volunteers of America to see, what specifically, what's your process? how do you do it? We would incorporate with the HOT team, with Placerville PD. And that isn't uncommon. We have the PERT team. We have HHSA staff that ride along and support our law enforcement partners. So this would be just a separate component that's tied to the navigation center.
Thank you for that explanation, because I think, we have control over that part of it. I don't think people necessarily recognize that, but there would be a constructed approach working with Volunteers of America to define exactly what are the parameters at which we're going to go and ask people to be relocated to a temporary shelter situation. Hopefully through the navigation process and stuff, we can find the more permanent housing, but that's the second part of this. But we have to deal with the first part. First things first, and that's the sheltering provision and making sure we do the best we can to minimize the fire danger in the city of Placerville. That's the way I look at it. So thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Noviso.
Oh, yay, thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Danielle. This is difficult, I know, for everybody to try to understand. I'm going to go back to the same conversation I had when we were talking about Pollock Pines Hotel, and that is site location. It's critical. And the reason I had an issue with Pollock Pines is because it's not in an area that's urbanized, that has services around it, that has good bus services. I can go on, but I did at that time give a list of reasons why I didn't think it was a good location. And I think what we found up in Lake Tahoe, we have 3 hotels that were purchased by a nonprofit, by Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. That's working. And they do all the services we're just describing in our county, in the city of South Lake Tahoe. And it's been a win-win for our homeless and for our community. Because what they did when they looked at their site selection is they looked specifically at areas of blight, the hotels called SROs, single room occupancy hotels, that exactly as what you described, George, the police were being called to these hotels daily, nightly, with issues of drug problems and all kinds of issues. And what they did is they turned around those hotels and made them into something that is controlled, that's good for the homeless, and basically serving the same population, and yet they're getting the services they really truly need. So it's a win-win for the community. And I see that as a possibility here on the West Slope. I'm not that familiar with the Broadway area, but I can tell you if it's similar to what's going on in South Lake Tahoe, I know you say it's not. But that's something we need to find. And, you know, if we can find something like that, that's a win for the community. And I will tell you, I was looking online just now at another center navigation area in San Francisco. You know, there's like 6,000 at minimum homeless as we all walk around San Francisco City. I grew up in that area. I know it real well. Embarcadero Center, they put in a navigation center. And they said what has been winning for them, for a lot of the neighbors that first said not in my backyard, was the idea of taking a center and making it a comfortable spot for the residents so that they didn't wander out. They're not wandering the streets. They're not looking for services or walking to get to somewhere. The services are incorporated. And I think, Daniel, that's what a navigation center is all about. So that's what makes sense to me. That's how you get a win for your community also, is if you can control where the people go as far as understanding that they'll stay in the center if they're getting the services they need. So I think that's critical. I know, Daniel, you have been talking about that. It's important as a navigation center. So I'm all for that. I think that's truly what we need right now and how we find it. And I just, Russ, I meant to ask you, when you talked about to owners, did we look specifically at hotels that had SROs, that were the, kind of a different kind of hotel? And did we talk to any of the police about some of these hotels, about service calls to certain areas that we could clean up and possibly talk to those owners?
We had to be careful about how far we reached out. So we'd contacted owners just to see if it's something that they would contemplate. And had those conversations, but we didn't delve too deep into the questions you're asking.
I know it's not an easy conversation, I just know it's working up in Tahoe, and it's great. We have a lot of really blighted hotels up there, and so there's about 4,000 extra beds that we need up there that were being used as low income housing that weren't suitable for housing. So to be able to turn them around and turn them into something that is suitable, it was a big win. So it's, and that's all I'm saying. I think the idea makes sense to me. It's finding that right location.
That's great feedback. I want to make a comment specific to when the motion was made in November, just to sort of, not as an excuse, but given the short time frame and turnaround, there were comments made around, this is never going to be a fully fleshed out effort, bringing this item before your board today. And so, given the 20% vacancy rate in HHSA, coupled with, homelessness not being a mandated service, so we're having to focus on our mandates. A lot of hours and work went into this, and it's, I would say, a foundation of the critical components, but certainly we weren't able to do every single detail in deep review, for this item, but that's great feedback.
No, and I really appreciate all the work, and this is really difficult, but again, I think it is going to end up necessarily in a more urbanized area. You have to have that because you have to have the services around you. You can't have them trying to get on to figure out something that's an hour away. So I think, and that's what, when I've talked to the supervisors from other counties, they say, keep it urbanized because of that. So we are talking about a city or at least a condensed area where they get the services around them.
I have a question regarding that. Follow up to that. Yep. Daniel, can you help me know what services are homeless residents taking advantage of at Brew Road? Do we have walk-in services on Brew Road, or because we Placerville is a county seat. What services does the county provide on a walk-in basis for homeless residents?
Sure. So regardless of housing status, the services offered at Brew Road are specific to social services predominantly. So eligibility programs, CalFresh or food stamps, formerly known as, to get food, getting connection with Medi-Cal. We have our protective services on site, so that doesn't really apply to something you would seek, but APS and CPS. We also have the employment center, which currently provides services just to families, and it's based on the funding requirements. And there's also our homeless staff, as well as our housing authority staff at that location. So our homeless staff are predominantly supporting, room key, the administrative components to EDOK, and some support for this item today. Those encompass the majority of services at Brew Road. But they're again available regardless of housing status, to apply for.
Thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Supervisor Trumbo?
Yeah, I got a question. Let's go back a little ways. We had this crisis come up And we're working on a plan, a 2x2 meeting they had with the city, the county, the two supervisors. And they said, we need some help. So the sheriff stepped in and said, I can solve this problem. And basically he put this location that was next to the sheriff's office, well, actually the jail. And then it comes back after the Caldor fire, then the Caldor fire broke out and that ended it. And then it came back, said, well, that wasn't going to be feasible, that location, because they won't be able to do their drugs and stuff because the sheriff's going to manage it. So here's my question. Volunteers of America does the same thing as the sheriff's office was going to do. So why isn't this site any different than another site like on Brew Road? I don't understand why you were saying the sheriff's office is not feasible location for it, where the jail is what I'm saying. So can you explain that to me?
Sure. So the ruling in Martin v. Boise required that communities develop appropriate shelter beds for homeless residents to get out of their situation. And so if a project's put next to Forney Road, it could be challenged as to the appropriateness of that site. As it's a barrier, as it's been reported continually, that would intimidate folks and it'd be a barrier to coming into the program. And providers who operate these sites have given feedback that it would be unlikely to be successful. And so given that, we would be challenged to find the right provider, the most successful provider, an experienced provider to operate the site. So it really comes down to that. Should there be a challenge, should the board elect to utilize Forney Road for a project, that would be at your board's discretion. That could have a general fund impact if it's challenged to use the grant funding at that site, or if it's challenged by a resident that feels that that project there isn't in the spirit of the court ruling with Martin v. Boise. So it really comes down to level of risk that the board's willing to take. It also comes down to the type of program and the mode of service that you'd like to offer to residents experiencing homelessness.
So Volunteers of America is going to require them to follow the same process as the sheriff was going to put in place. Okay, so how do you know that they're not going to go to this particular place if they have restrictions? You can't do drugs. You won't be able to leave that facility on certain things. So why is that any different than what the sheriff's location is? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because it seems like it doesn't make any sense. If they're putting in the same restrictions and regulations in as the sheriff was going to put in place, what difference does it make where it's put?
I can't confirm that the policies that the VOA would utilize are exactly the same as the sheriff's intended for that site or that project. I'm not sure that I've seen policies or procedures that I could review and say, yes, these are consistent with that. And how that process unfolded, it was really through the El Dorado Opportunity Knox receiving feedback from the state that based on what was proposed in that project, that could risk funding, and we would likely lose funding to this community that, respectfully has been the most successful homeless programs in this county's history, exiting 1,350 individuals from homelessness. So that's what sort of led us here. And again, if the board is interested in considering that particular site, it comes down to level of risk that you'd be willing to take. And it comes down to the type of program component and services that you'd like to afford residents experiencing homelessness.
Don, can you add to that or anything you want to say to that?
No, I think he answered it well, and it's well documented in the staff report. The risk, I like how he said it, comes down to a level of risk.
Okay.
And what risk do you want to take?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll try to elaborate on that then, George, because I think I get what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Is and we have a pretty recent example, I believe. We've all been receiving a lot of input, doing a lot of reading. So if I get my facts a little mixed up, please correct me. But the city of Chico did start their shelter, I believe, last year, down and dirty. It was challenged. I don't know the particulars of why it was challenged, though, but whatever they did, it was challenged in court. They lost. The court now prescribed to them exactly how they must run their program.
Yep.
So I get it. county council always advises us and says, you don't have to listen, but there's this risk. And seeing how we've seen recently, I don't believe Chico's the only one. I think there's been several that have been challenged in court, and the courts take over your program for you and tell you what you will and will not do. And it is risky, but I think that we're trying to do the best with the knowledge that we have. We did talk to the city last year. We want to get something done quickly, efficiently before fire season with the most impact. We all saw the photo of Broadway right now. And I think that if we move in the right direction, we can make a positive impact and get folks the most bang for our buck and not be challenged in court. I truly don't think that that's the path that we want to tempt, quite honestly. And I get what you're saying. So it's tough. This is a tough call. Did you want to follow up before I actually had a couple questions too.
Well, the only thing that it concerns me, at that particular time, it was a good location. And then we got some feedback on it. And now we're looking at different locations. And like you said, there is a risk on it to put it back over here next to the jail. But I feel that, the sheriff stepped up to try to do the right thing. And I just feel that he didn't get the support that he needed because of some of the things that was going on. And I can't go there.
Well,
wait a minute. No, wait a minute. No, Sue. Wait a minute. I'm not talking about, there's just certain things that was brought up to our attention. I feel, my personal opinion is, and a lot of it was that these guys wouldn't be able to do a lot of their drugs and all the other stuff that, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. And my question is the same thing. Volunteers of America requires the same things that sheriff was going to do. So I feel that it doesn't make it, it seems like to me, it doesn't really make any difference where we put it because they're not going to probably follow the rules. That's the only thing I have to say.
Again, I'm going to follow up on what you're saying. At that time last year, we hadn't explored all this and the legal risks. We hadn't.
That's what.
But we did see that particular program. It was the hostess program at that moment in time that was offered in that one location, and the board's direction was we need to make sure that we do something that won't be legally challenged. And I believe the hostess program already had been legally challenged in other locations. So why do we want to tempt fate with something? And I'm going to just share another thing that I've read. If you're someone that's been in a crisis mode, this is not a popular thing to say, but sometimes it's coming from a volunteer who's been trained to come out and work with the community is not as threatening as the sheriff's team. And putting it by the jail, it will be the sheriff's team, like what you're talking about. And those kind of programs have been legally challenged. The sheriff and law enforcement are a huge piece of this puzzle. We are all partners in this together. Does that make sense? I know what I hear where you're going, but we want something that we're going to be successful in. I personally don't want to go down a path where we're 99% sure from the get-go we're going to get challenged in court. To me, that's just not a wise use of our resources, and it won't get us where we want to go. That's just how I see it.
And that's all I was going to say is what changed is after the sheriff, and I appreciate what the sheriff did, bringing this to us. And we said, yeah, that sounds great. And then we looked into it, we realized that there was going to be a lot of legal challenge, and we could really get in some hot water. And that's when the conversation changed, George.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's why.
I understand, but I just feel that the same Volunteers of America is going to, they're going to do the same thing as the sheriff.
They haven't been, I don't think they've been sued yet on.
Well, probably not
We don't
yet.
know that. We don't know that. We don't.
But all I feel is we vote on a site, our location. We put this in place. And with the rules and regulations, how do we know that these people are going to follow those rules and regulations they're going to put in place? Because a lot of them probably won't.
That's, we have no guarantees.
Yeah.
Volunteers of America has that experience. They do, that's kind of why they rated so highly when we were looking for program providers, because they have experience putting rules in place, making people follow them. If they aren't, they're kicked out. If they're kicked out and they're doing drugs out on the street, now they're in the law enforcement realm. It seems like we've got both sides of the shelter covered, inside or outside. If we have those beds, we have coverage. So that's the way I'm understanding it. Does that kind of help? I know this is not an easy thing.
It really is.
As the chair, I usually go last because that's the role of the chair. So are you good now? Because I actually have a few questions too.
You were looking at these pods and stuff, and to me, I always talked about the pallet homes. And the pallet homes, basically, they can be cleaned and hosed and stuff. And I look at these pods, and there's a lot of wood involved in this. And to me, it's not feasible, because why? You can't clean these facilities, these pods. Because if I looked at the pictures, and I personally myself, I think the pallet homes are a lot better because, they're made out of plastic, polyurethane, easily cleaned, easy assembled, and easily taken apart and stored too. These other facilities, to me, if they're stained, especially what the guys in Cameron Park, that fire department, encountered these people that were living in the hotel down there with the feces and the urine and all the other stuff that was going on. I'm kind of worried, because what are they going to do? These houses, what are they going to deteriorate? You're going to still have that.
George, you didn't know,
Yeah,
those
I
are just
know.
for the office, right? You knew those are just for the office. The pods are just for the
Well, the
office.
pods, but
They're not for the housing.
And we're not here
All
today
right.
to select the actual structures to go in.
Yeah,
We're here
I
to
understand,
decide-
But those are good points that to take into consideration.
So-
Yes,
A lot more discussion to happen.
yes, there are.
I would like-
Your days.
I would like to share a few comments in response. We did a lot of research into these different products. And so what we found is that pallet structures are being more challenged in stricter building departments. We also found that pallets aren't as suited for El Dorado's geography and climate based on Mod Pod having a snow load, where pallets do not. And in communities, when they're put in places where the weather doesn't line up to meet that sort of structure's need, you're often seeing these sometimes with tarps over them after one sort of winter season, whereas the Mod Pods wouldn't require that. Also, when Mod Pods are in an area where it's 30 to 40 degrees temperature wise, and no air is running, they remain 20 degrees warmer than the pallet shelters do without any heater on. So they really are best suited for El Dorado's geography. And specific to the housing component, as Supervisor Novosel said, the sprung structure is the most fiscally responsible choice for this, because it's about half the price of what it would cost to accommodate 60 pallets, or it's about a quarter of the cost of what it would take to accommodate 60 Mod Pods. So we are very thoughtful with the fiscal aspect of it in coming to these recommendations.
So it took me a moment through the presentation to understand that these three proposals are not, these three types of concepts are for specifically different parts of this encampment. The sprung structure is just for the 60 beds. The Mod Pod is just for the offices, for the administration. And the IMS is for the restrooms and perhaps dog facility. So there are three different types of, and it took me a little bit of understanding that, but that's what I wanted to explain, is that's the sleeping quarter area is strictly the sprung structures.
Correct.
We understand.
And one more component that sort of compelled us to consider the sprung structure is, from a security standpoint, you could have line of sight across that whole facility. Whereas if you have 60 structures, any activities could be happening inside. And we want to make sure that whatever rules are in place are followed. We want to make sure that we reduce security risks and address an issue right when it's happening versus something that's developing individually in 60 different units. So the security component was a big piece of why we landed here. Also, the utility connection costs and getting one structure versus 60 connected, it is much less complicated. So again, the most fiscally responsible, the best from a security perspective, and all those components that I described.
For the navigation. And when we talk long-term for housing, then
That's a
I
whole
think
nother
the tiny
ball of wax.
homes and all that has to come into play. I think that is important. But when we're talking about navigation center, I think that's what you're
And
saying.
a short-term
Short-term.
shelter solution, right?
I do want, Supervisor Turnbull and your comments about pallets, I want to thank you for that because it was incredibly helpful in kind of moving staff to look at these different product types and consider what was the best fit for our county here. I don't know that we would have looked as much as we did into these. And so, I applaud your sort of direction and leadership in that area. It was very helpful to get us here today. So.
Okay, so I've got a couple. I always have the best questions. So there's been concerns raised and I totally understand. And I think I can see it with the rules enforcement, kicked out enforcement. That doesn't sound like very appealing if you don't want to be a participant. So the question has been asked many times in many emails and social media. How do we prevent an emergency shelter like this to become a magnet for more homeless people coming here? Do you have statistics or, honestly, it doesn't sound that appealing now that we've actually talked through it, but just saying.
So this program being set up to not allow access from people walking in, not being advertised as being able to be accessible, that's a big key to this. What I would add to that is point in time counts show time and time again that the majority of folks that are counted were residents from that county for a year or more before becoming homeless. And what you'll often see is somewhere between 75 and 85% were residents for a year or more. Our last point in time count, we had nearly 50% of the folks counted were lifelong residents. And that isn't uncommon. The lowest statistic I've seen is Santa Cruz's count from a few years ago. They had 69% were residents of the county for a year or more before becoming homeless. So if you consider that Santa Cruz, if we've been there's a lot of visible homelessness, and still nearly 7 out of 10 were residents there for a year or more. And so folks often think of a warmer climate that might be attracting folks, but the data shows that the majority are residents. There have been some studies that looked into sort of magnet effect type stuff, and that hasn't proven to be the case. And let me be clear that doesn't mean that there aren't individuals that might be more transient in nature, that might be more mobile and going, from place to place. But the majority is who I'm describing here. And so if the majority are residents, to choose not to make a program that would allow a way out of homelessness, so you're making sure that residents aren't forced to remain homeless, that's really what we're talking about here. And as folks are engaged with, and we see that they're from other places, there are prevention diversion type programs that are developed through the COC, through coordinated entry, where you have an interview, where are you from? What are your goals? How can we assist you? And, helping them maybe with some transportation costs or getting connected with placement closer to a support network, closer to services that meet their needs. So the goal, let me be clear, isn't to sort of anybody who presents, we bring them all in. It's really to prioritize the resources and having those different programs to meet those different needs.
Okay. And then the last one I think I had, and I should have actually brought this up back when you asked about the declaration earlier and forgot. There had been concerns raised early on a couple of weeks ago when everybody knew this item was coming, that the board was giving away its authority to HHSA. And I'm looking at the resolution, the declaration, and it's very clear in here in my mind. And so maybe county council can help me out. It says, this is be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado, a political subdivision of the state of California, the board will approve amendments or enter into new agreements consistent with departmental appropriations without the requirement of traditional contracting process, again, cutting red tape, needed to operate and establish emergency housing. So in my mind, this resolution is very clear. We're not delegating it to HHSA. The board is controlling this, and the amendments, while the emergency declaration allows us not to have to go out and do RFPs, which is months-long processes, we still have to, as a board, which means it will come to a board item, approve agreements as a whole. Is that correct? County council and CEO and
as I'm reading the same resolution that you are, and I agree, it talks about the board having the authority. It doesn't appear to provide any direct delegation, though the board could certainly do so at a later point, but I don't read this resolution as doing so.
So that would mean in my mind, because we operate as a board, we can only do it on board meeting days, an agreement would have to come here. The public, it'll be notice just like any other item, and the public could fill the room if they don't like it, or if they want to say, yay, good idea. So either way, it's in the board's hands to do this and navigate this.
Well,
That's I know, I'm getting a little rummy here. Correct? So we're not giving away any authority.
The only caveat I might add, and I doubt it would be relevant given the scope of the project at hand, is that there are certain contracts that are such a low dollar figure that they're within the authority of delegated staff.
As
But
is in all of our departments.
yes, I'm guessing with the scope of the project that that
This will-
relatively low threshold is not really going to come into play.
Okay, so I hope that alleviates some of those concerns, that the board will be fully engaged, which means so will you, the public. And I want everybody to feel that it'll be very transparent what we're doing, but we're going to try and do it fast. So with that, are there any more?
I do want to recognize that the EDOC COC is a partner in this whole thing as well. We're accounting for monies that are dedicated to the COC. They've been a very strong partner. They've been very collaborative. The strategic plan is an outstanding delivery by that group, but there's many pieces of this that the board by themselves, should other partners bow out, not be able to move forward with this. So I'm hoping we can keep this coalition together. I'm hoping it's strong. And in that deference, I would ask that we allow some comments from the city of Placerville, first of all, because location.
Let me
If I
get
don't know
there.
where that's going, I don't know the rest of it makes a difference.
I got this. I will say, I hope this is appropriate. Supervisor Thomas and I were appointed to be on the COC board, Continuum of Care Board. And we attended 2 meetings a couple weeks ago. One was the implementation team meeting. Daniel, were you on there too? It was all Zoom.
I
huh?
was not on that.
You weren't on that one. And then the next day they actually had a board meeting. In my understanding, when they were talking about their strategic plan, so the strategic plan was just that, it was a plan. Then the COC organizations, which are just community organizations, came together in that implementation meeting, and they all started picking apart bits that they thought that they could implement. And so I believe they're already implementing parts of the plan right now as we speak. It was very clear in each of those meetings that they are looking to the County of El Dorado to do the emergency temporary shelter and navigation center bit. They understand that we are a partner in this. And so they really, truly, in my understanding from those meetings, are counting on us to do this huge lift. This is huge. And so they're a partner with us on that. Is that your understanding too,
Yes,
Daniel?
yeah. My understanding is that any of the recommended sites and projects would be supported by EDOK. And it's compliant with all of the requirements, all that stuff. And my understanding is at their next meeting, which would be in May, they would be, formally voting for or not supporting projects with funding. So yes, that process would play out in May.
Absolutely. Okay. So with that, we have a lot of folks that want to make public comment, and we do want to hear all of you, and it's going to take some time. The board's been here since 1 o'clock. And so I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. Let us stretch our legs and use the restroom and all that. And then we'll come back. And before we go to public comment, yes, we do have the city here as our partner, and we will ask that they be allowed to speak first. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, everyone, we're gonna bring the meeting back to order. There we go. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, the conversation's up here now, so I need everyone in the audience to quiet down. Thank you. Okay, so what we're gonna do is Supervisor Turnbull had a clarifying statement he wants to make. Before we take open public comments, we do have the city of Placerville city manager here, and since most of the projects are proposed within the city limits, and they are one of our community partners, we felt that we would have the city manager come up and speak first, and then I'll kind of give some guidelines on how we're going to do the public comment, because we do have a lot of speakers and we want to hear all of you, and then we'll carry on. So with that, Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want to make a clarification. Can everybody hear me? The sheriff is not going to run, if it's located where the sheriff's, the jail is, the sheriff is not going to run the program. It's going to be handed off to somebody else. Just want to make that clear.
So that's just not an option. Want to make sure everybody understood that. Okay, with that, if we could have, I'll let you self-introduce. Cleve, come on up.
Good afternoon, Cleve Morris, City Manager for the City of Placerville. Thank you for the opportunity and inviting me to say a few words. I want to first say that it's been good to listen to the discussion this morning. I've learned some more, and I will say it's unfortunate the timing. We're moving so quickly with this. I wish I had the time to sit down with Daniel and his staff and more of your county staff and discuss some of these issues, potentially work some of this out, that some of the issues that I'll talk about here in what I'm going to say. One other thing I just want to mention quickly, and county council may correct me if I say this wrong, but in the Chico case, they did not actually, the court did not mandate what they did. They actually settled out of court before they went to a final court decision. There is a little bit of disagreement on whether or not they should have done that and what they agreed to amongst some of us. So anyway, I just want to make that point. The other thing, before I get started, just state that I appreciate what you're doing. I think that I can say that my council is fully behind what you're doing. We want to see something happen. We want to work with you to have something happen that can improve the current situation that we have. With that said, I want to first state that because of the time of this, our city council did not have a chance to review this. And so the things that I'm saying here this morning are not things that they've taken action on. So I'm trying to basically look at things that, from our perspective, where we've been with our city council, things that they've said previously in a public meeting, so I'm not speaking out of turn with them. So just so you know. I do, as I mentioned, feel that we did not have a good opportunity to work with your staff on this so that we could be in a better position where we are right now. But I look forward to, as we move forward, that we can reach that. And so whatever decision we come up with in developing the implementation of the program, hopefully we can work closely with your staff. I always feel like I got a great relationship with your CAO, Don Ashton, and with Daniel. I've always been able to work. I think I've called him personally a couple of times on some issues, and he's been very good to respond and help me out. So I appreciate that. I want to focus on three areas. First and foremost, and probably for all of us, is the location issue. I'll first say, and I did have a chance, a 2-minute discussion with Daniel as we were walking in about the locations. And in talking to some of my council members I've talked to, and in looking at this, I will say that I was pretty surprised when we were looking at the entire western slope that we came up with 6 sites, and 5 of those were within the city of Placerville. It does not seem, and I understand why, why they came to that, how they reached it. It still seems to me that not quite right. I guess I'll just put it that way. There should have been some way that there are other sites available that might meet the need. So I'll just leave it at that. Of those 6 sites, as noted, only one is, all five of those are in the city of Placerville. Even the 6th one, if you ask many residents around here, they'll tell you, oh yeah, that's in the city of Placerville, but actually it's not. So we'll note that. As I go through this, you'll note that from my perspective, that site, the Perks Court site, is actually the preferable site from my perspective for both short-term and long-term. I know it's not listed as a long-term site. And you might say, well, yeah, you're only saying that because that's the only one that's not in the city limits. But again, it's so close to the city limits, I think it would have a similar impact as many of those that are actually in the city limits. I just think that the impacts that it has to the surrounding area, that perhaps that site would have the least amount of impact. And in terms of its location next to services, it's probably one of the better ones in being able to locate, health and human services, the new health center, as you talked about, shopping, et cetera, that maybe needs in terms of that. I also recognize that the cost to develop that might be a little bit more, and that might be an issue that we have to discuss. The sites, let me go through quickly the sites that were listed. Up on Broadway, we have been doing a lot of work over about the last 5 years to improve that area. Many of you know we've been working on a hotel on Upper Broadway, even above where these sites are. We think we're very close to that. We hope that as early as perhaps this fall, we could be breaking ground on that hotel. That's not an announcement. That's still a hope. Let's put it that way. And so we are very concerned about discussion about putting more facilities to address homelessness on Upper Broadway. In addition to that, many of you may be aware, we're in the discussions with a developer that is working on the what is called the Carriage Trade Center, which is where Dollar Tree and Grocery Outlet are, to greatly improve that facility, restore, remodel, et cetera, and put some really nice improvements in there that will really benefit the city. The first question that developer asked me, almost the first question when he came to meet with me, is what can we do with the homeless problem? He's very concerned about being able to contract with good businesses to come in there if they're aware that there's a homeless problem in that area. And that shopping center has been known to have those impacts with the homeless. So finally, the city is this summer, fall, has a project to improve Broadway with new sidewalks, paving, bike lanes, et cetera. So we're doing a lot of things to improve that area and trying to raise the level of inviting people to come there and shop and do business. So obviously bringing the potential to cause more homeless issues in the area by putting more facilities there is a concern for us. Now, I understand what Daniel said, and I don't completely disagree, and that's something maybe we can have more discussion of in terms of putting the navigation center in there. Would that actually improve that situation? And that's something that I think we can discuss and see where that goes. Let's next move to the Pearls Road site. I know, and I think I kind of understand the interest in because it's available. It's for sale. That site has a commercial kitchen. There's some things that are attractive to that site. I still think that its proximity to residential. There's a major, pretty good sized mobile home park right very near to that. The other issue that really concerns me is there is a daycare center right across the street from that site. Most of these facilities, navigation center, shelter with beds would also probably be housing registered sex offenders. And that may be precluded if I believe you cannot house them in something that's within that proximity of things like a daycare center and a school. And I will also note that there are schools up on Upper Broadway fairly near to those hotels that we're talking about. The Adventist school is up there in pretty close proximity. I don't know the exact distance, but is close. So that also may be an issue that would need to be addressed and see if that can be taken care of. The Forney Road and Brew Road sites, I think for temporary services, I think maybe could work. I understand the concerns with the Forney Road site, and I won't get into anything further on that. Brew Road, I like the fact that as far as navigation services being next door to Health and Human Services seems to make some sense. I don't know all the issues in terms of how bad the parking area is needed for parking and things like that. So that's more for you guys to determine there. And then, of course, the Perks Court site. As I mentioned when I started, I really think the Perks Court provides some good advantages that can be taken advantage of. And the fact that with Perks Court, my understanding, I know it might be a little bit more cost to build, but you can build it the way you want it because you're not moving into an existing building that's already maybe defined what you can and can't do. So I think there may be some advantages to that. I liked help me out, Daniel, the name of the tent site. I call it sprung structure. Thank you. I like the looks of that. I question, the one question I had is whether or not that potentially could be used even as a long-term facility. And I don't know. I think I heard a 50-year warranty guarantee on that. I consider that long-term. So could that potentially be part of the long-term solution for Perks Court? Even could it be both short and long-term solution for Perks Court? My next part, though, that's it for the location of discussion. I want to talk about was a little bit was the intake process. I know you discussed that somewhat. Our big concern, I believe I can clearly say that we have the largest unpermitted encampment in the county in Placerville up on Upper Broadway. We have great concerns with that and being able to relocate those people that are in there. And so it is our hope, and from what I've heard, I think that maybe we can get there, is that at the very minimum, we would be able to clear that camp and move them into suitable housing in this facility or something similar to that. The big issue is going to be those that don't want to go there, and how we deal with that situation. I don't know that putting 60 beds in is going to satisfy where we need to be in terms of Martin versus Boise based on the numbers. I know that in the Chico case, they told them what they had to do to satisfy that was their point in time count, which is a huge number. It makes no sense to me. That's one of those points that I kind of disagree with, maybe why they settled and didn't go to go a little further and contest that. But the other thing I wanted to mention is I'm concerned that in talking about basically moving to the hotels on Upper Broadway, would kind of be moving the home key project or the room key project that is in Pollock Pines and saying, okay, let's move that to Upper Broadway. I'm not sure. And I heard what you said, Supervisor Novosel, and how that worked. I'm not sure these hotels meet that same category. I don't think they're extremely successful. I do know that would, if you took both of them, they both bring in a small amount, about $20,000 a year to the city of Placerville in each in TOT. So that's, it's not a lot of money, but it's $20,000 for us. It means something. So they are active hotels that are working up there. I don't think they meet the same category that Supervisor Novosel referred to in terms of single room occupancy and some of the things they're doing there. And then my last concern that I'd like to raise, and I think Supervisor Thomas mentioned this briefly, is what the law enforcement impacts might be by bringing a facility into the city of Placerville. I do know that in talking with our chief who is here today, Chief Wren, the number of calls for service due to homelessness in the last 2 years even has increased dramatically in the city of Placerville, what we're currently handling. And does bringing this type of facility in, I don't know, does that increase or decrease those calls for service? What's it going to mean? And I know there's talk about having security inside the facility. But from my experience, that still means if there's an incident, you probably call police. Security tries to calm it down, and you still call police to deal with that. So is that police? Is it sheriff? What will be the case, and how will that be handled? And is there some solution that may try to supplement and account for that police services, perhaps additional police services that may have to be added for the city of Placerville? In conclusion, I look forward to working with the county. We look forward to working with the county to find and identify a solution. Again, I realize many of my comments have been somewhat negative, but I hope you don't take it completely that way. It's really, I'm excited to see something really happen. We just need to figure out how we work through these concerns that we have together and come up with something that can be a good solution. I do expect, because my full council has not been able to review this, that there may be other concerns that they will raise and bring up. And so I hope that opportunity will still be there. We have a meeting a week from today, and I plan on putting this on our agenda and giving them that opportunity if there's other things that they would like to comment and bring back to you that they can do that in a week. Not to say that I'm asking you to delay necessarily your decision today, but hopefully in the implementation process, some of those concerns can be brought into that. So with that, I appreciate the time again. Look forward to working with you and your staff to come up with something that works for all of us and can really hopefully put a dent in some of the concerns and the problems we have with homelessness in the city of Placerville. So that's it. If you have any questions, I'll happy to answer those.
Does anyone have any questions for Cleve before we let him go?
Have a real quick clarification. How many homeless right now do you estimate are there in that camp?
I'm going to look at my police chief and say, I think it's between 50 and 60. Is that a good number? 50 and 60, between 50
okay.
and 60.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Just curious what we're at.
So
you're in favor of the Perks Court primarily, location sounds to me like, my understanding is the infrastructure at the Perks Court is very limited. There's a limited septic, there's not an adequate water supply, there's not a adequate electrical. If the timeline to make Perks Court viable and get it operating extends us out another 6 months beyond what we're talking about, do you still support Perks Court?
That's the kind of discussion we have to have. Because I will say that my council was very firm in our, similar to your letter to the COC, is that we want something up and running before fire season. So those are details.
Criteria, right?
Yeah, those are details that we don't have, Supervisor, and I would respect that. And if we had to do something other than that in the interim, working at something more long-term for Perks Court, then absolutely, I think we need to have that discussion. So.
Thank you, Cleve.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? We're good? Okay. Thank you so much, Cleve, for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment on this item. We do have board protocols for public comment, and we do have I'm guessing, just show of hands, I'm not counting anything, but who all wants to speak today? Because I have a feeling it's going to be a lot. Maybe not as many as I thought, but I anticipate we're going to be here for a good hour or so taking public comments. I really want everybody to be respectful of others. There's a lot of differing opinions on this item. We get that. It's a complex, controversial item. We've already established that. So let's be thoughtful of others. And we do have it in our protocols here. We do not encourage, we actually discourage applause or cheering or outbursts. It's disruptive to others when you do that and they don't feel welcome making comments. So please let's everybody have their say. We also have, and some of you haven't been here before, so we do have a timer. You're limited to 3 minutes. It's going to do a little chime at 2.5 minutes. You'll see the timer up here. At 3 minutes, it's going to ding. And I really ask that you stop hard at 3 minutes because we have a lot of folks that want their say, and then we'll go online and get those comments too. So we do want to hear what you have to say. All those emails that were sent in, if they were sent in yesterday before 4 o'clock, we read them because we get them and we read all night on Mondays. So just so you know, if you sent it this morning at 9, we were here in the meeting, we didn't see it, just to be honest with you, or I didn't. So with that, and also I'm going to ask that sometimes we have people sit and wait in the seats and we have long gaps. I really discourage that today. If you could kind of start lining up behind the microphone so we can get people moving quickly, we don't have these long gaps of time, it would be really helpful to make our day go. I appreciate that. So with that, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Board, my name is Ron Marlette. I'm the Executive Director for Upper Room. And just let me try this just once. Okay. And, so cool. And this has been, it's like, where do you begin? I kind of feel like a mosquito in a nudist camp. Where do I begin? And there's so much that has been said. I can talk over and over. But the one thing that I do want to say is I'm thankful, as you said, Supervisor Thompson, we're finally at this point where things are beginning to happen. The thing that I bring is to be cautious of the steps we take. I learned early on as a manager, hire slow, fire fast. We're looking at people that are going to oversee a business is what it is, nonprofit, whatever, whoever comes in and does it, to be careful of what we bring in to do it. There's a short term that we're looking at doing, which is critical. Staff did a fantastic, Daniel did a fantastic job on the research and everything you guys did. The research that I come from of 35 years working with homeless and building the shelter and doing all that is the critical aspect of the programs that are provided. Do they truly break the cycle of homeless, or do they enter into recidivism within there? That's going to happen all the time. There's going to be people coming and going, but what is it? And something we need to talk about. We don't have time here. What is it that homeless person needs? Not what they want, but what do they need in order to get them from point A to point B, which we see at Upper Room Point B as being success. Broken the cycle, dealt with the issues. No homeless person is the same. Coming with the issues that they have, the lifestyle that they've lived, the family that they came from, all the baggage that comes there. And that's why being person-centered with the population that comes is going to be critical. Working with the established nonprofits that are here, that have been here and doing the hands-on work for years, and the know-how that's here of individuals that have broken the cycle of homelessness, that have come through it, that understand the trials, the hurdles, the risk that need to be taken, because success is risk is a part of success and failure is a part of success. We all know that. And so being able to look at the need and look at the paradigms that we're looking at to deal with that and say, what is the best for the people we serve? Because if it's the best for the people we serve, it's the best for the community, because you're going to be breaking that cycle. And I know that trust and building that trust with the individuals we serve. I know at Upper Room, we're there every day listening to them. We don't call it a navigation center. That's a new term that's relatively came in 7 years. But anyway, case management, working with them, being able to find out what they need. But what we need to do is to actually implement those programs that they need to really make it happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Good afternoon. I think you all know me, but for the audience, my name is Joseph Connolly. I wanted to tell you my homeless story. I was homeless 10 years ago. I lived for 7 months in a tent because of an economic situation that I couldn't get out of. I had a little bit of money, but I had to live on things like $20 a week for food. This was my pantry in a 6x6 tent that I slept in. Most of the time I could fill this up part of the way with food, but it was never full. And at the end of the week, it was often empty. I had another box like this for my clothes, and that's all I survived on for 7 months. At times, the wind was so strong that it would blow the tent over my face as I was laying down at night sleeping. There's nothing more humbling and real than that. And I got up every day and I did it again and again and again until I got some help. And I couldn't get out of that situation until somebody reached down to help me up rather than reach down to push me down. I heard a lot of things today about concerns. I heard language about they and them. I'm one of they and them. I wasn't a homeless problem. I had a problem of homelessness that I needed help with to change. And I needed help. So one of the things that I didn't hear today is a social consensus goal. Whatever system you implement from A to Z, what is the purpose of that system? What is the goal that you want to achieve with that system? I heard you say you want to prevent fires. That's great. We want to do that 24/7. That's why we have fire departments. But what's your social goal? Is it to help people move out of homelessness? I didn't hear that as a consensus. So if you have a goal and a consensus about helping others, reaching out to help them up, I think a lot of the questions that you're dealing with will be taken care of automatically. You talk a lot about people who are in chronic homelessness for economic situations or whatever. They just happen. People need help to get out of them. You're talking about fires. I can tell you that I live in Diamond Springs, and right after the Caldor fire at the Lovebirds Cafe there on the corner of 49 and Pleasant Valley, every morning for about 4 or 5 days, there was a family, a man, a woman, a young girl about this tall, and a dog that got out of their car every morning to have breakfast there. That was their home. I wonder where they're at now. It's not just the people on Broadway that need your help. It's people like that. And this program would have had a tremendous benefit for them. I hope that they're okay, but I don't know. And so please think about my situation, situations that people get into. They need a helping hand. They don't need to be pointed at or misunderstood. They just need help. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Hey, everybody. Mandy Rodriguez here. You guys hear me? That microphone. Okay. So, first of all, let's talk about the Navigation Center in San Francisco. Because the mayor declared a shelter crisis for homeless, emergency, whatever, 23,000 people since December have gone through that linkage center. Crazy, right? 23,000 people. 18 of them have had medical treatment for substance abuse or successfully were referred to drug rehab. 18 out of 23,000. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a success to me. I hear words like low barrier shelter, and I hear another word for open air drug use. I hear harm reduction. You know what I hear when I hear harm reduction? I hear when I call Sierra Harm Reduction and ask them if I could get a kit. It took me 2 minutes to walk around the corner. I got 2 boxes of Narcan. I got fentanyl test strips. I got a hot kit and a smoking kit. What comes in the hot kit? This is harm reduction, okay? This is harm reduction. You care about your kids if they're on drugs? Would you give them a crack pipe and a razor blade? Is that harm reduction to you? Every one of you guys have kids and grandkids. Would you give your kids a crack pipe? Any of you guys? That's harm reduction. Awesome. In this other bag, we got I learned there's a difference. This is a meth pipe. So I also got a meth pipe. Sierra Harm Reduction brags that they gave over 100,000 needles out in the county of El Dorado in 2021. You call that harm reduction? I call that sick and evil. So when I hear these words, low barrier, I say garbage. That's what's going to happen with this. I'm telling you guys, if you sign on to this Housing First grant, pit of hell, we will never climb out of it. If these programs worked, why is San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, why are they having huge explosions of drug deaths, overdoses, homeless? You want to call it homeless? I call it drug and mental illness. And when I read your whole report, not one word, it makes me sick to my stomach because we all have lost people. These people are not simply homeless. They are addicts and they're mentally ill. And unless you force them off the street and you force them into a treatment, they are not going. You can't give people crack pipes and say you're helping them. This is insanity. 100,000 syringes. That doesn't include all the ones that these people have picked up from other places. Every Monday, Sierra Harm Reduction goes to Broadway and they pass this stuff out. They pass this out. You're telling me when you sign up for this grant pit of hell, you have to provide low barrier. Low barrier means they can do drugs in these areas. They're going to do drugs. In San Francisco, the Linkage Center is a modern day opium den. Those are facts. They will not let you, they won't let me in there. They only let addicts and the few volunteers in there. Across the street, the Honduran drug dealers stand out there ready to sell them drugs. It is a constant turning. Yeah, they got new tents. Yeah, they got new chairs. And they're being watched and made sure that they don't die, and that's it. You know, when people die, sometimes if they have a heart attack, they say, well, at least he went quick. Could you imagine prolonging somebody's death? They will be worth nothing if we continue this. These people will never recover. They'll never, ever be able to have productive lives. When you sign on to these grants, you are signing on to California strings attached, all of that. I'm telling you right now, you guys, if you don't find a solution that takes us away from this grant hustle pit of hell, we're all going to suffer, and you're not going to help anyone. Oh, I'd like to add this to the record.
Andy.
Here you go. You can add that to the record.
No, we're not going to start. No pause. We're not doing that today. Let everybody have their speak and be welcome to say what they're going to say.
Hello, my name is Amanda Reinhardt, and I'm a business owner on Main Street. I'm afraid for our small city of Placerville. I am not insensitive to our homeless situation here in our town. I am sensitive and deeply concerned that if we open housing close to our town, it will destroy our town. Coming from experience, I lived in San Francisco while I was going to school in the 80s. I lived not far from a shelter. My car got broken into constantly. So much, I left the doors open and the glove compartment open. I was accosted on the street in my neighborhood by a homeless man. I managed to fight and get away. I was lucky. My apartment got broken into. I had a homeless woman. When I finished work, I went to a restaurant. I ordered a slice of pizza, and she grabbed it out of my hand after I sat down and took 2 bites of it and threw it in my face. Let's see. I walked over a junkie with a needle hanging out of their arm. The human defecation in my neighborhood started to become infiltrated. It was disgusting. I watched San Francisco go from a nice city to an absolute unsafe garbage dump in 30 years. It is no longer a safe city. Is that the future you want for your community and your children? It is not a homeless problem. It is a mental health, drug addiction, and alcohol problem. A shelter is not going to fix these problems. Have you done a demographic study and gone into the camps and asked if these homeless folks are prepared to move into a shelter? Are they going to be able to continue with their addictions in your shelters? Are the schizophrenic going to be able to cohabitate in your brick and mortars with others? Is the word on the street going to be that Placerville, California is a homeless haven, and they start coming in on buses? And actually today, a woman told me that she witnessed a white van go to where the old steak restaurant was in Shingle Springs, and it dumped off 4 young men, and they went back into the grassy area. So somebody's busing them in or bringing them in also. I have heard that this is actually happening now. What hard questions are you asking before you make these decisions? Or do we follow the money, the state grant funding, and how it's going to be spent? Are you choosing the federal grant money? Are you choosing to keep Placerville safe and clean? There are other options for homeless infrastructure, like all the vacated military bases in California, plenty of beds and offices for rehabilitation. How about El Dorado Hills, where our governor lives? I hope you get the picture. This choice is a disaster for our community. Think about the kids, our future generations, or is this a part of the globalist agenda? I hope you all make the right choices today.
Thank you, Amanda.
Hi, Dawn Wolfson in the flesh, the face that goes with the voice. And I really don't see how housed homeless in Placerville is a worse situation than unhoused homeless in Placerville. But I wrote something out that I wanted to tell you. It's a personal story. I have a niece who is a trafficking victim. You can actually look her case up, State of Washington versus Lars Ronson Braun. He was convicted of human trafficking and promoting prostitution and got a 15-year sentence. Case is currently working its way through the appeals process due to the conviction being based on mental rather than physical coercion and intimidation. But anyway, this guy who is almost my age took advantage of a young girl who had bipolar disorder and self-esteem issues, got her addicted, lost her several jobs based on his behavior, trashed her belongings, pimped her out, and eventually ended up living with her in a car. Had her convinced that he loved her and she wouldn't leave him despite all the bad treatment. The transcript of the court case with her testimony is pretty horrifying. All of this was despite a loving family who wanted her home. This lasted several years, and it wasn't until she almost died that she realized that she had to get away from him and out of that life. With family help, she got herself into a rehab and a sober living arrangement, and she's basically taken her life back. But imagine, if you will, someone who doesn't have family support. Wouldn't you want somebody to come up to her and offer her shelter and offer her a program and a way out of that life? We need this. If we need an emergency declaration to make it happen, I strongly support that. I certainly understand the concern with plopping everything in Placerville. There's motels in Cameron Park and so forth. Maybe other locations can help out as well. I understand crime concerns and so forth and so on. But these are our relatives and our neighbors, and most of them are local, and we need to do something. So I absolutely support the emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Hi there. My name is Jennifer Jordan, and my family moved to El Dorado County out in Fairplay in 1977. I was actually just going to read a letter that I sent to all of you. I don't think it was before 4 p.m.
I think I remember that one.
I was going to read that, but actually I'd rather just share an observation I made today while being here and listening to everyone. Part of my letter, though, is that I did live in Santa Cruz for 30 years and did experience a lot of the considerations and situations with the homeless population there. But what I'm hearing is I'm hearing a lot of concern about we got to hurry because of the danger about fire. Okay. And from the program that's being proposed, the solutions being proposed doesn't seem to address, it's not going to really capture that population of the homeless folks that are probably the ones at most risk of starting these fires. As a registered nurse and having worked in the healthcare field for 29 years now, I have done a lot of discharging out of the hospitals of the homeless population. My specialty is in maternal child health, and I have had patients actually turn their babies over to CPS so they would not have to be discharged into a center, into this type of a situation where they could receive help for their drug addictions. They wanted to go back into the streets because that's where they could actually continue to do their drugs. Okay. So it sounds like the gentleman that spoke the second time, I love that. This is an amazing program for that population that's saying, yes, I want to be better. Yes, I want to take advantage of this. But that smaller population that's saying, I have some, and usually drug addiction comes out of, mental issues. And so they're the ones that just aren't even in the right mind to say, yes, I want to get better. Yes, I want to not be doing the drugs anymore. But those are the ones that are going to stay in those encampments. Those are the ones that are going to stay up on Broadway. Those are the ones that are going to actually still pose a risk for fire. So if there's, I don't know, I don't have a solution. I'm just sharing my observation from what I'm hearing today. But if there's something that could capture that group, because they're not going to come in, as if I'm understanding it correctly, is that they will be kicked out. Okay. If so, for non-compliance. Okay. If they are doing any drugs, correct. So if that group is going to be kicked out for non-compliance, that's not solving that little issue, that population that's posing that risk that you're concerned about with the fire. So share that. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Martin Entwistle. I'm the Associate Chief Medical Officer at Marshall Medical, and I'm speaking for the organization. Thanks for hearing me. Along with our colleagues in Barton, we're on the front line for delivering care, certainly in the emergency department environment and in the inpatient setting for pretty much the whole community. I'm going to speak today just in the context of what is in front of you vis-a-vis the emergency shelter and a navigation center. That's in the context of a much broader homeless situation with longer term housing, etc. So I'm going to focus on the impact of how I think this can help us and can help the community. So within our population at Marshall, we have been running a program for outreach to the most vulnerable folk in the county on the Western Slope. It's built off the experience from COVID and the Caldor fire. To give you an example, we have just under 400 individuals of higher risk that we're actively managing. And guess how many of those people have visited the emergency department? Roughly 89% of that population have had an emergency department visit in the last year. That's about twice the rate of the general population. Now, of course, we're here to serve the population using our emergency department, but many of those visits would be better placed elsewhere. They're people who are really seeking primary care. It's for their longer term respiratory situation. Maybe they have a longer term leg wound that we need to manage. So our outreach program has been trying to help connect them into the right places. We've partnered, I think, very effectively with HOT team, law enforcement, public health, HHSA agencies, and a lot of not-for-profits, the Upper Room, Eldorado Housing, etc., Tahoe Coalition. We can see what we can do, but partnership is important. And one of those things is how we can shelter individuals so we can transition them from the emergency department, how we can provide locations for alternative routes to healthcare. And so we see in what you're proposing or what's in front of you for a navigation center, an extra piece of the puzzle of which there need to be many all linked together that could make a significant help. So we're strongly in favor of this resolution that would help us get a navigation center. There's much more to do beyond it, but it would help. It would actively complement what we are trying to do at Marshall for very short-term respite housing, convalescent housing to get people out of the emergency department. And we recognize that there is a risk and there are concerns about the emergency shelter resolution in terms of what it may have in impact, creating a...
Hold on, Martin, 1 second. So I probably should have asked Martin, I didn't see you over there. You are one of our community partners and a big piece of this puzzle. Are you guys okay with letting him go on a little bit longer than the regular? And I do apologize. I should have seen you over there. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Well, I won't take very long. I'll just close that thought. So declaring a crisis, if that will help us get something in place faster, which I've heard, I think pretty much everyone is in favor of, and could cut out 18 months into something by fall, then despite recognizing the risks and concerns, we'll be in favor of that. I think it will lead us to focused activity, not a rash of different shelters and places across the county. That even gets us one to get off the ground. I think there is an issue about how do we make sure that we have capacity for the broader population, and 60 is a start, but probably insufficient. But let's do something that's a start and make progress. So overall, thanks for putting this out. We'd be greatly in favor if you could pass this resolution, both in terms of the emergency and getting in place the navigation center as soon as possible. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. And again, I apologize. Marshall Hospital is one of our huge community partners on this project, and I should have recognized that and pulled you over with Cleve. So sorry about that.
Very welcome.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Steve Ferry. I'm from El Dorado Hills. I've lived in El Dorado Hills now for 22 years, and I've been involved with some of the county processes. Some of the things I heard today, I just wanted to kind of review with you so that we get an idea of what we've heard. First of all, one of the things that the gentleman told you was we're going to cut through the red tape. I think you remember hearing that. Because when you cut through the red tape, what you're going to do is not obey the laws that have already been put in place. You're going to cut through that and use a new law that has been meant to bypass the original laws. That's exactly what it means. We're talking about a rehabilitation program. I actually made it the point to get each one of you a book called Hope Disappearing. And I think you've all read it. And I think it has made a difference in how you see homelessness. Understand, I have a nephew who is living in Palm Springs in a white pickup truck underneath the windmills. I don't have any idea when I'll ever see him or hear from him again, but I am afraid that one day I will hear from the sheriff telling us that it's over. So we all have a part of this. Everybody in this room, if they don't have somebody who's already in that situation, they are probably going to. So the operative word there is yet. When we talk about doing things fast, I really get worried because that means we're going to put away the idea of doing them right to get them done fast. That doesn't mean that fast can't be right. It just means that very likely we're going to overlook what really we ought to be doing. I am not a fan of the state of California in terms of having bigger government telling smaller governments what to do. You're here because you represent us. Your legacy is what's going to affect us. And so when we do this, if we were to go back to the program that the sheriff had over here, he has been working with Sherman Haggerty, who wrote the book Hope Disappearing, to try to revamp a little bit the hostess program. I'm not sure where they are in that process, but to have something that'll really rehab these folks. If you remember in the book, they had 70% of the people that applied for help at Mather actually were allowed in because they were going to have to stay clean and sober. And if you're going to just put housing in where people don't have to be clean and sober, you're making a mistake that 6 months from now, you're going to look back at and think to yourself, did we really do the right thing or did we do the fast thing? I'm asking you to sit back on this. Do not pass this today, this whatever the bill's called. This is not San Joaquin County. This is El Dorado County. We're a little small place with a lot of really cool things and cool people and a nice way to live. We want to keep it that way. We need you guys to keep it that way too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Leah Bennett Koshan. I leave my mask on because my wife is immune compromised from breast surgery, to keep her safe and to be compassionate. I feel there's an overlap here. You are considering a well thought out, long time coming, fast implementation, but a long time coming plan for the crisis of our homeless. I commend the staff with a 20% vacancy and not mandated. Obviously, their hearts are in the right place. I commend the way this feels to me as a teacher. A great report and wonderful questions from the students. It's like doing a seminar because you learn so much. I learned from Supervisor Turnbow that there's an important short and long-term aspect to utilize, and that his different ideas for shelters have places down the road. I learned from Supervisor Thomas that we're at a turning point and we need a sustainable system, and that Broadway might not be perceived as the best place. I learned from Supervisor Heidel that we need to embrace the fact the status quo is not okay. And I learned from Supervisor Novosel that there are win-win strategies available. If we provide the services the homeless need and we create an environment in which they're comfortable for improving, the research indicates they will stay. Change will happen. I'm talking to you from somebody with 20 years direct experience working with the homeless. And after those 20 years, when my kids said, get a real job, 20 years indirect experience because homelessness is unfortunately pervasive among our students. I also married my wife in a program called the Catholic Worker, which feels that it's a biblical mandate to have a Christ bed, which means I have always had someone who has a problem with homelessness living with me. So I get direct insights. And I urge you, I think that this is a wonderful solution. It will do what it needs to do, and it will move El Dorado County into a front position. I love the sprung shelter, the mod pods, the dog kennels. You have everything you need to see what's going to work better somewhere else. I think the PERT site is also great. I love the idea. Nuts to soup. I think you have a path out of homelessness. Go for it.
Thank you, Leo.
Hi, my name is Linda Rodriguez. My husband and I moved up here maybe 28 years ago because Placerville is such a quaint area, El Dorado County. However, the last few years, we're talking about leaving California. It's filthy. Placerville looks horrible. I'm embarrassed to have company and family come. We live off Cold Springs Road. We go on that Peraza Road. It's filthy. They live by the creek. They defecate. There's needles. I walk the El Dorado trails daily with a friend. I see what's going on. I see the filth. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. I think what I'm more concerned about is today, everyone's talking about the fire. Well, we're all concerned about fire. We keep our property clear. However, my son lost his home in the Caldor fire. He has more rules and regulations, and he owns that property. They won't let him go on because of toxins. Everything has to be okayed, yet these people can defecate by our creeks. To me, that's filth. They're doing drugs everywhere. Yesterday I walked with my grandchild on the trail. There's drugs. She wanted to go to In-N-Out. And by the police station, when I came on Forney Road, there were 3 or 4 homeless people, one with a sign, the other 3 were lighting up their pipes right across from the police station. So I am extremely concerned about what's going on here. And I don't think it's going to work because I've seen the people. I've met quite a few people. There's some that don't want to be in because they want to do drugs. These people are mainly here. Those ones on Broad, they're doing drugs. They don't want to be in a facility. There may be a few that want to be in a facility, but I highly doubt that this is going to be successful. And thank you for listening to me. And I wish that people would help the Caldor fire more than the homeless people right now because they're homeless. I have my son, my daughter-in-law living with me, 7 cats and 5 dogs. And guess what? I'm ready for them to go. It's been 8 months. Okay? So I think you need to also help those people out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Peg Vanderkar, resident of Placerville. I'm in support of item 42, the emergency crisis declaration. There is indeed a shelter crisis here, whether or not our county meets the 1,000-person homeless threshold in the AB 2553. We should not wait until and let our homeless numbers grow until we do something. We have no year-round adult shelter here. From both the humane perspective and perhaps more importantly, the economic perspective, we need a navigation center with shelter options. This county needs safe, effective alternatives to potentially dangerous campsites. This county needs safe places for people of a variety of life conditions to regroup, recover, and move towards self-sufficiency. And this county needs to reduce the drain on emergency health services and policing services and increase options for workers, senior citizens, and young adults who happen to be homeless. A couple of examples that I've met these folks recently that do not fit these stereotypes of the drug users, and indeed there are the drug users, I don't deny that. In recent shelter guests, we've had seniors who were professionals who developed illness or experienced traumatic injuries and cannot work. We have those who are working now and need a safe place to sleep and prep to keep their jobs. We have those for whom a mental illness bloomed as teens or young adults and who cannot find care that is stabilizing. Granted, some folks struggle with addiction problems, as do some people who are housed as well. Sometimes addictions come as a result of other issues mentioned. Some categories of homeless folks, of course, overlap. So in conclusion, all of us need a stable place to eat and sleep each day. No one can run a stable life if it's unknown where to sleep each night. Today has been presented to you some amazing possibilities and suggestions and plans, and it's been a long time coming, 10 years for sure, that we've been working on it. And this is the first time something has congealed to be something that's possible as a start. It's not going to solve everything. This county cannot meet its needs solely with local tax dollars, volunteers, and private donations. We each have poured money into state and federal taxes for group projects, highways, etc. Let's use some of that money here that we have already paid to help our own county address this problem. It's our money. All of this tax money is our money. We should use it here. We already use state and federal funding for other things. Let's help our county and get these needed crisis homeless shelters going and fast, and not just for the fire season reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Hello, Ruth Michelson, District 4. You know, I think there are some things that we all can agree on, even though there's been diverse opinions brought today. You know, when we see a homeless camp and we see the garbage piled up, or we know that people are having to defecate and urinate in the woods, I think we can all agree that that's unfortunate and something we don't want in our community. Not only is it uncomfortable for us to see, but more importantly, for those people who have to live in that way. So what confuses me a bit is that we all can agree on that. And it would seem to me that a shelter would get those who are willing to get off the street, less garbage, less tents, less human waste, less risk of fire, etc. No, not everyone will go. We understand that. But I don't understand why others don't think this is a step in the right direction to try to resolve this problem. I'm also a merchant on Main Street, and great. I'd love to see homeless people have a place to go. So I'm not sure, there seems to be some confused logic that I'm not following, how having a shelter will potentially make things worse. No. Having a shelter will improve and get people off of the street and the sidewalks. So I just strongly support it. And I have been in this county for 37 years. I worked for the county in the 90s. And back in that day, the Board of Supervisors didn't want to touch this issue. Felt it was all up to the churches to resolve. So you have come so far. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for considering this. It's been a day long in coming. It's not the end all, fix all, be all, but it's a step and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Hi, Jane McGinnis. So good to see you guys here. And it is a wonderful thing to be able to say, I really hope you vote yes on this. It's just so amazing to me. It's 2.5 years where we were 2.5 years ago and where we are today is a change of hearts and a change of minds. And it's a wonderful thing. Having said that, I know you're aware of the fact that I work particularly with a lot of women who are homeless. Some of them have children, some of them are alone. I would really like to see you take a look with staff at the Perks Court, because it has a long-range potential. It has a short-term potential. I understand that there are better short-term alternatives because of the lack of utilities there. But it has the potential with those 3 separate areas to serve, with the sprung buildings, to serve both congregate housing and then non-congregate housing for families and women with children who should not be in congregate housing with typically male population. Within those sprung buildings, it would be so easy to set up little wall ceiling units where a mother and her children could have a private sleeping place, but have that open area of living space that you see in a lot of homes that are run for women with small children who are coming off of drugs. They each have separate bedrooms, but they live together and the children can play with one another and it opens up their world. So Perks Court has some very interesting possibilities for long-term, especially since we don't have to pay $2 million for it before we can start. I think the only other thing I wanted to say is just God bless all of you. You have hung in there through thick and thin. It has been a very difficult 2-3 years. And I sympathize with the grief that you have had to take. Sometimes our hearts get a little bit ahead of our mouths and we open up and say something that later we say, said that. So I just want to compliment you all. You have been very gracious through all of this. Yes, I support this resolution. Please, we need to get started or we're never going to get farther down the road than we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Hi there, I'm John Clarici, I'm resident of 40-year resident of Placerville. This is not an easy issue. If it was easy, it'd be done by now. And I do appreciate the difficulties that you're all having with this. The city's position, and it's never really been like this, is like, hell no, we're not in that mode. So I've taken in the input. I think it's interesting that only these locations were found, and I guess we are the low price leader when it comes to, homeless places, but that's cool. I guess we should be proud of that. I think that if it was me, I would look at the Piero's Road location. It's empty. It has a kitchen. It can be done up with. I understand the issue with the place next door, but there's a school by that. There's the Seventh-day Adventist school up by that hotel. And it's within the one of them, it's within 500 feet. So there have issues there. And then this Perks Court thing. I think it does a couple of things. It puts something in the city and something in the county. Because if there's one thing about this issue that people in the city really bugs them is how everything seems to land in Placerville. So if we do that, then I think you'll go a ways to I have to find where I was. Okay, so city and the county, it satisfies the desire to stand something up in a timely fashion. You could go into the hall there and probably get that going. So that's a good thing. It would show the residents of Placerville that the county is not trying to solve a problem mostly generated outside the city on the backs of city residents. Dismissing the 2 Broadway sites and ultimately moving the upper room, which I understand is part of the discussions on the long-term situation, would breathe a little breath of life. And as Supervisor Thomas pointed out, there are things going on Broadway now. There potentially that could change that entire environment. But as long as those things are there, it ain't going to happen. One last thing, and I have some other things here, but it's not important. One last thing. And with all due respect to staff, my son is a policeman in the Bay Area, and his city works with Marin County, and they have an induction center, or whatever you call these things, portals, whatever. They do all this stuff. It has made almost no difference on the visible homelessness in the city where he works. And so I don't want to sell the folks on Broadway that somehow if you put this facility in those 2 hotels, that somehow that's going to be like, not magic. No one says it's going to go away entirely. I have a feeling hardly go. I really doubt that you're going to see a huge difference in what's going on up there. Those hotels are not residence hotels. I asked the chief, they get no calls to those hotels. So the similarities between this and South Lake Tahoe don't exist. They are actually functioning hotels. Anyway, you have a tough job here and I do not envy it. That's why you guys all get paid the big money. So thank you very much for your time. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, John.
Good afternoon, Chair Powell and supervisors. I'm Maureen D'Amperi, as you know, and I am with Housing El Dorado, a nonprofit working on increasing affordable housing and services for homeless folks. I am so excited to be here today to support the emergency declaration of a shelter crisis and the proposal you have just heard about for our first year-round navigation center with a shelter. I thank you sincerely, Daniel, and all of HHS and everyone else who put this excellent work together. It's been a really long time coming. I appreciate your comment and acknowledgement, Supervisor Thomas, that we have been talking about this for decades. This is not quick. We're not doing anything quickly. Imagine our community, our El Dorado County, joining the majority of other counties in the state of California to provide these much needed services for our homeless neighbors. You have the opportunity to do that now, and I sincerely implore you to do that. This is a critical first step. It's only a first step. As you know, we're desperately short of affordable housing, so that getting people into housing needs a lot of attention as well, because there's no place to go. And so we are there are 4 out of 58 counties in the state of California that do not have an emergency shelter with a navigation center. And we are one. That is pretty amazing. Imagine the positive impact that this is going to have on our community and people's lives. Everyone deserves a roof over their head. It takes time to build trust, and then people will have the energy to focus on becoming self-sufficient. I see this happening in the Pathways Winter Lodging Program. And thanks to your generous contributions, the city of Placerville, we have been able to provide the shelter. We're preparing now to close, and it's really, really hard. Some people say we shouldn't depend on grants, but in reality, you know that many of our county programs depend on grants. That is the way we provide additional services for our residents. So this is no different. I thank you for all you're doing for our community, and I sincerely hope you will vote yes on these proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen.
Hello, Peter Rodriguez. I've been living in El Dorado County for about 30 years. I'm the one with the 7 cats, 5 dogs. I'm a retired firefighter from the city of Livermore and Pleasanton. At one point in 1985, we had no homeless. I would say within about the year 2000, homeless started moving in. The city started to get to accept them. We started with the face services. They were giving them food, giving them clothing. Next thing you know, they increased the population. Instead of going to a lot of the homeless camps along the railroad tracks and stuff, we were starting to go to the Motel 6s and started assisting the people there. Even though they had programs in, no drugs, no alcohol and stuff, they would lie, get into there for a couple weeks, break their commitment, and then they were back out on the street. So the spot that they left at the camp got filled in with someone else. And when they got kicked out of the place, they just added into the population. A lot of these people came to Livermore because of the services. There were navigation services at that point. They were called other terms. But a lot of these people do not want to abide by the rules. They want to drink. They do have mental problems, and then they have their drug problems. They don't want to give up those things. They don't want to go have their mental problems taken care of. They are happy to live out on the streets. I've talked to a lot of them on the trail. The guy that walks with the hat and the 2 dogs up and down town every day. Got a bad hip right now, so I've been out of commission on that. But I've talked to a lot of them. You talk to the young kids, why are you here on the street? It's because of the upper room. They are able to get their food and stuff. They get their EBD cards. They get their free phone. They live in a tent. They love the lifestyle. They don't have to work. If we provide a place for these people, it's going to be short-lived. And then the more services we provide is we're going to start seeing more and more homeless headed up this area. It really comes down to if you build it, they will come. So the better the services, the more people that will come up here. I've watched the upper room improve their services, and I've watched the population of the homeless in town increase just because of the services that we're able to provide to the people. So The more money you spend on the homeless here, the more of the homeless that are going to leave other areas and come up here. So thank you.
Thank you, Pierre.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Bowling. I've grown up here. This is my county. It's my friends. It's my family. My grandparents died here. My parents are here. My kids are here. And all of my friends and family are here. So I think that I know a little bit about our small town community, at least in the rural areas. And I come here before you and I'm troubled by what I'm hearing. We're considering a declaration here today that is the very declaration that created the crisis and the blight in San Francisco. All of us have seen it firsthand on the news or online or anywhere else. But what is more troubling is the facts that this is based on. Each of you here today are going to be asked, as you represent us, the voters, to consider a declaration circumventing the voters, the building code, any funding and budget analysis, because I've heard no real facts about that here today. The open bidding process, the potential of giving up some local control, whether it be through funding or whether it be through other obligations. And we're worried about legal challenges. I have to wonder how, for example, the local union feels about giving up that open bidding process. Now, let's talk about the facts for a moment. I've seen no independent, transparent facts. All of this is being considered based on this one presentation and the packet that we got earlier. We can't even agree on the most basic fundamentals of how many homeless do we have in El Dorado County? How many? How are they counted? Where are they? Are they in Placerville? Placerville doesn't even tell the county how many they think they have anymore. One person counts people on sofas. Another person doesn't. What's the number? I mean, let's just deal with the facts. What is it? You're being asked to circumvent all these other procedures and the voters, which, by the way, I don't believe this will be very popular in this county. We don't know the number of homeless. We don't know the funding. We don't know the impact that it's going to have. There's no study on these impacts. Migration, how much migration of homeless are we going to have? And how many homeless are even going to participate? How successful can something be? And, you know, we're going to circumvent every protection put in place. How about we collect the facts, we get an independent study, and we let the voters decide this in this county? That protects each and every one of you from being on the hot seat, because I guarantee you, when it's time to vote,
Appreciate it.
you know where I was going.
My name is Craig Stiles. I just want to say first off that I strongly support the declaration for a crisis shelter. I've been involved with the homeless and nomadic shelter for a number of years, and I would say that this is not past happening by any means. This is long overdue. I think it's great that people are coming together for this. I know there's lots of issues and lots of questions, but I think it's time, and it's only part of the solution, but it's a good start, and we should get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Supervisors, my name is Don Vanderkart, excuse me, longtime resident of the county, of the city of Placerville and the county. First, I want to thank and congratulate the staff. The presentation I thought was just awesome. I understand that the letters have been read that have been submitted, probably including mine. So I'm not going to go through that and make you hear it over again, but I want to make a few, what I think are key points. I've been involved since well over 20 years. I was sleeping on the floor of the facility up at the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Camino. I've been involved with the famous Hangtown Haven, the nomadic shelter, the work of Housing El Dorado, My wife and I have both been working very hard in this environment. Lives change. Positive things come out of relationships. Yes, there are the outliers. There are people who are deeply addicted. They need to have professional service. But we are basically amateurs. We develop relationships, and we do see lives change. I urge you to approve this process and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Hello there. My name is Jenna, and I've been a resident of El Dorado County for almost 20 years. And I did write in a letter yesterday. I will not read through all of that. But, as I'm sitting here listening, this is actually the first meeting I've been to, and I'm really having a hard time with why would we want to implement something that is not working in other places? And I say this because, and I want to ask you, how many times in the past 8 years have you been to Portland? How many times have you been to Portland? Between my husband and I, we have traveled to Portland over 120 times in the past 8 years. I have seen what has happened there. I have customers that are downtown and in the suburbs. I have seen firsthand what has happened. Being in person is a lot different than what you read in an article, what you see in a video. But being in these areas where they've implemented the navigation centers, Portland did it for about 14,000 homeless people in 2018. And the homeless, the unmanaged camps have increased astronomically. And it is so scary and so frightening that we are going to establish something that could have the same results, because we are not truly helping the homeless people, because we're not getting it down to the root cause of the problem. And I really, really hope that everyone considers all of these things. I agree, when I say we need to help, they need help. I just hope you make the right decisions that are best for the local community and that are best for the homeless folks themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So basically the city said there's 50 to 60 that is called in the dirt. They're out living in the dirt. The county sheriff claims there's 30 to 32 people. So we're talking around 80 to 90 people that we're creating this huge, monstrous government program for. So I think you need to consider that when you're moving forward. Also, you mentioned Chico. I'm glad that City Manager Morris brought that up, that was a settlement. It wasn't a settled lawsuit. It was a settlement because they had been sued because they wanted to sweep all the camps off and they didn't have a program. So the program, ironically, that they developed was very similar to what our sheriff wants to do. And because of the agreement they made, they're able to do some enforcement against illegal encampments. They can now go after those. They can do illegal substances at the facility. Are not permitted, and but they still can't do sobriety requirements to be able to come in. But they did it based on collaboration, and they put in pallet homes. They actually put in the pallet homes because they had something to do with congregate living that they didn't want to do. And another misnomer that was said about these pallet homes, the roof load in Placerville is only 20 PSF. That's about the lowest you can go for snow load engineering. So I'm surprised when he said these little homes could not stand up in Placerville, because Placerville has a very low slow load when you're doing engineering. I just ask that, to me, this just feels like a pushed, expedited grant hustle, and it's terrifying, the strings that are attached in this grant. What is also unsettling is that I sent to every one of the board members the actual policies straight out of the Senate bill when they talked about housing first is where these funds are coming from. It says accepting applicants regardless of their sobriety or use of substances is a condition, or they can't regulate who's coming in here regardless of their substance abuse or any of those things. They can't. The use of alcohol or drugs in itself is not a reason for eviction. Services are informed by a harm reduction philosophy that recognizes drug and alcohol use and addiction, oh my goodness, are as part of the tenants' lives, and where tenants are engaged in non-judgmental communication regarding drug and alcohol. What you were told is not true. You are not allowed to justify removing anybody or creating regulations, or you will be sued if you're using these funds. And I would ask that you do not use this urgency ordinance, that the sheriff gave you a beautiful plan that would work. It was to get people out of that condition. And I think anybody that doesn't want to take care of that is heartless. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gay Williard, and I would like to ask you to please not declare an emergency in this county like other counties have done. It hasn't worked there. Please don't turn El Dorado County into some other. San Francisco is not something I would think we would want to take after. We'd want to run as far away as we could from something like that. So I would appreciate if you would kind of look at what the sheriff proposed, some kind of something like that. It makes more sense. Granted, there's not a lot of grants there and what have you, because that's what this is based on. All this stuff is grants, and all that is, I'm very tired. You're gonna have to excuse me. So anyway, I would appreciate it if you would look more into something that the sheriff has offered. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay.
My name is Liz Drummond. I've been in the county about 38 years. I actually wrote the hostess plan, and it's not illegal. A couple strike-offs in that plan would make it, there's a couple things in there that somebody would try to challenge, but a couple strike-offs would make it perfectly fine. And I wrote it after meeting with the Lighted Candle, who actually was proposing something on Perks Court 2 years ago. And they sort of challenged my assumptions about homeless. So I started 2 years of just learning about homelessness. Wow, there was a lot to learn. The hostess isn't really a plan, it's a concept. And all I did was take everything that worked and put it in the hostess and left everything out that didn't. Venice doesn't work, San Francisco doesn't work, and Housing First, unfortunately, we know doesn't work. What I'm confused about is why you're not using both of these plans. And I would like to thank Supervisor Turnbow for meeting with us often and just trying to think of other ways to address this. The sheriff took hostess and changed it to home, by the way, because he didn't have as big a tolerance as I did in my research. So he changed it to home, but he has a perfectly good opportunity to take everybody out of Broadway, out of Placerville, out of everywhere, and put it temporarily in an emergency shelter while you're figuring out what to do with Perks Court. Broadway's kind of paid their dues, I think, all this time. And thank you to all the work the county did and all the work that you've been doing. I read the EDOC report. It was 109 pages, beautifully done. Current state, desired state, gap. Nothing to make it happen today. So all I'm worried about is why aren't we taking these ideas, making this work today, getting everybody off the street right now for fires, for cold, for anything, for trash, and start treating them the way that we need to treat people. When I've talked to homeless people myself, they tell me, I say, what is your biggest issue? I'm disposable. We eat off disposable plates. We eat, and they bring us apples, but we need applesauce. We have no teeth. So when you're thinking about what they need, and I'm really happy about Volunteers of America, but you also need to remember that low barrier is going to end up having to be almost no barrier. And the biggest thing I'm concerned about is all those beds in one room. Hostess separated people in neighborhoods of 20, where you were with families, you were with people who were trying to get out of rehab. So you send me to a fat farm and you drop me off at C's to have a job and get well. Not very much chance I'm going to be successful. And we send people to rehab, we drop them off.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Preston, and I'm actually here on behalf of the last residents on Perks Court that this facility would be next to. The residence happens to be my daughter's boyfriend's family, and this is not going to go over very well. That the owner purchased this home at 22 years old. When he was 22 years old, he's had this home for a year. He was never told that this would be happening. He has worked very hard for this home, and with this facility going in next door, he will not be able to sell this home. The home will be going in depreciation. I will worry about my daughter going outside of the residence to her car and being approached by undesirables. There's been campfires there in the past that the sheriff's department and the fire department have had to put out. They have trash. There are drugs and so forth there. At the wall there along the bike trail, people hang out and loiter all hours of the night. Their mailbox has been gone through. I'm very, very concerned about the safety of not only that area, that residential area that has been established. There are children in that neighborhood. There's nowhere for people, even if that does go in, for them to walk up and down the street. There's no sidewalks. There's been accidents at that interchange from Missouri Flat onto Highway 50. It is unsafe for the neighborhood. It's unsafe for the people that you want to put in that neighborhood. And I request that this does not go through. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Can you hear me? I'm going down. My name is Pat Brown, a resident of Diamond Springs. I've been there for over 20 years, and I've watched many, many groups work, the churches, the hot team, the hospital. Many programs are out there to help people if they want it, if they're willing to do their part to get out of their situation. What I heard today frightens me too, because it sounds another bureaucratic nightmare that we're going to be dealing with. Extensions of personnel, salaries, and are we going to get the results? I really don't think so. But the thing that concerns me the most is the money that's attached to the federal and state bureaucracies. We are losing control when we take this money from those organizations, and I don't think it'll be successful. I really support the sheriff's proposal, the hostess program, and I would like to see us go in that direction.
Thank you, Pat.
Hi, I'm Wendy West in person.
Yay!
I apologize for my faux pas this afternoon.
You're totally fine. Good to see you.
Great. My name's Wendy West. I've been here in the county 40 years. And I have had the honor to volunteer for about the last 10 years with our homeless neighbors. I have learned so much. I have learned a different kind of compassion. I thought I was compassionate before. So I've been involved from the nomadic shelter when it was just the churches. I've been involved in when we were at Green Valley Church last year during the COVID outbreak, the biggest part of it. I've been involved in Upper Room making meals for the folks up in the Project Room Key in Pollock Pines. And the best part is who I've gotten to know and what I've learned about all of us as humans. I support this emergency declaration. It's been a long time coming. This isn't something that just happened by any means. Because we're at an emergency. I see people that have frostbite because they didn't come to the shelter this year. And then when they get out of the hospital, they're back at the shelter on crutches. And we're trying to help them navigate in areas that aren't easy for disabled people. I also really support the use of the 1970 and 1940 on Broadway for a temporary 1 to 2 years. Let's continue to look at the long term, but we can get people off the street by doing this in the short term. I just need to give you an example of, yes, there's a lot of people out there with dependency issues. They're not character flaws, they're an illness. And by setting up a navigation center, I've seen just in the last week, I got to talk one-on-one with a guy that has not been all that interested in help. And we talked about what kind of recovery system he needed, which was 30 days in a building. And I found out, I got the chance to talk one-on-one with him, and he's in a recovery center. And I hope I had a little tiny bit to do with that. One-on-one makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Wallace. I am from South Lake Tahoe. I serve on the city council currently. And in addition to that, I work for the Presbyterian Church. We do many homeless things. We work with the homeless on a daily basis. They come to our door. We have a weekly meal through our bread and broth second serving. We do a food pantry every Wednesday, and we give away food essentially all week. So I am also just a Christian woman, and I have worked with homeless children throughout my adult life. We have 5 kids, and many of you know, one of them was a heroin addict who died 3 months ago. So I say all that to say, this is still not a good choice. If you vote on this today, this AB 2553, you are voluntarily giving away your authority, which is the authority of the citizens and your planning department. What is an insufficient number of shelter beds? 1 fewer than the number of homeless people in this county? I can tell you, South Lake Tahoe recently got a grant from the state of California for $8.5 million and is housing 58 people. That's nearly $150,000 per person that they're housing. We still have people living in the dirt. They're not seeking shelter. They're causing environmental damage. They're causing fires. And one unfortunate woman who I knew personally, who I fed constantly, died this winter. So this Project Home Key and other issues, there's still going to be people who do not seek services. In general, even though I'm part of government, I think government is ineffective at best at running things like this. This should be done by a local nonprofit. A perfect example of this is a Housing First. Mr. Del Monte said himself that even though there are many people currently being sheltered by the county at the taxpayers' cost, according to our own first responders, those people are still living in squalor. I don't know how a navigation center, which is just another layer of bureaucracy, is going to change that. We have a navigation center in South Lake Tahoe through our Tahoe Homeless Coalition, and it's not helped. Do any of your continuum of care numbers include South Lake Tahoe? We currently have 58 shelters and sheltered and 20 that are living in the dirt. Supervisor Thomas, I totally agree. We are the only ones with shelters.
Thank you, Tamara.
It's dinner time, right? My name is Carla Milholm. I'm a long-term resident of El Dorado County, and I'm also a volunteer and a board member with the Upper Room Dining Hall. I would love to believe that the pot roast that I served last night is causing thousands of homeless to make wave to Upper Broadway, but I don't think that's the case. As good as it was, quite frankly. We actually know, I personally know several of the people who live up on Upper Broadway that we keep talking about. I know them by name and I know their stories, right? And they all have stories. Yes, many of the people that we see every day suffer from a disease of addiction. And I want to tell you also that I am the daughter of a man who suffered from the addiction of drugs and alcohol. And at one point in time lived in a dumpster with a needle hanging out of his arm. He spent 60 years in recovery and helped thousands of people recover from that disease. So I'm an advocate for people who suffer from the disease of addiction. And I know sometimes we think it's easy for us to say, well, they just don't want to get off drugs or they don't want to stop drinking. That's, I think, a convenient way to look at that. Because quite frankly, when your body needs the alcohol or drugs, the furthest thing from your mind is putting that needle or that bottle down. What they really need is people who are willing to reach out to them, extend them a hand, and pull them up from where they are, right? People without homes or shelters come to us from all kinds of circumstances, right? Women's from escaping domestic violence, veterans suffering from PTSD, children who are aging out of the foster system. There's all kinds of reasons why they end up on the street. I try to remember that every single person I see living on the streets was once a child at play. Someone's daughter, someone's son. What trauma, disaster, or set of unfortunate circumstances did they experience that put them where they are? And what hope do they have of pulling themselves out of that if we don't reach out and give them a hand? Every human being deserves to have their basic needs met. Food, water, shelter, and a safe place to take care of personal hygiene, right? It's impossible to get to the root cause of what put them in the streets to begin with if we don't help them first to meet their basic needs. I wholeheartedly support the resolution declaring an emergency shelter crisis. I hope as well that you will look to local nonprofits who know this community to help you solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Hello, my name is Michael Scully. I lived in El Dorado County for 11 years after moving up from Silicon Valley after being there 35 years. And I just recently, I live and work at a winery, and I've seen a lot of changes even in the last 3 or 4 years as far as homelessness. People coming out to that area and just setting up camp and kind of invading and trespassing. And I think there's a lot of things where we can be looking at where I just came back from Richmond and Oakland, and it's like, oh my God, this is a third world country. Is that what's coming to Placerville and El Dorado County? I think this is not a homeless problem, it's a lawless problem. And I do not support declaring some emergency. This is an ongoing issue that we here in Placerville, I don't think can solve like that. And I think, going along with the sheriffs and taking care of the lawlessness is maybe one of our best avenues. So just some observation that I don't see a lot of good things happening in cities that have been trying to deal with this. And I just don't see it adding to the quality of life in this area. Not that these people don't deserve, but it's like whoever wants to get help can get help. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, everybody. I'll keep it brief. Ruth Carter with Placerville. Ruth Carter. I think everybody can agree that there's a need for homeless shelters and that there's a need for services. I don't personally think that the order of urgency is something that is going to be a useful tool in actually making some progress in our county, and here's why. People are not required to have benchmarks. If they break the rules, there's no repercussions. You're just going to keep giving them the same services over and over again. and the liability is there. So going back to the hostess program, and with some tweaks to it, I think that we can have a program that will have some benchmarks and allow for enforcement. The problem, like that gentleman was saying, is that we can't enforce anything right now. If you go in and you try to clear out a homeless camp, and if nobody's there, you got to keep their possessions for 18 months, right? Isn't it 12 or 18 months, something like that? So you can't even clear out a camp on an illegal place at this point in time. So I just want to tell you, if they don't have things given to them, the people that don't want help will go away. And I personally have experience with trying to help homeless. I still go and I volunteer and I, give meals and work in the shelters and things like that. But, ultimately for a long-term program, you can't have just give people needles, give people pipes, give people, no kind of benchmarks to get thrown out of a place that they're staying if they're using. Those programs don't work, and it's been proven time and time again in various cities. So money doesn't solve the problems. The money that comes with this sense of urgent or with this order of urgency, the strings attached are not worth it because it's still tying our hands in law enforcement. My brother-in-law died January 28th, camping off of Happy Valley Road by the creek. He died with mental illness and using drugs. It was laced with fentanyl. Also had a really dear friend of 20 years just about 2 months ago. Lost his business, lost his family, lost everything. Mental illness, alcohol, drugs. Those were the problems. We have alternate options that don't take away the ability to enforce the rules and regulations that need to be enforced. We're going to attract people with these programs and not help them. Please don't vote yes on this order.
Thank you, Ruth.
Hi, my name's Wanda Demarest. I'm a longtime resident, over 42 years, former employee. Hello, boss. I was involved with seniors, and now I'm working with the homeless, have for the last 3 years. And the things that I realized is they were pretty dang grumpy when they walked into the shelters each year. Really not fun. But after a few weeks, when they knew that they could trust us, things changed. It was remarkable. And you could reach their heart. You could reach, not everything, they keep a wall up. But I see the difference, and I know a shelter can make a difference. We can't just do nothing like we've been doing. That's just not going to work. You did a fantastic job. I was privileged to go see the VOA shelter in Sacramento that had just been open for like 2 weeks. Very, very new. There's nobody going around with syringes in their arms. There's nobody going around with drugs. They are checked carefully at the door. Their goal is to keep them that way. It's not easy, and there's a lot of gray area, it seemed like. But their goal is to get them out and placed within 6 months. I thought that was important to know. So I just had to address that a shelter that they're going to give them Narcan, or, well, of course you would if they overdose, if they come in, they sneak it in somehow, but they're not coming in with all the drinks. They're not going to stay in if they continue to use. Thank you.
Wanda.
Good evening, Jonathan Gainsborough. There's a perfect way of doing nothing. Less people will criticize you if you do nothing. There's a perfect way of ignoring a prayer request. When somebody came to me at the upper room and said, would you come out and pray for, I'm not going to mention her name. And I went out, I said, can't she come in? He said, no, she can't walk. I went out to the car to pray for her because I was asked to. I wish I hadn't. I wish I hadn't prayed for her because I'll never forget her saying when I said what happened. She didn't say, oh, I stumbled and hit my head. No, she didn't say, I'm addicted to drugs. She said, I got burned. I said, what? Was it a charcoal fire? Was it a propane explosion? No, she said, I doused myself with gasoline and then I lit myself on fire. I didn't want to pray, but I prayed and I prayed. When Jane asked her what she had, what she needed, she said everything. But I've gotten to pray for her. We got to give her a Bible. We got to give her some hope. I got to give her a hug. Jane's ministering to her. You say Housing First doesn't work, then you're ignorant because you don't know what's going on in Woodland. They have what's called Fourth and Hope. And the city has given them land because they're seeing lives change. Housing First has been proven across the country. You say it might work at the sheriff's office. Well, one of the most important, most influential of the homeless on Upper Broadway called the hostess program, the hostage program, because you cannot serve Chinese food to Italian people. I know time is running here, and there are probably people on Zoom. Tahoe succeeded. They've got 80% of their homeless under roof. We can have a perfect way of doing nothing, but it takes courage to lead. Babe Ruth was the home run king, but he struck out 3 times for every time that he hit a home run. You can't get even on base if you don't get up at bat. It's past time. Daniel did a good presentation. You don't have to decide on the location, but decide on the declaration.
Does anybody else in the room want to speak? Because we're going to close it up. We got people on Zoom that want to speak. Here comes Mike. Terry's coming. Yeah, Terry's up. Let him come. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mike.
Terry Case, District 3. I'll make this really brief. I had a bunch of stuff I was going to give you today, but obviously that didn't work. I am going to ask this be handed out. It's one of the things that I think may help you. About decision making. In 1965, I walked away from a fast track job in industry that it could have put me into top management in 5 years. I said no, and I went on to other things, trying to help people. And like the gentleman who just spoke, I've seen a lot, and I've seen an awful lot of misery. I've seen an awful lot of outright horrors. There's actually a pretty clear way of making decisions about things, and our society now, and this has been ongoing, and it's been getting steadily worse and rapidly worse for 30 years. Americans, and especially people in California, they can't make decisions because they don't know how. And they're afraid of making decisions. You can't make good decisions unless you're not afraid of making mistakes. It's okay to make a decision in times of peril and be wrong and later admit it. Just admit it. But how do you make a decision on this issue? I don't know all the details. I didn't study the work, but here's my piece of advice. Listen to the people who have worked the most in this county with homeless people on a day in and day out basis and follow their lead. It's not your job to give the voters of El Dorado County everything they want. Your job is to help the people of El Dorado County in general. This homeless problem has been getting steadily worse for 40 years plus. It isn't going to go away. It's going to get worse. Punchline. Over 80% of the American population is 2 paychecks away from bankruptcy and being homeless. So the people who spoke out against this may want to think about themselves and their children. If they don't think this is going to get worse, their children may be out on the streets.
Thank you, Terry.
My name is Mike Sproul, and this has been interesting today. I never expected this when I came to this meeting. I have been around here for a while, and I appreciate the supervisors taking this on because I've watched it for 20 years, and they just kicked the can down the road, and they wouldn't do it. And Supervisor Thomas is putting a lot on the line here because a lot of people don't agree with it. But at some point, we have to just take action. And I urge you today, I'm not going to give you a speech or tell you, Don Ashton, they've all done good jobs. They worked on this. They worked hard. Give them a chance. You know what I'm saying? Give them a chance to try this. I know there's questions where the funding's going to come from and stuff, but when we built the food bank, we just stepped out in faith and we started building it and we built it and it came. So I think at some point, I just came today to say thank you for the supervisors for even having the goal to actually address this, because no matter which way you go, somebody's going to be mad at you. And there's a lot of different opinions. So I urge you just to take charge because the people have elected you as supervisors and do what you think's right. And we'll work along with you. And the food bank will support you no matter what you decide to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good evening, supervisors. No longer afternoon. William Roby, El Dorado Community Foundation Executive Director. Great conversation. I just want to pull back a little bit. We talk about homelessness. On August 16th, that night, 400 people in Grizzly Flat became homeless. 400 families, not people. It was over 1,000 people. And Supervisor Turnbull, you and I have met with many of those people, and they are homeless today, and they need shelter, and they need navigation services. I've been in this position for 16 years. We've had 4 major fires in 16 years. Caldor is not the last. We need solutions. We're going to have some challenges if you decide to go down this road, and that is your decision. We're going to have to figure some things out. AOD services is going to be one of them in supporting the nonprofit sector, or if it lands in a different organization on how that will be provided. That needs to be figured out. The navigation service, how are we going to be able to figure that out as well for transitional housing? And I was listening today and I was thinking about the conversations around addiction. I think when we have a problem in the state of California is a problem of cost that is leading to addiction. It's getting more and more expensive to live here, and people are falling through the cracks and becoming homeless. And we have to provide a solution for those people. These are people that are working hard. They're working sometimes 2 and 3 jobs to stay in this county, to stay here with their children in their schools. And as a foundation, we interact with these individuals almost daily. Same as Southside Tahoe with Tahoe Magic, that does grants just for housing to keep people in their housing. So it is something that's going to involve all of us if you decide to go down this road. And I can tell you the foundation is ready to be a partner in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, we're going to close the room. We got people on Zoom.
And now taking public comment from Margaret Lewis.
Good evening. I guess it's no longer afternoon. This is Margaret Lewis. I'm the McKinney-Bentwood Coordinator for Homeless Youth with the County Office of Ed. I'm also the co-chair for the EDOC Continuum of Care. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge two things. First, Supervisor Parlin, you made a comment much earlier today where you expressed some concern about saying something that might be perceived as unpopular. And I want to thank you for speaking anyway. When we are called to the service of doing public good, we are always called to be an unpopular voice to one side or the other, and it takes bravery to speak, and so I thank you. Second, as Dr. Entwistle said a few moments ago, we're talking today about the emergency declaration, the navigation center, and an emergency shelter. The strategic plan for the EDOC COC continues to address the many additional topics of housing, homelessness, services, and the work of doing that together. That being said, I want to use my few moments to speak directly to the request in front of the board today. With regard to the line of discussion regarding the current numbers of persons experiencing homelessness, I would submit that regardless of the number counted by any given agency or at any given moment, we know two things. One, the numbers are constantly shifting as people's life experiences change. And two, no one agency can count the number in totality. In fact, each agency sees only the number of individuals they interface with directly, and they count them through a prescribed process based on how their agencies are founded, funded, and focused. That being said, the fact of the matter remains, and this board has repeatedly acknowledged and encouraged others to consider that fire season is upon us, and that continuing to be one of 4 counties within the state that do not have an emergency shelter is not only inhumane, but also dangerous. Today's staff proposal offers a swift, affordable, legal, and effective step in bringing to fruition the very solution this board has been seeking and requesting for years. I would urge you to approve the proposed solutions, recommendations 1 through 3 on the final slide of the presentation, which allow this project to finally move forward, not with an urgency as has been suggested today, nor based on this single presentation, but as a result of the long and drawn out work of so many who have spent years working toward this end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret.
Now taking public comment from LM.
Good evening, board. First, I'd like to address Lori's statements that so-called partners should be allowed more time to speak. There's no greater partner than the taxpayer who would potentially be footing the bill for this huge project. Giving preferential treatment to certain individuals is elitist behavior. Unfortunately, something that we have become used to seeing at these meetings. Secondly, I'd like to say with regards to the repeated shooting down of the sheriff's offer to provide a site near the jail. If someone's truly in dire situations, they're not doing anything wrong, they're likely not going to take issue with being near a jail and law enforcement. The constant reference to potential lawsuits in regards to providing a center near the jail is nothing more than a distraction. And why is the board not concerned with being sued by citizens of the county that are likely to be victims of crime in the area where a proposed shelter would be established? I find it odd. You're afraid of being sued in one court, but not the other. So you already have your bias. I think we already know what you're going to do, but we all want to partake in the theater because we want it on record that we know what you're doing. And also, if this is such a popular program, why aren't the homeless at this meeting in droves? There's an encampment literally across the street on the hillside from these offices where this meeting is being held. And it's not a hardship to attend. So where are they if it's so great? And for those of you who are in favor of this so-called shelter program, I really do encourage you, and I mean this sincerely, on your way home, go pick up a couple of the homeless, house them, feed them, connect them with the community resources that already exist, because they do. The taxpayers are already paying for them. It's already funded. Take them home. Practice what you preach. And lastly, We don't care to participate in another state crisis. We have seen what our local government can do with a created crisis and the funds that conveniently come along with one. The amount of creative money usage in the form of grants is astonishing. The last 2 years has opened up our eyes to the increasing incestuous relationship between our county board and others, Mr. Ashton, and the state and federal governments, all in the name of power and money. With that said, I'm opposed to item 42 and ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Did you want to add your name to the record? You don't have to. Oops, she hung up. I missed it. I tried.
Now taking public comment from Marissa Muscat.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Muscat. I'm a physician at Barton Health. I'm a member of the EDOC Continuum of Care, and I'm also just a concerned advocate for those experiencing homeless. I've been an El Dorado County resident for almost 20 years. And I'd like to thank Chair Parlin and the other supervisors for the opportunity to advocate in favor of the declaration of a shelter crisis. For those of us who see people in crisis who are experiencing homeless every single day, and for those who have worked on this issue for years, the opportunity to offer a year-round shelter to our unsheltered neighbors cannot come fast enough. You've heard a lot today, but this proposal has broad support across the county. You've heard people from the COC, from the faith community, from businesses, from the community at large. You've heard it from nonprofit organizations, also in your email comments. I was actually really impressed to see 2 letters of support from our 2 different hospital systems, from Marshall and Barton, which I think doesn't happen every day and speaks to the importance of this issue. This proposal also aligns with our strategic plan to address homelessness as a continuum of care, because it provides both short and long-term solutions for shelter. And many components of the plan have to be enacted. This is only one piece, but it's a very important piece of our plan as a community to end homelessness. I think most important is this provides a quick and compassionate solution to this problem of a lack of housing. It really sickens me all the times I heard these people during the comments. It breaks my heart because as others have said, those who are experiencing homeless are not different than you or I, except that they don't have shelter. If you knew how many people talk about homelessness being related to mental illness or drug use, substance use disorders, but I see every day at my job at the hospital, people with mental illness and substance use disorder, and the majority of them are housed. I can send you all a document talking about places with higher rents having more homelessness, and states with the highest number of drug overdose are not in the top 20 of homelessness. So there's clearly a correlation in the cost of housing and the amount of homelessness we see per capita. And as rents are skyrocketing in our county, you're going to see more and more homelessness. My request to you as supervisors is to include in your direction a plan to address the geographic challenges in El Dorado County. While Supervisor Novosel did mention what's happening in South Lake Tahoe with the Coalition for the Homeless, the project Home Key is not an emergency housing solution, it's permanent housing, and we need to address the geographic challenges on our half of the slope as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hi, good evening, guys. So first of all, I want to define what a low barrier shelter is. Oh, and before I start, the microphone situation today is absurd. And it conveniently happens when people are opposing this. So now back on track. So let's define a low barrier shelter. That's when they do modified screening and criminal history cannot be used as a determining factor, which means sex offenders can come to the shelter. We have 20 transient registered sex offenders in this county. So those people, and I will call them those people, are welcome at these kinds of shelters. So you're putting people at risk by opening our county up to have pedophiles in with other people who are there who deserve to be safe. So I don't think we should be opening up a low barrier shelter. The county has to report to the state. That's, I don't like that. We're not like the state up here. I don't know if you guys realize that, but all of the things that don't work in Sacramento, that don't work in Portland, that don't work in Utah. Someone wrote in about Utah. That person hasn't been to Salt Lake lately. People live under the bridges there. There's homeless people everywhere there. So that was kind of amusing. Maybe she had her states wrong. I don't know. So what's going to happen when these 20 transients show up to the shelter? Well, here's what could happen. Yesterday, they arrested a man in Pennsylvania accused of raping a 4-year-old, raping 4-year-old twins. He was tracked down to a Midtown homeless shelter where he was arrested, but he escaped cops. So this is the kind of stuff you're not thinking about when the white saviors call in and tell everybody we have to save everybody and we have to house everybody. This is not mandated. We have a want to take care of others. We don't like seeing people homeless and hungry. What about children? What about families that end up in these low barrier shelters? And they could be in there with registered sex offenders. And I'll hold you people responsible if anything happens to a child in one of these places, if you approve them. And I want to know, where are these proven success programs DeMonte mentions? I can't find any when I look it up. There was a guy named Hank that I knew when I was at LSU. And I really think you have to understand, I'm not being uncompassionate. Hank had bipolar and mental illness. He would do inappropriate things. He didn't want to live in a house or a shelter. He had those options. And I don't like how I heard Daniel DeMonte say he wants to warehouse people. It shows that people are assets. Vote no.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Galaxy J7 Star. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah. Do you want to volunteer your name?
Sure. Well, actually, I'll just be anonymous.
Okay.
Okay, so I just would like to say, I'd like to piggyback on the last person who was speaking, actually. So I know a setup when I see one, and this is definitely a setup. So it's interesting how probably none of your constituents really know what you guys are doing right now. And I'm not saying it specifically to this board, because maybe there's some good people on this board, but what the Democrats have done to this country will go down in history as the most evil, despicable, disgusting thing that's ever happened. The reason we have so much homeless is because we don't have a middle class anymore. People can't afford things anymore. So, you know what, when these things start to happen, when this county becomes San Francisco or LA, and then you know who's to blame? It's you. It's the people who decided that this was a good idea. And I should not try to help you at all. I shouldn't, because honestly, you don't deserve my help. But if you're gonna do something like this, you better do something where they're not able to be on drugs and you're not passing out drug paraphernalia. Hello, wake up, please. Why would anyone in their right mind think that we should give them needles when there's children? You guys that's criminal. It's just criminal, okay? And if the hospitals are so tired of helping these homeless people, maybe they should just quit their jobs. We'll get new people to work at the hospitals that actually care about the homeless. Let's get some new people in the hospitals that want to help them, because that's their job, is to help people, huh? But they don't want to help the homeless? So this is a setup. You know, when you got everybody ready to speak, but none of these people in this community know what you guys are doing. And the emergency thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say. You want to give an emergency for everything. There's an emergency, COVID emergency. There's an emergency for this. Well, guess what? It's garbage. And it's the reason these people are homeless, because the last emergency was the COVID one, and that's why they're homeless. You guys had the COVID emergency and no one could keep their jobs. And that's what that is.
Thank you. Anonymous.
Now taking public comment from Tom Payne.
Good evening, and thanks for the chance to speak. And don't we all just love democracy? But yeah, I'm Tom Payne, multi-generational resident of El Dorado County. And, I'm speaking in favor of this proposal. Homelessness in California is a crisis on a scale really beyond comprehension. But what we do know about it is that the UN considers it a crime against humanity. And El Dorado County has thus far failed to act. It's our duty and obligation as people, as human beings, to ensure, food, shelter, housing. It's in the Bible, it's in the UN Charter. Humanity agrees on these things, and any good person does. And I know you all do. Nobody wants to see folks unhoused and unable to access resources. But the fact is, El Dorado County has dragged its feet for far, far too long. Now is the time to act. Now is your opportunity to right a wrong. And now is the time to get started. And this is the bare minimum. There's so much more to be done, but at least we can start here and say we're doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Now taking public comment from Cheyenne Purrington.
Hold the phone really quick. Cheyenne and then Michael Zaragoza, and that's it. We're done. Okay. Thank you.
Cheyenne, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to share a couple of things. There seems to be some confusion about the connection between big cities like Sacramento and Portland. I worked in San Francisco for years. The trick is that when small communities like ours don't solve our homelessness problem, people who can't access affordable housing and services end up bopping around and they end up in bigger cities. So the causation isn't so much that when you build it, they will come. It's that if we can't provide for our folks here, people are going to end up, our neighbors are going to end up going to larger cities and draining the resources there. That's why the state is so focused on providing resources to address these problems. I also wanted to address a couple of things that were mentioned earlier by folks. Just talking about our programs, we were widely recognized for some of the funding that we received as part of the Home Key program. We received about $7.5 million. All of that went directly to acquisition of hotels. It was a cost of about $100,000 per unit. And these properties are going to serve our mission for about 55 years. That's the affordability period. So that's actually about $150 per month, which is a huge savings compared to any of the more expensive interventions that we could be applying. We provide multiple steps towards our housing. People can come in, get a shower, get stabilized. We have several units that are on hold for Barton Memorial. We work very closely with our local hospital to divert folks who are at the very top of our vulnerability list. And it's been incredibly effective throughout the pandemic, and it continues to be now. We've housed the top 50% of our most vulnerable folks. And that's the folks that are, have significant mental health disorders, severe alcoholism, traumatic brain injuries, very vulnerable folks. About 15% of the folks coming through our programs are veterans. And that same top 50% of vulnerable people are also the most expensive in terms of high utilization of emergency services. Because of our Home Key properties, we've been able to reduce all of the police calls for service are way down, avoidable hospitalizations are way down, and all of that creates savings for our community. There's a lot of ways that these programs are very effective, they're very well managed, And I'm hearing a lot of just wrong information, honestly, about what happens in these programs. Come visit. If you would like a tour, we will offer you a tour of any of our properties. They are very calm, clean. You will be impressed by what we're doing. It's not something that's new or innovative. It doesn't need to sound shocking. These are very practical programs that are very effective and proven to work. So I would really recommend that the supervisors take action today to make this happen for the Western Slope.
Thank you, Cheyenne.
Now taking public comment from Michael Saragosa.
Thank you, Chair Parlin, Board of Supervisors. I didn't realize I'd be the one closing this out, but that's great. I appreciate you taking so much testimony today. I just want to reiterate what Cleve had mentioned. I thought he did a great job, particularly when it comes to Upper Broadway. I mean, that if in fact that does end up being a location, it absolutely has to be short-term. A lease versus a purchase. There's so much that is being renovated in that area. They've paid their dues, both the businesses and all the folks that live there. I think the important thing going forward here, and some people have touched on it, we really don't want Placerville to burn down. We want to get these homeless encampments off of the streets. This is a path forward to do that. That's been the number one thing that folks have talked to me in Placerville about, is how are we going to ensure that our city is still there? There's no such thing as a perfect plan. This one certainly isn't. We supported the sheriff's plan when he came and presented to us at the city council. I still think it's a great idea. However, if it's not going to fly, it's not going to fly. There is a solution for folks that don't want to take federal money. Go out, collect signatures, put a ballot measure on the county, and do a tax so that we can fund homelessness ourselves here in El Dorado County. Then you don't have to take state or federal money. I'm guessing that probably won't happen, but there is a path forward if you didn't want to take any other dollars from anywhere else. I'm trying to be realistic here. I think there's no perfect plan. I certainly have questions on a lot of the places. I think Perks Court can be a good long-term solution, but also understanding that we have another fire season coming up and we have to do something now. We saw, anyone that's driven around our county knows the devastation that the Caldor fire had. I just drove up Mormon Immigrant a couple of weeks ago, and I've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely horrendous. And for everyone that lives in Grizzly Flats or anywhere else, we're one illegal campfire from that happening around our town. And so we have to get something done. And I appreciate the work that's been done. We appreciate the partnership and the ability to continue to be part of that conversation as we move forward. So again, thank you, supervisors, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Michael. Much appreciated. Okay, with that, we're going to close our public comment on this issue. I do want to sincerely thank everyone for all your input, and for some of you are still here. It's amazing. But this, like we said earlier, is a tough subject. I heard a lot of conflicting information, quite honestly. I do want to ask a question that I don't think we asked earlier. What if we get down the road, let's say we approve this, we get down the road and it's a complete failure? And I mean, utter chaos, whatever, all the things that people are saying. Can we just pull the plug on this, and what will it take to do that?
Yeah, so the shelter crisis declaration allows for a project to be, again, put on publicly owned or leased land. And so once the declaration is ended by your board, that project is no longer able to operate within those terms.
Okay, so that would take board action to undo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Board, what do you want to do?
Well,
we heard a lot.
Okay. You want, go ahead.
You want George to go first?
George, go. Okay. Oh, Supervisor Turnbull, sorry.
Being a pastor of the church in the little town of El Dorado, I have a lot of compassion. I have delivered food for over 200 people that were homeless, a lot of people that were down on their luck at our little church. You know, I have worked with Mike. We delivered a lot of food to people that were impacted by the fire. And Bill Roby, thank you very much for all your hard work and stuff working together to help solve these problems. There's some issues that I have on this. I think the social impact bond initiative is a great thing, something to look into, because I think this would be better suited for this. Because I'm worried. I'm worried about bill number 2553, section 18698. All the hard work that went into the general plan, that people put their hard work into this plan for years and years. And I'm worried if we adopt this, it could be, shall be suspended. So I have a problem with that. Also, the grant money, or the grant money that they're getting, how do we know there's not any strings attached to that? What other things are the state is going to require that we do? I'm worried about that, and especially when it comes down to other things, and we need local control. I don't think the state should tell us what we can and what we can't do in our county. I think it's up to us, the citizens of El Dorado County, to do the right thing. So I feel that unlike the governor, I'm just not in favor of emergency order with especially no end date. You're talking about it could end, but what if the state puts implications in where we can't end this? I'm really, really worried about it. And I feel that the residents of El Dorado County deserve due process of the law. So there's a lot of things that, you know, I've got a lot of compassion. And Daniel, on the pallet homes, let me clarify something. They do withstand the snow loads of 25 pounds per foot. Also, they can withstand 100-mile-an-hour winds. And also the foundations can be adjusted to the different levels of the ground. So I've looked into that, and I know I support that. I support the sheriff's program. I think that would be the hostess program. I thought was a very good thing that the sheriff put in place. I just worry about that we get tied into a situation, especially with the state, that we can't get out of, is something because of all these different strings that could be attached with it. That's my opinion.
So I'm just going to ask for clarification. County Council, the general plan is not suspended by doing this, correct?
Here, you want this? That's okay, dear.
The government code provision that allows for the declaration of a shelter crisis states that during the shelter crisis, the local and state law requirements for homeless shelters to be consistent with local land use plans, including the general plan, shall be suspended.
Altogether or just for that site?
It's for the particular project that you're doing pursuant to your shelter crisis declaration.
So
So it's not for the entire county. No.
Thank you. And I just
Yeah.
want to, because
Yeah.
the way you keep saying it, you make it sound like we're going to lose our whole general plan. And I want clarification on that. That's all.
Okay.
So it's just for the site. If we
All right.
choose a site that's public or leased,
Correct.
because that's what fits, public or leased, we can suspend the general plan for that one site. That's it. Okay. Just want to be clear. All right. Supervisor Hydal.
Yeah, so I, after listening to testimony and stuff, just had a couple questions on the recommendation on locations. And I'm going to start with the longer term sites. You'd identified the 2 Broadway facilities and Perot's. You left out Perks Court as a longer term site, which to me is still viable from what I understand. So can you help me understand why Perot's and Perks Court wouldn't be the longer term sites we could consider here?
Sure. So the sites brought before you can only be recommended within the grant funding that we have. And so my understanding of CDBG funding is that you cannot use it for construction. Now, maybe that's changed with the CV component to it.
Okay.
So CDBG is the largest funding pot that we have that can be used for acquisitions or rehabs. And so given that, it would have taken all of the $3 million that we have available for a potential project, including the operations cost, to develop a site that then we don't have anything operating. We're not meeting the board's goal of before fire season, and that can't be addressed. So given that we're not trying to spend local general fund dollars and keeping it within our grant budgets, we would be unable to construct a project in a timely fashion and meet the fire danger concerns.
Because the funding for the property has to go to the road fund. It's not free. The county's not going to grant. So there's strings attached with that longer term proposition for Perks Court, correct?
It's simply that the grants that we have, I can't develop a plan for you without funding to accomplish that plan. And so the steps before you can be accomplished within the grant funding we have. The county could consider Perks Court for a longer term site. They would simply need to look into alternate funding streams to develop that facility at that location.
Such as a social impact bond.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I mean, that's one possibility. So kind of to clarify that, what are we looking at in terms of the implementation of the longer term sites? Do we need to have that available within 2 years, 3 years? What's the time frame you're considering?
So let me be clear that the shelter crisis declaration is simply the mechanism used to allow for us to meet fire danger concerns. And as has been commented, this is how communities have achieved that goal. Let's put that to the side for a second. The acquisition and rehab would take however long that takes in terms of due diligence, et cetera. And just like when you buy a house, you'd be looking into how the bones are, how the foundation is. So we need to do that work. So that process would play out. It's estimated to be a 2 to 3 year time frame. That will adjust depending on which facility we're talking about, depending on what needs rehab sooner with a particular site versus another one. We're estimating 2 to 3 years.
Okay. So then I'm going to move on to the shorter term solution. And I need to have some clarification on Perks Court, because my understanding and previously working with facilities, the infrastructure is not there. It's a septic, not a sewer connection. The water is very limited. There is no major electrical power supplies coming into that. How long would it take to really set that up if we're talking a short-term implementation? Because it seems to me like that's 6 months to a year by the time you get all the things in place to do it.
So how I would answer that is these project management firms allow, and the products that we brought before you, allow for certain temporary means to service the site. So the restrooms, for example, could be connected to bladders. There could be alternate, generators or different power sources that similar to an RV component that could be plugged into these facilities and could operate them. So given that we couldn't go down the road, we don't yet have any agreement with anybody. We haven't gone down the road of doing that due diligence of seeing what the options are, but we know that there are options with these products. So we would first seek to look at what's the cost to connect to utilities. How feasible is that? And then we could say, what are some secondary backup plans that we could, service the site through an alternate means? So again, assuming that there's direction, we would look into those options and we'd look for the most fiscally responsible, how to maximize the dollars while meeting the timeline. So
we might have bladders to collect the waste. We might have water trucks to bring in the water, and we'd have a generator running out there 24/7 to provide power. Is that the solution we're proposing?
So the board, the recommendation brought before your board is to consider, the potential for not only one site, but hopefully a few, that we could look at the pros and the cons of each of those sites. And so that would allow us to then have the information to make this decision, because until then, we're really only talking about thoughts and ideas. But we have an impression that that site, there are options. And so having that direction would allow us to explore that. I can't say that it all would be that way.
Expand a little bit. So we do have power coming down that operated one residential unit down there.
Right.
But given what they want or will need to supply that a sprung structure type facility, they'll need a lot more power.
Yeah.
The transformers are there. So we could probably tie into the existing for a certain component of that power. But with PG&E's backlog, I'm hearing it takes months and months to get them to respond to needs for like upsizing a transformer, something that could produce the amount of power we'll need for that facility.
Okay, so thank you for that. I understand that a lot better. So let's transition to Brew Road, because I have a similar set of questions. Is there immediate sewer connection on Brew Road? Should we're able to bring in the sprung structure steel facilities, is it readily something we can connect to, given the owners allowing us to do that? Or is it also some kind of a limited capacity type of sewer septic?
I think at this point, I'd have to say it's limited. We just don't know enough yet. When I walked the property and I looked for those tie-ins, I didn't see sewer. I saw water, I saw power, but I couldn't see where the sewer tie-in is. And I suspect it goes from the building straight out to Brew Road and out that direction. So the locations we're looking at, we would have to find a way to tie in.
So we might end up with
or bring
ladders there
in
as well?
ladders.
Is that
Correct.
that option?
That's how we would support it.
Okay, all right. So that helps me kind of quantify the unknowns involved, because we're obviously going to have to do more work. And so I kind of reached some conclusions. I'm going to stop there because I will allow the other supervisors to comment. But thank you for helping clarify some of those things. I'm just trying to look at what is the best suited solution for the two needs that we have, short term, longer term. And I think I have a reasonable idea in my own mind at this point. So thank you.
All right, Supervisor Thomas.
All right, it is late. You've all been with us for a long time. I know we're all hungry, so I'm going to kind of cut to the chase here and then look forward to your comments, my fellow supervisors' comments. City of Placerville, thank you for being here. And Michael, or Vice Mayor Saragosa summed it up very well. I think it's important, since the majority of these locations are in the city, that they have a very loud voice in this. We heard that Perks Court is their favorite for long-term and short-term solutions. I think it's important we all recognize that the city has worked incredibly hard to improve Upper Broadway. They finally have some potentially major economic development going on up there, with a boutique hotel slated to break ground, not announcing it, but slated to break ground in the fall, and some really potential progress on a commercial center that has long been a challenge for the city. We've learned that Peraz Road has some challenges with it, but also some opportunities. Also concerned that the city council has not had a chance to talk amongst themselves and the community on those recommendations. So also, just wanted to thank the Upper Room for being here, and thank you for the amazing work that you do. You've been very creative in expanding your outreach to meet needs that are fluid. And I definitely see that I look forward to exploring how we can continue on the partnerships and seeing, this is going to be a very fluid issue. So seeing what kind of coordination we could have with these emergency solutions. So I did type up, with all these things, my suggestions for a motion. Kim, do you have that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, then I will read it.
Okay.
Items number 1 and 2 are good. That's we've received the presentation, and I don't have a problem with the emergency shelter declaration. I think it's essential for moving this project forward. My goal today is to move forward. We need to keep moving forward. There are some unknowns. So my goal is also to give staff some flexibility and time to answer those unknowns. My goal is also to give the city of Placerville a chance to coordinate with our staff and their city council. So with that, bear with me. Number 3, direct staff to pursue 2 short-term project sites, 1970, 1940 Broadway for non-congregate shelter, and Perks Court for a short-term congregate shelter site, and move towards negotiation of a lease and development of the sites, prioritizing the placement of homeless individuals in encampments currently located inside the city limits. Number 4, direct staff to pursue Perks Court for a longer-term navigation center, in addition to working with the city of Placerville to explore the feasibility of 471 Peraz Road, in order to move toward negotiation of a lease and or purchase of one of the sites to operate as a longer-term navigation center in future years. And I'd like to add 5 and 6. Number 5, direct staff to work with the city of Placerville and the Upper Room to explore the feasibility of relocating the Upper Room to one of the short-term project sites. And 6, direct the CAO's office to work with the city of Placerville to secure additional law enforcement resources and come back with an MOU if a short-term project at 1940 Broadway is selected. So,
and that is on the screen.
That is on the screen. I know it's hard to read.
I'll second.
Great.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. We got a lot of work ahead of us. You have an update?
Huh?
You have an update?
Just one.
Okay. You want to wait a minute? I don't know. Is that all you have? Hey, just give him a second. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Well, we just have the CAO update, you guys, really quick. The meeting's still going, everyone, just so you know, we're not adjourned yet. I just gotta stretch my legs, so we have one more item. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. We have just one last item, and it's the CAO update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. The only thing I'd like to remind everyone about is there's no regular meeting next week. There is a special meeting on Monday to talk about budget priorities, seek some direction and approval from the board to allocate some TOT money, as well as a discussion and direction from the board about a ballot measure to increase the TOT rates. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, with that, we will adjourn at 6:16. Thank you, everyone.